Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
What's up? What's up? Hello? I don't even know if my mic was on. Oh my God, I was talking away there. Oh, was my mic even on? Did you guys hear me? Oh my God. Ah, I've been talking for like 5 minutes. What's up, FARQ? Hello? Here we go. So basically, this is going to be stuff I'm going to catch up with. Judge's ruling of Dale Warner accused of killing his wife Dee will stand trial for murder from June the 7th, 2024. So this is from like 2 years ago almost. And then before, there's a bunch of testimony in this, but I'm not even sure exactly what it was all about. I will play them after, but there was that ruling is here. And then I'm going to play, there was these. Where is it? Yeah, these ones here. So I'll play, I'm going to play this one, the judge's ruling. Then there was a body cam of Jaron Warner getting arrested. Then there was a Dale Warner, the motion ahead of the hearing. I'll make sense of all this. So just know there's going to be 3 or 4 things, and that happened before all these opening statements, which we've already covered, okay? So we're up to date on the trial. I'm just going back to get these few things that were right before trial and last year, previous trial, and I'll make sense of it all. I'm just going to play it and I'll put it on the screen, okay? Well, thank you for being here. I was talking for it wasn't much. I was only on like the first 2 minutes. If you didn't hear me, I was talking, but I might have had myself muted, but I'll make up for it. Let's just watch. If anyone's here, I'll explain it on the screen. Let's go. This is from, oh my gosh, from June something 2024. What was it again? I'll get it together. And we'll give the masses time to come in. June 7th, 2024. All right.
All rise, please. District Court is now in session. Please check your phones. You may be seated.
We are back on the record in State of Michigan versus Dale Warner. There was a lot of testimony over the past day today and 3 days prior to today. I did have to write it out so I could remember, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing anybody's names. Throughout all the testimony, whether it was friends, family, or coworkers, there was a number of undisputed things. Dee Warner was a woman with a big heart and a temper. She cared for her children and grandchildren and employees. Mr. Numinick described her chewing out an employee at the office when he first started, but also talked about her softer side, where she took him to the hospital when he was injured on the job, stayed at the hospital during his kidney surgery, and cried over his cancer diagnosis. Her children described close-knit relationships with Miss Warner. Her daughter, Raquel, said Dee could be dramatic and could yell, but also described a close relationship where she spoke with her and saw her almost daily. Dee helped Raquel with her kids, and they often had meals together. Her son, Zach, worked with her and invested in the property together. He also spoke to her almost daily. Miss Volkel described her as an outgoing person with a huge heart, but also feisty and had a temper that she would express. Dee Warner was also a woman who communicated with the people in her life on a regular basis. She was someone who was on her phone a lot. Whether it was daily text or calls to friends, family, or coworkers, or Facebook and Snapchat messages. Miss Warner was an active phone user. Analysis of her phone by MSP special analyst Miss Zingler showed that on average, in the time leading up to her disappearance, she used her phone about 307 times a day between calls and text. Mr. Molzer, who was the IT specialist for the Warner's businesses and set up Dee's devices, talked about her being very active on Facebook. Miss Alexander talked about how she would talk to Dee at least once a week, but sometimes daily, how Dee would always answer her phone or call back shortly. Miss Brody talked about how Dee would keep her phone on her during massages and would answer calls if it was the kids. Miss Volkel said they talked almost every day, and they had gone maybe only a weekend without talking over the course of the last 5 years. Another consistent theme through the testimony was the state of Dale Warner and Dee Warner's marriage. It was volatile. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of yelling, and there was testimony regarding domestic violence in their relationship. Through Mr. Bush, the court learned of Dale placing a tracking device on Dee's vehicle with the help of Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush testified it was just for diagnostic purposes, but looking at the records, diagnostics was run twice, maybe 4 times, but the location tracker was run approximately 176 times. There were also cameras installed inside the house to watch who was coming and going. We heard from multiple witnesses, her children, Miss Alexander and Miss Vocal, that the 2016 Cadillac Escalade was Dee's primary vehicle. There was testimony from Mr. Newell, the senior technical expert at GM, that the OnStar system connected to the Cadillac Escalade, indicated that over the course of 16 months leading up to Dee's disappearance, there were 2,000 location searches for Dee Warner's vehicle. Mr. Warner asked Mr. Molzer to copy Dee's phone and all of its contents under a pretense of necessity because Dee was having a surgical procedure. He then further hid, or at the very least failed to disclose, that cloned phone to the MSP after they had a warrant. There was further testimony that there were physical signs and statements of domestic violence. Multiple witnesses saw Dee and Dale fight verbally. Miss Alexander said she saw them fighting a lot. Dee did a lot of the yelling. But Miss Vocal talked about seeing Dale yell at Dee and witnessing a fight where he was screaming in her face and his face was red. She also talked about a time at the end of 2020 where she saw a quarter-sized bruise on the side of Dee's forehead that was partially hidden by her hair where it was parted. The court learned more about that interaction from Dee's text messages to Miss Alexander that on December 6, 2020, Dee and Dale were in a physical altercation where Dale Warner threw Dee at a dresser. Dee Warner described him in those texts as turning into the devil and said, "I literally thought he could kill me." Miss Brody talked about 2 separate instances when Dee came in for full body massages, and Miss Brody saw bruises on Dee. Once when there was a bruise on Dee's hip that was the size of an orange. Dee told Miss Brody that she and Dale had a fight and he pushed her into a dresser, corroborating her text and Miss Vocal's testimony. On a separate occasion, Miss Brody saw a dark bruise on her thigh and Dee said it was from a fight with Dale. There was also consistent testimony that when things got bad, Dee Warner would leave the farm. Her son testified she'd come and stay at their lake house at least once a month for an overnight with Lena, her minor daughter. Her other daughter Raquel testified that Dee would leave when they fought and go to the lake house or even to a hotel on at least one occasion she knew of. Miss Alexander also said Dee would go to the lake house with Lena when she was fighting with Dale, excuse me. But through all those examples, the witnesses said Dee Warner would be with her minor daughter, would communicate or be in communication with someone, and all these trips would be for 1 or 2 nights. Another common sentiment was that Dale and Dee's relationship was coming to an end. There were numerous witnesses who testified to Dee's repeated desire to end the marriage in the months and days leading up to her disappearance. There was a visible disconnect between Dee and Dale. Miss Alexander and Miss Bach both testified that they saw when Dale tried to touch her shoulders, Dee would move away uncomfortably. Miss Brody said a week before Dee disappeared, Dee told her it was time to talk to a lawyer. Miss Alexander said Dee made several comments about divorce on a number of occasions. Dee also told Miss Alexander on April 24th, 2021, that she was going to tell Dale she was done with the marriage and wanted to sell the trucking company. In the months leading up to Dee's disappearance, Dee also talked to her daughter, Raquel, about getting a divorce. And again, the day before Dee disappeared, Miss Bach was with her mother and told Raquel, that her marriage was over and was going to divorce Dale. The court saw in Dee's own words that she told Dale 2 months before she disappeared that she was done, that she felt controlled, and that it would have to stop or she would leave with their minor daughter. We heard from Dale Warner himself that Dee called him on April 24, 2021, and was upset and said she was done with him and selling everything. Dale Warner also told Zach Bach, Stephanie Vogel, and Deputy Hall that Dee and him got into a big fight on the night of April 24, 2021. It is also very clear that the last time anyone has heard from Dee Warner was on April 24, 2021. The court heard testimony from MSP criminal intel analyst Nicole Anderson that she searched and continues to search 13 state and federal databases ranging from law enforcement, Secretary of State records, pawn shops, traffic reports, title companies, taxes, properties, unemployment benefits, border crossings, and commercialized databases. There was also testimony from Agent Hespis, who conducted his own similar searches. There was not and has not been a single sign of life or activity of Dee Warner since April 24, 2021. Detective Sergeant Druyer requested and received multiple search warrants specific to Ms. Warner. He searched social media activity, data collection agencies through phones like FOG and Geofence, bank records, Blue Cross Blue Shield, medical and prescription records, Verizon, and Apple. There was no activity or transactions after April 24, 2021 that could be attributed to Dee Warner. There was testimony about financial issues at this hearing. However, the testimony was not fleshed out enough for the court to ascertain what the prosecutor's theory was about any financial motives. The court has not based its decision on any of those issues. The prosecutor has shown Dee Warner could not be located, has not been heard from by anyone in over 3 years, has had no activity or signs of life anywhere. This was a woman who had a very active lifestyle filled with family, friends, and work. She was in constant contact with the people in her life. There was nothing in the evidence that suggested she would disappear intentionally, especially from her children, which included a minor child, whom Dee specifically said in her text message to Miss Alexander that she didn't want to leave her minor child with Dale, not even for a weekend. The police extensively searched for her and her phone and have not been able to find her. No other reasonable conclusion can be made based on these facts. There were massive searches done on the property, most of which on their property as well as surrounding properties, but most of which were done long after Dee was missing. The statements by Dale Warner in the police interview with Deputy Hall of a secret phone and someone coming to pick up Dee Warner or some potential trip to Traverse City were not supported by any facts or evidence in this case, nor were any of the other possible theories Dale raised in his conversations with the police. The implication that she may have died by suicide is also not supported by any evidence. The prosecutor has established probable cause that a death has occurred. The prosecutor also has the burden to show not only evidence of a death, but that it was as a result of a criminal act. In this case, we had testimony from multiple witnesses of a deteriorating marriage with abuse. There was evidence of emotional abuse or control through the tracking devices, OnStar car location searches, hidden cameras, a cloned phone, and Dee's own statements to Dale about his control. Then there was testimony of signs and statements that Dee made about physical altercations between Dale and Dee that even resulted in visible bruising in at least 2 circumstances, one of which was documented to her friend Miss Alexander in her own words. Dee Warner repeatedly talked about divorce, and the day before she went missing, Dee told at least 2 individuals that she was going to tell Dale about the divorce. Dee told Miss Alexander and Miss Bach about telling Dale that evening that the marriage was over. Dale told the police Dee told him the marriage was over that day as well. That night, Dee also made a comment to her daughter, Raquel, that Dee watches Dateline, and Dale could do something like that to her, make her disappear. Ms. Bach further testified that she had never heard Dee being scared until that night. Dale Warner repeatedly admitted to the police and to witnesses that they had a fight that night, and he was the last person to see her. The timeline of events gathered through the cameras and digital footprint analysis of the morning of April 25, 2021 further supports the prosecutor's theory. The morning of April 25, 2021, Mr. Nimerick, while at his truck, sees the Hummer parked in the back of the house at approximately 3:44 a.m. He also notes that he sees the lights are on inside the house. Dale Warner had told the detectives they were asleep by about midnight. The next time frame we learn about is about 6 or 6:30. Dale wakes up, leaves the house, and tells the officers that Dee was asleep on the couch in the living room. In an interview with the detective, Dale indicated there was a way to drive around the house and to the office without being on the camera. The next part of the timeline the court learns about is at approximately 7 a.m., Dale takes the front loader to the back of the house and goes in for whatever reason, and again tells the officers that Dee is sleeping inside when he goes in. But 8 minutes later, his phone is used to unlock her Cadillac Escalade. Her son, Zach, testified that her mother always kept her purse on the passenger seat floor in her vehicle. At 7:14, Dee Warner's phone last connects to the network at the farm. Then Dale leaves the property and sprays the fields, which was corroborated by the John Deere data. He returns and leaves again at 8:47 a.m. Shortly after he leaves, the Milestone app, which was the app for the farm's camera system, is connected 4 times, beginning at 8:49 a.m. Find My iPhone app was also used at approximately the same time. When Dale was asked about these searches, he told the police he was looking for Dee, but according to his other statements, she wasn't missing yet. Dale Warner spoke to Miss Vocal at approximately 10:31 a.m., and that's when he told the detectives he first learned that Dee was missing. Based on the testimony of the witnesses and the evidence admitted, the people have met their burden for purposes of preliminary examination that there is probable cause that Dee Warner died by homicide at the hands of the defendant, Dale Warner. The evidence presented also supports probable cause as to count 2, specifically regarding Dee Warner herself, her purse, go bag, passport, and personal belongings from the bathroom. The court is going to bind over Dale Warner to the circuit court for further proceedings. So we have date. June 20th, 2024 at 8:15 a.m. The court is adjourned. Thank you.
All right.
It's over. I've got the next video ready. Just stick with me. I'll update you on the screen, okay? Not sure what's going to happen here. They usually do a little thing after they let the jury out. This is old from the date on the screen, June 7th of 24, the pretrial motions and hearings and Willie Stand trial and all that stuff. So you can hear, I'll update you. We're moving on to the next one, which will be, Jaron Warner arrest body cam. I might skip that.
I think there's a power cord for the, is there a power cord for the, or did I take that already? For the iPad.
I'll update you.
Oh, no, it's a tiny thing.
We're driving. Yeah. Hey, Jared. Yeah, change up a little bit. Is with you? Okay. We got a warrant for your arrest, buddy. Put your hands behind your back.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Are you serious right now?
I'll explain everything to you. Just give us a minute, okay? Pop it off if you want, Nick.
Yeah.
We're going to take that watch off, Jaron, so we don't hit it with the cuff. I'm going to talk to you and get you situated. Do you want me to move your truck somewhere and turn it off, or just leave it off here?
Yeah.
And grab the keys. I'm sorry?
I'd like to move it out of the way.
Where do you want me to put it?
I'll just put it over there, I guess.
Over here?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah. Are you okay? Keys, or do you want me to bring them with you?
I can do keys.
Do you have anything in your pockets right now?
Yeah, I have a lot of stuff in my pockets.
Any knives?
Yeah.
Open knives?
No open knives. I have a leather in my front left pocket.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you somewhere?
I do in my wallet.
Where's your wallet at?
My back right pocket.
Okay. I'm going to leave the rest of the stuff in your truck, okay? Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
Let's set all this in there.
AirPods and DVDs.
I'm going to leave the AirPods here too. Is that okay, Jaron? Or do you want to take them with you in your pocket?
You take them out.
I'm going to leave all this stuff here.
Call my lawyer or anything? Like,
Yep. We'll make a call once I explain anything to you. Anything else, DJ? Okay. We're going to walk over to this patrol car. Kaiser, do we got those locked up? We're gonna dock up down the street and just follow me out of here. We're all good. Nope, we're good, man. That was it. Thank you. You're here just in case we needed a bunch of hands. I appreciate you. Yep. Have a good day. Survey guys can roll out, hook up, and secure. There's time to move there. Move this truck. We're going to relocate and dock up down the street if you guys want to follow me over. All four survey guys clear? We're clear.
Yes, it's clear. I am heading on out. Nice work.
Thanks for your help, guys. I'll get you the code here in a few minutes.
For the others, we made contact. It's coming up to us. We're still here.
Here he is. We got a warrant for your arrest, buddy. Put your hands behind your back.
Yep.
Are you serious right now? I'll explain everything to you. Just give us a minute, okay? Pop it off the line. Yeah. We're going to take that watch off here and go ahead I'm going to talk to you and get you situated. If you want me to move your truck somewhere and turn it off or just leave it off here?
Yeah,
grab the keys.
move it.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to
Where do you have to put it? You want me to call?
yes, I'll move.
Okay. Well, there you go. Front. I'm good. I'm gonna move your.
He was asking what the warrant was for, and I just told him you might be able to answer that for him, not me.
Jaron, your warrant is for accessory after the fact of a homicide and for tampering with evidence. What's that, buddy?
I'm not sure what that means, I guess.
So essentially, you know, Jaron, when we did this after we found the body, you know, you probably hate me, and that's fine. I don't blame you, but I've always been truthful with you. Mm-hmm. And I told you that day that you knew certain things about that tank and that it was the right thing to do to talk to me about it, right? And short of begging you, I've done everything I could possibly do to get you to talk to me. And unfortunately, you didn't want to do that. And now we're here, right? So essentially, you took actions after the homicide that you now know and should have known, likely, that it was after a crime occurred. I've been truthful with you. Your dad has put you in really shitty spots throughout this. And unfortunately, you continue to let him to do that. And it's not a position I envy you for, that's for sure. But those are the cards you were dealt. But again, short of begging you, I've done everything I could for you to talk to me and explain this part of the story. And unfortunately, you didn't want to do that. I mean all that really sincerely, Jaron. You've been put in a shitty spot, but unfortunately, you've made these choices too. Do you know your lawyer's number, or do you have your phone? Your phone's in your pocket? Before we go inside of the jail here, with your permission, we can unlock your phone and make those phone calls or call them from my phone, whatever you'd like to do, okay? Yeah. Is there any other calls you would like me to make for you? Any other arrangements you need to be done? Girlfriend or?
My wife, yeah.
You're married now, your wife? Okay. Were you supposed to pick
No, she's coming back
tomorrow? I was a little nervous. I thought you guys only stayed up. I was with you. I'm happy she wasn't here today. Help you. I mean that sincerely. right, Kaiser? Remind me of your lawyer's name, Jared?
I'm looking at my phone. I can't think of straight. I can call.
I can't think of. I know I've emailed with him. I can't think of his name. Okay. Do you have his number saved in your phone? Oh, okay. Say again. I can't hear you.
If I go through my contacts, I can probably find it.
Okay.
Names. I was expecting a day to go.
You said Colin? How did you find him?
He knows my dad's lawyers. He went to school with my dad's lawyers.
Mary?
No, Sean.
Oh, the Murphys?
Yeah,
Or the Shawns, I should say?
Sean had it.
Okay.
And he also knew the lawyer I had for the guardianship case with Angelina.
Okay. What's going on with the settlement? Is all stuff finalized yet?
It's close. They kind of found a buyer for the land.
Oh, really?
Work out some details. I don't know, but
All a lump sum? One person?
most of it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of split. There's like an LLC that has most of the land, buyback. And
Yeah.
There's a couple properties that are personal properties to like my dad and Dee.
Yeah.
My grandpa's buying the personal properties, and somebody else down in Litchfield buying the properties.
Oh, okay.
But nothing's ever easy, so I'm sure it's going to take time to go through.
I'm sure that's been a big chunk of the stress for you is the civil stuff and the land and the management and you're working 3 jobs trying to get all the stuff done on your own, probably, right? How much was your uncle helping you?
With the farming stuff,
Yeah.
quite a bit.
Yeah. He's got his hands full too, though. How much does he do on his own?
I don't know exactly, but a decent amount. My grandpa's getting older, so he's gonna do a lot.
He's slowing down and he's having to do more, probably.
Yeah.
How's Grandpa's health?
Pretty good.
There were some bumps in the road last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's heart issues. Slowing down a little bit, but still getting around, so that's good.
When did you get married?
We eloped in September.
Okay.
End of September, we went to Oregon. And then we had like a reception in December.
Okay. Where'd you do that?
The reception?
Yeah.
Fairgrounds.
Big group?
200 people, roughly.
Oh, really? That's a busy day. Is she from the area?
Ellie?
Yeah.
Yeah. We went to high school together. We didn't really talk that much when we were in high school. But I guess we met up after college. Mutual friends kind of set us back up.
Okay. You went to state?
Yeah.
What's your degree in, Jaron?
Applied engineering sciences is my major.
What's your exact role at work? I kind of know what you do, but I don't know what your...
My title is a manufacturing engineer.
Okay. A lot of process systems and hands-on stuff.
Can we just hit the park in the back to do these phone calls?
Yeah, we'll just walk them through that. Oh, they might not let us walk them through the back door, huh?
Yeah.
They're going to want us to...
The intake's right there, so...
Just park over there. We'll make the calls and then see what they'll let us do. Yeah. Once you make these phone calls, Jaron, I'll kind of explain this process at the jail. I know you're probably nervous. I understand. I'll tell you everything that's going to happen before we do it, okay? Are we going to be able to get your phone without getting you out of the car, you think, or we have to stand you up?
You might have to stand me up and I'll have to get out of my pocket.
Okay. That's no big deal. Right. I'm gonna reach across. I just got you. It's in this pocket here. I'm not getting friendly.
Sorry. All right.
Can I go to your contacts? Is that okay?
Yep. So, should be Colin. I'm not sure. I don't have too many of them there. Colin Daniels.
Colin?
Yep.
Do you mind if I take it around just so I'm not in the cold? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Colin. It's Jaron.
Okay, so I was just on the phone with
Colin, you're on speaker with the police, just so you know, buddy.
Okay, who am I talking to?
I just wanted you to know that we're here before you start saying anything, that's all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What was he arrested for?
He has a warrant for accessory after the fact and tampering with evidence.
Okay, where are you guys currently?
We're currently sitting outside the Lenawee County Jail. Jaron asked for a few minutes to make some phone calls. We're just sitting in the patrol car, letting him use his phone for a few minutes. You're the first call that he's made.
Okay, so Jaron, obviously I don't want you making any statements.
Right.
So Lieutenant, he's not going to be making any statements.
Understood, yes, sir.
Okay. Is he going to be lodged at the Lenawee County Jail?
That's correct.
Okay. So Jaron, I'm talking to people, so we'll figure out what needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Was there a reason that you guys had to pick him up on a Saturday?
We got the warrant authorized and made the arrest, sir. That's just how it happened.
When was the warrant authorized?
Yesterday.
Okay. Do you guys know when he's going to be arraigned?
I'm not certain if a magistrate will arraign him today at the jail or if he'll have to wait till Monday. I am not certain on that.
Is there a magistrate that's going to be doing rounds at the jail?
That's why I'm not certain. I'm not sure if they'll come to the jail. And sometimes after hours or on a Saturday, the magistrate will come to Lenawee County, but I haven't worked here in some time, so I'm not certain.
Okay. Do you know if they do Zoom, arraignments via Zoom?
I couldn't tell you that either. I know the courthouse uses Zoom semi-consistently, but I don't know if they do it for arraignments or not.
Okay. Okay. All right, Jaron. So, I'm not actually in town right now. My guess is that Neil's going to be coming out to meet with you.
Okay.
Okay. So let me make some phone calls. I appreciate you guys calling me. So Jaron, I'll have to talk to you later. Let me make some phone calls.
Okay. Did you talk?
I did.
Okay.
Yep, I did. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm also
Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Wife? Oh, yeah. Allie. She should be my favorites.
Don't let me forget, if you want to write down phone numbers, we can do it before we go in, okay?
Yeah, definitely.
This one, I'm guessing?
Yeah. All right.
Speaker again?
Hello?
Did Todd talk to you yet?
Yeah. What's going on?
They have a warrant for, for tampering with evidence.
Accessory after the fact of a homicide.
So, I'm gonna talk to lawyers. I talked to Colin already, but I know I'm gonna have to be here for a little while, probably, it seems like, to figure out what the hell's going on. You're on speakerphone, just so you know, so don't badmouth the cops.
We deserve it. Sometimes it's all right.
I mean, all days, really. Oh my god. Okay, so I can't get you out or anything.
I think that sounds like I have to be arraigned or something. I'm not sure if I can be arraigned today, so.
Tomorrow?
I'm sure they're doing it for 2 days, so we'll see.
Maybe today, but if not today, then Monday, I would guess.
I'm gonna write your number down. Well, I know your number.
Do you want anyone else's? I've got your lawyer's numbers on here.
Yeah. I'll probably call you. I mean, they're gonna get like a piece of paper. I can write it down or something.
Well, I'll get you hooked up. Yeah,
I'll get the numbers. So I don't know. I'll call you later if I can.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
Bye, baby.
Bye. That's pretty much it. She can get a hold of anybody else. That needs
You sure, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Troop, you got a scrap piece of paper for me? Got any in the printer?
Yeah.
Got a crayon for me?
Yep.
You got to unlock me again, Jaron. I'm sorry. Did you get it?
Yeah. You get her number down, please.
And then that Colin also. You got to promise not to make fun of handwriting.
Center for routine status checks, 462. Clear, 479.
I'm going to go. I just want you to see what I'm doing, Jaron, so I'm not getting frisky. I'm just going to hit recents and go to him, okay?
Yep.
Clear, 1433.
I say we just use just so they don't get annoyed.
Clear, 154.
Can we just buzz? I forget.
Yeah, we just buzz that button over there. So from, I locked your phone, okay? This is going to go in with you. I'm going to put it in this pocket. And then I'm going to put this in your pocket so I don't forget about it, okay? When we book you in inside, you just need to ask them to keep this so you can call and they'll let you hang on to it, all right? From here, we're going to pull around a corner and there's going to be like a sally port, a garage door we're going to pull in. Once we're inside of the garage, we're going to get you out of the car. There'll be a couple of doors we go through, but someone from the jail will meet us in there to search you and take off your handcuffs.
Okay.
From there, we'll take you into the jail and they'll start the booking process where we fill out some forms, but eventually you'll be photographed and fingerprinted.
Okay.
From there, you'll be put in a holding cell. There might be some other people in there. I don't know how busy it is in the jail here. You're unlikely to be alone in a cell. You'll probably be in that cell until you're arraigned.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any questions I can answer for you?
When you go in the holding cell, am I going to start wearing like the orange jumpsuit or whatever? Yeah.
They're going to change you out. Yep.
So I got to guess.
Okay. I'm good, Troop. Thank you. We'll ask him when we get in there, Jaron, about arraignments.
My body cam's been rolling. I don't know why that shut off though.
Mine's rolling too.
Okay.
We'll ask him about arraignments today, okay, Jaron, when we get inside. It's just that yellow box.
Arraigned before you can be bailed out or whatever, anything like that?
Yeah, when you're arraigned by the magistrate, they'll set a bond. My assumption is, you have no criminal history. My assumption is they will put a bond out for you, so you'll be able to, someone will be able to post some money to get you out, more than likely.
Do you have a warrant arrest?
Male or female?
Male. So I drop guns in the car here, don't we?
Yeah, everything stays in the car, I think.
I wonder if we shut the car off in this jail.
Yeah, usually I kill it.
Thank you.
Here's your pen before I forget.
This is file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner. We are here for a number of motion hearings this morning. Council, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We were discussing maybe the best way to proceed, so I don't know if the court has a preference.
I don't, whatever you think is most efficient is fine. Let's proceed with Delbert here.
Okay, terrific.
Okay. All right, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat, and then please just state your name for the record.
For the hearing only, I don't have a problem with the laboratories or the PowerPoint or the CV, but again, just for the hearing.
Exactly. Let me, I've got a copy here. So first.
Just working on some exhibits.
Sure.
It actually will make it go somewhat faster.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, my name is Michelle Ponchke,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Ponschke.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell the court who you are and what you do for a living.
Like I said, my name is Michelle Ponchke. I work for the Michigan State Police Crime Lab in Lansing. I am a manager of the Trace Evidence Unit.
Okay. And as a manager of the Trace Evidence Unit, do you deal with paint evidence?
I do, yes.
Okay. And what other types of evidence briefly do you deal with?
I also examine explosives evidence, physical fit evidence, chemical unknowns. I believe that's everything.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert in those areas in courts in the state of Michigan?
In some of those areas, yes.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert in paint analysis in Michigan?
Yes, I have been.
Okay. And approximately how many times?
Approximately 9 times.
Okay. And has there been any time that you've been rejected as an expert in paint analysis?
No.
Okay. I think we've admitted, just for purposes of this hearing, exhibit number 1, or at least we'd move to admit it at this point, which is Ms. Ponchke's CV.
Any objection?
No, so for purposes of the hearing, I believe that we have agreed that the laboratory reports, the CV, and I think a Daubert created for the Daubert hearing PowerPoint, just because it may assist the court in making a determination. Obviously, not for trial, but for purposes of the hearing.
And I've used blue exhibit markers rather than the red we'll be using for trial.
Okay. So I have a People's Exhibit 1, which is the CV, People's Exhibit 3, which is a laboratory report, and I'm just not sure what the third item is.
So the binder there is number 2. That's the PowerPoint itself.
Okay.
And there should be a total of 3 lab reports, which would be 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. So, Ms. Shari, you're stipulating to admission for purposes of listening to all of this?
Yes, but only for the hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so People's Exhibits 1 through 5 for purposes of this Daubert hearing only will be admitted.
Thank you, Honor. Have you received specialized training in paint analysis?
Yes, I have.
And could you tell the court what that is?
Yes. So when I started working for the Michigan State Police, I worked on a paint training program, in-house training that included a lot of readings, analyzing mock cases, and working with other trained paint examiners. It culminated in a written exam, a mock trial, and a mock trial about a mock case that I would have done to assure that I could testify appropriately about the results of that case. There's also been training over the years on instrumentation and specific paint analysis to aid me along the way.
Okay. And are you periodically tested to make sure that your skills are up to date?
Yes.
And explain that.
We do yearly proficiency tests. So it would be a mock case essentially of paint evidence. I do a proficiency test on paint yearly, and there are intended results of this case that we find out later what the answers are. And I've been doing those tests yearly since 2015, and I've gotten the correct answer every year.
Okay. So somebody gives you a couple samples, which they know if they match or not, and then they give them to you to determine whether you say that it's a match or it's not a match?
Yes, if any of the samples are similar or not, yes.
Okay. And since they know whether or not they came from the same source, it's certain whether they did or not, what the right answer is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you say you've passed that every single time?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's switch to what you do on a day-to-day basis when it comes to paint analysis overall. I think today you're here to talk about these things that we've got on the first slide here, in terms of, in general, what you're doing and how you actually go about step by step determining whether there's a match or not.
If two samples are similar or not, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You've got a slide here that indicates what is paint. Oh, okay. Can you explain to the court what are the different parts of paint that you could use to distinguish one paint from another?
Yes. So before paint dries, it's made up of solvents, binders, pigments, and additives. And when paint dries or cures, the solvent evaporates. So what I'm looking at when I'm analyzing paint are the binder, pigment, and additive components, which are part of the formulation of the paint. So every manufacturer uses a different combination of these components. So what I'm analyzing are the binders, pigments, and additives, and comparing those components of paint samples.
Okay. And does color have anything to do with the binders, pigments, and additives?
Yes. So the color would be imparted by the pigment. Some color can be imparted by some of the additives that are added to the paint, but predominantly the pigment gives it the color that we see.
And if you had two samples that are the same color, would you still be able to distinguish them by the pigment?
Using instrumentation, yes.
Okay. All right, so what would be the purpose of you doing a paint examination?
Typically, a paint examination is used to compare question samples and known samples of paint. So question being paint samples that we don't know the origin of versus known samples, which are paint samples we do know the origin of. This can be car paint, this can be house architectural paint, spray paints, any type of paint really. It also can be used to classify different characteristics of these paints for comparison, and can be used to corroborate witness statements, especially in cases of like hit and runs, determining car colors that are present at the scene, things like that.
Okay, and in this particular case, you had a known and an unknown?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that you generally look at what you'd call a paint chip when you're doing this comparison?
Yes.
Could you explain what that is?
Yes. So a paint chip is typically just a chip of dried paint. When you think about how paint dries, it usually dries in a thin layer, so that can chip off of any surface that it is on. So what I'm looking at typically is just an actual chip that has fallen off or was purposely removed for the purposes of analysis.
Okay. And does the chip usually have just one layer or multiple layers, or does it depend?
It depends on the actual surface that's being sampled from. Automotive paint usually has multiple layers. If you think about when you paint your house, there could be multiple layers of paint there because you don't know, if you bought a house brand new, maybe there's one fresh coat of paint on there. But if it's a house that you purchased from somebody else, there's who knows how many layers of paint underneath what you're going to paint on there. So a paint chip could have multiple layers. It could only have one layer. It really depends.
Okay. And that's something that you can observe when you do the analysis?
Yes.
Okay. All right. On the slide, you've got 4 examples of different types of paint. And the question is whether you can distinguish 100%, with an unknown sample, whether this is an automotive, architectural, maintenance, or a non-automotive vehicular paint.
Most frequently, the discrimination I make is automotive versus non-automotive. A lot of architectural and maintenance paints can look similar, or there are formulations of maintenance paints that can be used in architectural formulations. So I most commonly discriminate between automotive and non-automotive, but they can all look different, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm looking at the picture that's in this on the left. Can you explain what's happening there?
Yes, so on the left, someone is scraping paint directly from a surface. So that's an example of how paint can be collected from a surface. Either this could be a known sample of paint from a car part, or there could be a potential transfer of paint from another surface that someone could be scraping off of there too.
Okay, and what about the clothing?
We can scrape down clothing, or I can scrape down clothing to collect various debris from clothing, especially in cases of like a pedestrian hit and run. If someone has been hit by a vehicle, there is the potential for paint or other types of evidence to transfer to their clothing. So I would scrape down their clothing, collect debris from it, and look through it for possible paint chips.
Okay. In this case, though, no clothing was submitted as evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in on this a little bit if I can. What is depicted there on that slide?
So this would be after a shirt was processed, so scraped down, debris would have been collected from it, and the debris would have been searched through to see, to find paint chips. So these would have been the paint chips removed from that debris, all placed on a glass slide. So there's an approximate 2 millimeter scale there to kind of give you context for how small some of these paint chips can be.
And is that enough for you to actually analyze?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And is this just zooming in on that same slide?
Yes.
Okay. And then this as well, just a further zooming in?
Yes, of just some chips that were off to the left in that previous image, to give you context again of how small some of the samples can be.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so on this slide, you've got in terms of the least destructive technique to the most destructive technique in terms of examining a paint sample, correct?
Correct.
And you've got 3 visual and 3 instrumentation steps listed. And we'll go through these one by one, but can you describe in general what the method is that you use as you go through these steps?
Sure. So first I would look at a paint chip visually. Predominantly this is done with microscopy or various types of microscopy. Stereomicroscopy, polarized light microscopy, and fluorescence microscopy all give different visual techniques to look at the paint, assess things like layer, colors, layer thickness, things like that. And then instrumentation would be used to assess things like the actual chemical makeup of the individual layers of the paint. It provides information about the binders, additives, and pigments that I had talked about earlier. And each instrumentation step provides more and more information or corroborates other information I've learned from other instrumentation to give more of a profile of what that paint looks like.
Okay. And as you are going through these steps, what is your thought process? Are you saying, okay, it's similar, or are you looking to say, no, these are, I can exclude these from being from the same source?
Typically, the thing I'm looking for are differences. So at each step, I'm looking to see, are there any characteristics about these paint samples that are different when I'm comparing a known and a question sample? So are there things like, particles that I can see via microscopy that are present in one sample that are not present in the other? If I don't see any differences, I move on to the next analysis step. So I'm looking for differences through every step. And if I see differences that I cannot explain as to why they're different, that is when I would stop and say they're from different sources.
Okay. So if you get to the end, that means that you've gone through each step and you've said, no, I can't distinguish it based on.
Objection leading.
All right, could you explain how, well, I guess you're on under 611, you could allow a little bit of leading in this area.
She's the expert in paint analysis. She's supposed to be saying what the step is and then what happens at the end, not being spoon-fed the answer.
I'm summarizing what she just testified to, is all.
All right, I would agree with Ms. Chartier.
Okay.
The expert information should come from the expert, not from somebody of an attorney. So I would
thank you.
say that.
Okay, can you just explain a little bit further how you go through this step by step in terms of your process?
Can you expand on that?
Sure. The last thing that you said was if you can distinguish and you can't explain the distinction at the first step under stereo microscopy, that would be the end of it for you. You'd end at that step, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the same for the polarized light microscopy, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. That's enough. Thank you. We'll go on to the next one. All right. So what is this as an example of?
So this is an example of the first steps of visual exams that I would conduct of a paint chip. This is an example of an automotive paint chip with multiple layers. So I would be looking at physical properties of the chip. Looking at it from the top down, you can see the color of the paint chip, all the different decorative flake that you can see in that color layer. And then once layers are exposed, you can see that there are four layers in this chip. There's a clear layer, there's that color layer that you can see with the decorative flake, there's a light gray layer, and there's a dark gray layer. So this paint chip has 4 layers, all of which would be analyzed as part of the exam and compared to a question chip if a question chip was present that also had those 4 layers.
Okay. So you could look at it from the top down or you could look at a cross section.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And what is in the picture here?
So this is a stereo microscope that I would use in the laboratory, and I'm using that to assess those properties that I just discussed, things like layers, layer structure, layer thickness.
Okay. All right, and is this an example of what you might see?
Yeah, so these are examples of cross sections of different types of paint. So the left one is of an automotive paint chip, and the right one is of architectural paint, each of which have quite a few layers. So looking at it by cross section, I can determine how many layers could be present in a paint sample.
Okay. Okay, and explain what's in this slide then.
So this is to show one of like the first steps of an examination. There is one known sample, the K, and 2 question samples that are both marked Q. And looking at them from the top down, I cannot differentiate between them because they all are similar colors. They have similar decorative flake in that color layer. And the distribution of that decorative flake is also consistent across all 3 samples. So at that stage, I would not be able to tell the difference between these 3 samples.
And can you give us a general idea? I mean, when we went to that first slide and saw how small those pieces were, are the pieces here about that same size, if you know?
I don't know. Yes, I don't know.
Okay, and what about this slide?
So this shows a comparison microscope. This comparison microscope is made up of two polarized light microscopes. So this allows me to look at samples side by side. I can use one stage at a time and view one sample at a time, or I can view two samples simultaneously. The image on the right shows an example of those two images of two different samples that I would be viewing simultaneously, so I can compare them.
And what does polarized light give you than the stereo microscope wouldn't have given you?
So polarized light microscopy gives greater contrast for smaller particles, so I can see these like clear particles a little bit better. It also is higher magnification, so I can see very detailed parts of the paint a lot easier. And the polarized light provides better contrast, so I can see, like I said, things like these colorless clear particles easier.
Okay. And on the left, that's the actual PLM instrument?
On the left, that's the image or I'm sorry, the left, yes, is the microscope, yes, that is made up of two PLMs.
Okay. And again, this is another example of the PLM process?
Yeah, so on the left is an image of two black paints that I would be comparing via PLM. The paint on the left has these blue particles in it that the paint on the right does not. So that would be something I would be able to discriminate between these two paints based on, because that's a different characteristic between the two. I could look at them under different lighting conditions. So that's the image on the right is of crossed polar. So now there's another lighting condition added that provides even greater contrast to see if I could see any other differences between these two samples. As you can see, there's not additional information gained by doing the crossed polar viewing. However, the polarized light microscope viewing shows differences that at this point I would be able to say these two samples did not originate from the same source.
Okay. Okay, are we on to now the third step?
Yeah, so this is an example of fluorescence microscopy. So it's the same two black paint samples. And this is just to provide context for fluorescence. There's 3 different fluorescence settings that I examine. And just to see if the samples fluoresce similarly, fluoresce differently, fluoresce different colors under the same conditions. These samples fluoresced slightly differently under these conditions, but because I already saw the difference between the blue particles, this slight difference would also add credence to why I would say these two paints did not come from the same source.
Okay, so those were the visual tests that you would do.
Correct.
Okay, and now what is the next section that we're on?
Now I would move to instrumentation. So now looking at the actual chemical makeup of the paint samples.
Okay, and so now it's dealing with infrared spectroscopy?
Correct.
Okay, and explain that.
So infrared spectroscopy provides information about the actual chemical bonds that are making up the paint. Infrared light interacts with the paint sample, and every chemical bond that can absorb infrared or interact with infrared produces a peak on a spectrum. So what I look at is the actual spectrum and all of the peaks that are generated by the spectrum, and some peaks correspond to binder chemistry, some peaks correspond to pigments or additives, and that gives me information about what the paint is actually made up of.
Okay, all right, let's look at one of those. Well, here's the instrument first, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And is this what you were describing?
Yes, so the peaks are what are pointing down. This is a typical paint spectrum.
Okay, and so the y-axis on the left, it's %T.
Yeah, so that means percent transmittance, or how much infrared energy is being, or how much each chemical bond is transmitting infrared.
Okay, and then the x-axis along the bottom there, what is that telling us?
That is wave numbers. So each wave number corresponds to a particular type of chemical bond.
Okay, all right. So is that described here?
Yes, so the peaks that are circled are the diagnostic peaks that help me determine that this particular paint is made up of a terephthalic alkyd with urethane, and yeah, that's determined by those particular peaks.
Okay, and so would you do a similar test between the known and the unknown sample?
Yes.
Okay.
And then this just points out additional peaks that can help me determine that the paint also contains things like titanium dioxide, calcium carbonate, and kaolinite based on those particular peaks that are circled.
Okay. And what is this graph showing?
So this is a comparison of two different infrared spectra of paint from yellow pry bars. So these are two different yellow pry bars, but they are painted with yellow paint that I cannot tell the difference between because their IR spectra are so similar. They have the same binders and additives, as pointed out before, that I cannot tell the difference between these two IR spectra.
Okay, so you're specifically looking at the peaks, or are you looking at the whole graph?
The whole thing.
Okay. And how about this graph?
So this is another comparison of two yellow pry bars. So they look generally similar, but they are indeed different because they contain different additives. They have a similar binder chemistry, so they are both terephthalic alkyds. However, they contain different additives. So these paints could be differentiated.
So looking at the graph at the on the x-axis at the 3,000 mark.
Yes.
Those two peaks look like they line up. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. What does that tell us?
I believe those peaks are carbon-hydrogen bonds, so they both contain carbon-hydrogen bonds.
Okay. So the two samples may have some of the same, but not all of the same.
Correct.
Okay. And you distinguish them if they had any different, or would you need a certain amount of difference before you say these are different?
It's not about the amount of differences. It's just, are there differences?
Okay. So even one difference, you'd say these are different paints.
It depends on if the difference is explainable.
Okay. All right, how about this one?
So this is just displaying the differences the predominant differences I saw, especially in the additive chemistry. So the black spectrum is the spectrum that we've looked at before, that shows that there's titanium dioxide and kaolinite. And the blue spectrum is the newer yellow pry bar paint that contains barium sulfate, which is those two peaks on the far right end of the spectrum that are not present in the black one.
And you have that circled on the right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and what is this showing us?
So this is a comparison of the original yellow pry bar paint to a questioned yellow paint. And these I would be able to differentiate because they have different binder chemistry, they have different additives, so their spectra are just completely different. There are peaks that line up, but overall the spectra are different, so they do not have the same origin.
Okay. Okay, now we're moving on to the next method of comparison.
Yes.
And what is this?
Scanning electron microscopy and energy dispersive spectroscopy. So this is an elemental technique. An electron beam is shot at parts of the paint, and the paint or certain areas of the paint will emit X-rays that correspond to specific energies of different elements. So the spectrum that results corresponds to specific elements that are present in the paint. So while IR gives us chemical bond information, SEM EDS gives information about what actual elements are present in the sample.
Okay. Is this a difference between molecules and atoms?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And on the left, we have what?
On the left is an image of the SEM EDS that is in the laboratory that I use. On the right is an example of an image generated by a scanning electron microscope. Because the image is generated using an electron beam, the image is in black and white.
Okay. So this is not necessarily a gray or black or white paint?
No, this would be a cross-section of automotive paint. So There'd be clear, there'd be grays. I don't remember exactly what color the color code would have been, but yeah, the image is gray, grayscale because the image is generated with an electron beam.
Okay. Is this the results that you would get?
Yeah, so this spectrum is what would result from the analysis of a layer of paint. So you can see the different elements that are present in that particular layer of paint.
Okay, and are these peaks, the red going up?
Yes.
Okay, and then do you have them marked as to what elements those represent?
Yes, so their periodic table listings are what are on the spectrum, but I have them listed below by their full elemental names. So carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, sodium, aluminum, silicon, sulfur, titanium, barium, and iron are what are present in this.
Okay. And what is represented here?
So this would be a comparison of question and known paints, their EDS spectrum, to show that their spectra cannot be differentiated because they have the same elements present and all of those elemental peaks are in similar ratios to one another, relative to one another.
Okay. I mean, it looks so close that it's hard to tell one line from the other. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. And what is depicted here?
So this is another instrumental technique that I can use. It's called microspectrophotometry. This is very helpful for paints with a lot of color or more vibrant colors. It measures the absorbance of light and can help differentiate between actual pigment colors. So while two paints can look the same color to the naked eye, there might have been different pigments used to impart that color. And this technique can help differentiate between how those pigments absorb light.
Okay. You indicate on the slide not helpful on white, black, gray architectural paints. Can you explain why that is?
Yes, those pigments don't necessarily absorb light very well using this instrument. So there's an example on the next slide of a spectra that gets generated by trying to use this technique on those particular paints. It doesn't provide a lot of information in terms of being able to compare.
Okay. Is this the slide that you were referring to?
Yes. So the spectrum on the left is an example of gray architectural paints. As you can see, kind of a flatline spectrum, not a lot of absorbance information that can be used to compare between question and known paints. On the right, however, is spectra of blue architectural paints. The spectra in red are question paints. The spectra in black are collections from known paints. So all of those absorbance spectra look similar and cannot be differentiated.
Okay. And in this case, were you able to use this test?
No.
And why was that?
Because what I was asked to analyze in this case was white architectural paint, which does not absorb light very well in this technique.
Okay. All right. So are there other tests that you did not use or you don't generally use in your lab?
Yes.
Okay. And does this describe what they are?
Yes. There are other comparison techniques that can be used by paint examiners. They're just not techniques that we use in the Michigan State Police laboratory system. The techniques that we do use provide a lot of information that helps assess the microscopical, chemical, and physical properties of the paint. And this instrumentation would not provide additional information that we would need to tell the difference between paints.
Okay. All right. Explain this, please.
So this is explaining that the techniques that we use in our system are complementary techniques that all assess different aspects of paint and are complementary to each other to give us a full profile of what the paint looks like, and gives us the maximum potential for being able to discriminate between a question and known sample. And every step of the analysis is meant to look for differences between two samples. And if there are exclusionary differences seen between two samples at any step of the analysis scheme, then the analysis is complete. And at that point, I would say that the two samples did not originate from the same source. As long as I do not see exclusionary differences between the samples, I would continue along my analysis scheme.
Okay. All right. And so when you reach your final results, how do you report them? What are the various ratings or levels that you would use?
So my conclusions would be stated in a report and would explain whether or not I saw any differences between the two samples if I'm doing a comparison. We use an association scale to help qualify these results and kind of give context to what these results mean. Whether there's an elimination that these two paints did not originate from the same source, whether there's an association that it's possible that the paints originated from the same source, or whether maybe it's inconclusive and I cannot determine whether or not these paints originate from the same source.
Okay. And do you have some examples of those different levels?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and explain this one.
So this is just meant to explain that not all associations, so in the association scale, there are different levels because not all associations carry the same significance. There are things about paint that can increase or decrease the significance of an association. Things like having a lot of layers that are similar to one another can make the paint sample a little bit more rare, which makes it a higher degree of association. Things like a very common paint in the population can lower the significance of the association because there's probably more of it out in the population. And then things like limited sample size, limited testing available for the paint, the condition of the paint that can also make the association weaker, I guess.
Okay. And excuse me, along that last line, you said the condition of the paint. So could you have a fresh sample and then you don't know with what how old the other one is?
No, it would be more like the sample is incredibly small and therefore maybe it's very crumbly and very hard to get a good sample of in order to run all of the instrumental techniques on. It's more about the condition being that the sample is very small and not conducive to all of the testing that we have.
Okay. Okay, and so you have an association scale that you use?
Correct.
Okay, we can go through that, I think. So why don't you explain level 1 identification?
So an identification means that the samples, the question and known paint samples actually physically fit together. This indicates that they were once joined and that they share a source.
Okay, and is this a picture that explains that?
Yes, so on the left is a picture of a vehicle hood with various paint samples that were aligned to the hood. And on the right, you can see the actual hood is on the bottom and a paint sample on the top aligning with the hood. And you can see that the edges align and also striations across line up as well to show that this paint originated from this section of the hood.
Would you make a level 1 identification based only on the physical properties, or would you have also gone through the steps of the visual and the chemical steps?
The visual and chemical, or the chemical steps, are not necessary for a physical fit. The physical fit is based on the alignment of these edges, the striation alignment, and things like the actual surfaces lining up together.
Okay. All right, what about level 2?
So a high degree of association means that all of the exams that were conducted produced similar results. So all of the features of the paint were similar to each other under all conditions that were tested. It's just that there's something about the paint that's a little bit more rare in the population that isn't something commonly encountered.
Okay. And I think it's probably helpful to contrast that with, well, here, let's do this first.
So as an example, this is a cross-section between two paints that I have received. This is a comparison microscope photo, so you can see side by side a question and known paint sample. There is known paint from a vehicle and question paint that would have transferred to another vehicle, that two vehicles came in contact with each other. And the known paint had 9 layers. It's kind of difficult to see, but there's a clear coat at the top, there's the red, and there's a very thin black layer at the bottom of that top section, and that repeats 3 times, making 9 layers. The question paint sample that transferred onto the other vehicle also had 9 layers. And doing all of the chemical tests across all of those layers were similar to one another. And because 9 layers of original finished paint on a car is not common, this is much more rare in this population. So that makes it more of a level 2.
Okay. And so just so we're on the same page, what is in the picture, it looks like 3 layers, but you're saying that's actually 9 layers of paint.
Correct.
Okay. And the gap between the red and the black, the first, second, and third red and the black, you're saying there's actually something in there?
Yes, there's a clear layer there, yes.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and explain level 3 association?
So level 3 association is usually the most common association we get for paint samples when they're similar. This means that all of the tests that I would have done on the paint samples resulted in similar results. I cannot tell the difference between the question and known paint samples, which means that they could have been from the same source, but because paint is so mass produced, other paints could have been similar to either of these samples.
Okay. So you go through all your tests, you can't tell them apart.
Correct.
But you can't say for sure that they came from the same source.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and what about level 4 and 5?
So level 4 brings us to a limited association, which means similar to a level 3, all of the characteristics were similar. As opposed to a level 3, one of the things that drop it to a level 4 would give me a reason to kind of make it a limited association is something about the paint is much more common in the population. So for example, when vehicles are painted, there's primer paints that are used on the metal before we get to the color paints. And that chemistry is very, very similar across a lot of manufacturers. So that is, of the tests that I can do, there's not a lot of differences that can be seen across the entire population of cars. So if that was the only layer of paint I had in a comparison, there are factors or there are characteristics of that paint that are very, very common in that population of paints, making it less common and making the association mean a little bit less.
Okay, so just to go back for a second, if we go back to this picture on the level 2, when you say it's a high degree of association, if you were just to, if you didn't have the 9 layers, let's just say you had the top layer, that's all you had. Okay.
So just the clear layer?
Well, let's say take a top layer of the paint, I guess. So can we assume that the red is 1 layer?
Sure.
Okay. If you compared the red to the red only, do you know what kind of a association you would have?
If everything was similar about those 2 paints, I would probably, my association would probably be a level 3 because of their, because red is there is a color associated with it. So it would only be red vehicles of that type of car that would be similar to that.
Okay, and so what gets us to a level 2 here is what?
That there are 9 layers and that they're all original to that vehicle.
Okay, all right. And then similarly, to go from a level 3 to a level 4, if you're testing a level 4, you go through all 5 or 6 tests and you can't distinguish them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so what's the difference then? Because that's the same for level 3 also. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so then tell us again, what's the difference then if you go through both tests on a level 3 and a level 4, both sides you can't distinguish between the two. How do you distinguish between a level 3 and a level 4?
So level 4 I would use when there's something about the paint, like I said, that's a bit more common in the population. So if I had a single layer comparison of like one of those primer layers where I know the chemistry does not vary across doesn't vary much across the population of vehicles, even manufacturer to manufacturer, that doesn't give me a lot of unique characteristics to say that these are similar and that similarity is meaningful.
Okay, so basically you're comparing the 2 known samples to what you know to be the prevalence of this type of paint out in the world?
Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. And then what about level 5?
Level 5 means that there are, in all the exams I performed, the question and known items are similar in some, but not all of the measured properties. So there are some differences that are minor, and they could be explained potentially by things like contamination, contribution from other, the environment, or maybe other layers if the sample is a multi-layer sample. But I couldn't say for sure if that's a reason that they're completely different to the point that I would eliminate them.
Okay. Let me just see where we're at here. Okay, let's keep going. What is this slide telling us?
This is just to round out the end of the association scale. So other possible conclusions could be unsuitable for comparison, an elimination, or an inconclusive non-association.
Okay. All right, let me just, I was going to say, I want to see if we're at a, yes, we are.
Looks like that's a good.
Yep. We're at a good breaking point now, if the court would like to do that.
Okay. Yes, I do need to do that. I have a meeting that I need to be at that started 2 minutes ago. So we will break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30 and continue at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise. The circuit court is in session. The Honorable Michael O. Sayer presiding. May be seated.
Are we ready to?
I think so, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so back on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner. Ms. Moshke, you can come back to the witness stand, please. And Mr. McCready, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to go over with you basically how the science is reliable. And I think you've thought about this in terms of the Daubert factors. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then you've listed them on this slide?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll just go over these one by one.
Sure.
Okay. So the first one,
So the first prong of the Daubert standard is testing by employing scientific methods. So paint, comparing paint samples, we are developing a hypothesis. The hypothesis could be that the question and known paint samples did not originate from the same source, meaning an elimination. So then we would adopt the opposite hypothesis, that they did originate from the same source. As I discussed with the association scale, only a physical fit or physical match would produce this type of hypothesis, but that at least that they could have originated from the same source would be other steps on the association scale. And then we would test this by doing all of the instrumental techniques, all of the visual techniques, using all of the scientifically valid tests that I use to determine whether or not these paint samples could have been similar to each other.
Okay.
So basically, the paint samples could be different if there are differences between the two of them, or they could be similar because all of the tests run did not produce any differences.
Okay. So that's kind of a summary of what we started with.
Correct.
Yeah.
So whether or not paint is able to be tested, we can discriminate between paint samples using visual techniques to see differences between layers, colors, the actual sequence of the layers, and instrumental techniques can be used to discriminate between chemical components. Like I described earlier, the binder, pigment, and additive components that are left behind once paint dries. These methods are used by paint manufacturers that actually test paints, but these are also instrumental techniques that are used across all sorts of sciences.
Okay. All right. So now, is this subject to peer review and publication?
Yes. So there is the American Society for Testing Materials, the ASTM, that has created guidelines for paint comparisons. That particular guideline is E1610. There are also
And we're back. I think I have the wrong video, or they added it in this one too, but it was a different time. So I'll double check what's up here. Maybe it's they didn't have all of this. Something's not right. Because this one is an hour and 11 minutes, but the one before was 45 minutes. So or maybe they edited out a break or something of the other one, and I can just move on. But is that the same girl? Is she wearing the same clothes? Is this someone different? This has something's up, or they're doing more paint stuff. This feels different, right? Let me just double check. Sorry, guys. I'm going to keep playing this, but I'm going to double check on my other screen because I feel like she looks different.
various guidelines that exist for handling evidence and documenting an examination. These guidelines are reviewed regularly, and they've been reviewed by the scientific community. They're updated every 5 years approximately, or as needed. And there's several other guidelines that direct forensic paint analysis that I've included elsewhere in the presentation, but they're guidelines by ASTM for all sorts of forensic paint analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe this might be the afternoon.
Yeah,
Maybe they took a break.
Sorry. There was also a scientific working group at one point for materials analysis. They produce guidelines
I'll find something
for all sorts of comparisons for different types of materials, paint being one of them. So there are guidelines that were published by.
I can play something else because that's not what I, or maybe I didn't. Let me see. Let me just double check. Is this, if this is going to be all paint stuff again, even if it's new, this doesn't feel interesting.
In terms of percentage,
But the defense, that's what it is. So the defense, so they cut out. So I'll play the defense part. Did they play this? Does anybody? I'll wait till you catch up. Maybe this one is the prosecution and defense. Felt like the other one stopped at 45 minutes, which is right here. That's what happened. Because the defense gets up at 45 minutes. So the other one was just the prosecutor. So this is the same video, so it's the same day in video. It's just maybe after lunch or something. So I'll play it from 45 minutes basically, because the other one was 45 minutes long. So that makes sense. So here's the defense. Did she get up last one? I don't recall. Do you guys remember? She couldn't have, because it was only 45 minutes long, and the prosecution was up the first 45 minutes. So I'm almost positive this is what's going on.
Individual source cannot be determined, right?
Correct.
So
with my results, agree with my conclusions, and agree with the association.
And 16. And the known samples.
Started on the comparison right away.
Analysis in this case, and then I'll move on to.
Yeah, because it was 35 minutes, but they had like 10 minutes of stuff farting around in that. So, or maybe they took a break in the other one. So then the defense gets up and they're the rest of it. So, okay, good. I figured.
Now, did you look for that lower gray layer?
So right when he finishes here, I'm just
So you
going to
had
speed it
7
up a
samples
bit.
Total,
Does he?
A through G.
Or I'm just going to
B
go
and
ahead
E
until
were next to the
defense
weld,
starts.
correct? So far? Did you look?
Here.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ponchke. How are you?
Okay, so I'll timestamp this in my video at 1:45 that the defense comes up.
Afternoon, not bad. How are you?
Good, thank you.
The defense comes up to eat their paint chips. And
So I'm going to start with the specific analysis in this case, and then I'll move on to some more general questions about paint analysis. So correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. February 25th, 2025, you actually go to the scene where the tank is and collect those samples, correct?
I would have to check on the date, but I remember it being February of 25. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay, do you want to take a look and see?
Sure. Thank you. Yes, so February 25th of 2025.
So you chose the areas where you were going to collect paint samples, and you indicated that you took 7, correct?
Correct.
Now you took that in February. You conducted the next test. So this would be lab report number 12. It says date completed June 25th, 2025. Is that accurate?
If that's what my report says, then yes.
It does. How long does it take you to conduct these tests?
It depends, honestly. I think on average, it can take me about a month to do a full comparison, depending on how complicated the case is. So it varies.
Do you know why it took 5 months or 4 months?
I probably wasn't working on the comparison that whole time. The samples would have been collected from the tank in February. That doesn't mean that I started on the comparison right away in February or at the end of February. I don't remember when I would have received the stir sticks as known samples for comparison. So that could have dictated when I started the comparison. But I don't know when I would have started the comparison. So I'm not sure how long I actually worked on that particular comparison for.
Does it take you a full month to do the comparison?
It can, yes.
So working on it 40 hours a week for an entire month?
I wouldn't be working on it 40 hours a week necessarily because I am a manager. So I manage several people and can do, my time is split between casework and other things. So I wouldn't be working on the comparison for 40 hours a week, but say half of the week I would be working on the comparison. So say 20 hours a week, maybe more, maybe less on average. But yeah, on average, I would say it takes me about a month to work on a comparison.
So June 25th, 2025, this is your lab report 12 that comes out, and the containers that you were given with the items, the known samples, it was paint can 1, paint can 2, paint can 3, and then a clear plastic container with a green lid. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
And then you had your 7 samples that you collected from the tank itself, right?
Yes.
So then when we look at those results, it indicates that, in your opinion, the uppermost layer of white paint from each item collected from the chemical tanker did not originate. So we're looking at LV6A and LV6G, did not originate from the paint sources represented by items 17 and 18. So that would be paint can 3 and the clear plastic lid, right?
Yes.
But then when you look at the uppermost layer of white paint from items A through G, the tank samples, they're similar in chemistry to samples of items 15 and 16. And those are 2 separate paint containers, correct?
Yes.
So you tested it and they match paint can 15 and then, or similar to, I shouldn't say match, similar to 15 and similar to 16, right?
Correct.
Do you know, so that's Rust-Oleum white. Do you know how many cans of Rust-Oleum white are produced in a year?
I do not know.
Do you know how many cans of Rust-Oleum white are sold in Michigan?
No, I do not.
Is there any sort of a database where you can check that?
No.
Did anybody contact the company to see how many cans they sell in a year?
No, and I don't know that they would share that information, frankly.
But nobody tried, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the samples match 2 different paint cans, correct?
Or similar to, yes.
Or similar to, right. Okay, great. Similar to 2 different paint cans. You don't know if those paint cans were purchased at the same time?
No.
You don't know how long those paint cans had been there?
No.
You don't know really anything about how long those paint cans have existed, were they sold at the same company, same store, anything like that, right?
No.
And then you said it's similar to, so you determined that it's a level of association. Does anyone weigh in on that? Like, do you have someone check your work to determine whether it's association level 3 is the way to go?
Yes. So as I described earlier, all of my work gets reviewed. A technical reviewer, which is another paint examiner, would look over my entire case file and determine if they agree with my results, agree with my conclusions, and agree with the association that I have put on my report.
So you spend about a month on it, and then are they spending another month doing totally independent work?
No, they're reviewing all of the information, all of the case data that I've collected. So they're doing an independent review of the data that I'm providing them, but are looking at my notes, my data, and determining if my data supports my results.
And level 3 association says, well, essentially you reach that conclusion because other items have been manufactured that would also be indistinguishable from the submitted evidence. An individual source cannot be determined, right?
Correct.
So it could have come from the 2 paint cans in the photograph that Mr. McCready put up, right?
Correct.
Or it could not have.
Correct. It could have come from other paint cans that are indistinguishable from those ones.
Right. And we don't know how many of those paint cans exist, right?
Correct.
Could be 1,000.
I wouldn't put a number on it.
Right. Could be 10,000. It could be 1 million. You have no idea, correct?
No, I do not.
And then when you talk about at the bottom where you explain what level 3 association means, it says items are consistent in observed and measured physical properties and or chemical composition, and therefore could have originated from the same source. Because other items have been manufactured that would also be indistinguishable from the submitted evidence, an individual source cannot be determined, right?
Correct.
So I want to just make sure I'm clear on your testimony. You're not saying that that paint on the tank came from those paint cans.
No, I cannot say that.
Right, because you can't. And fair to say nobody could.
Correct.
Now then you went on and did additional work, and that's lab report 13, which was completed on July 23rd, 2025. Do you know why you did additional work?
I was asked to look at a trash can lid to determine if there was any paint on the trash can lid that also was similar maybe to any of the stir sticks.
Who asked you to do that?
I believe it was Detective Dan Dreher.
And then your result again was association, correct?
A level 3 association, yes.
So same as with the last one. Could have come from the same source, could not have come from the same source, right?
Correct.
It's fair to say you can't even give a percentage on what's the likelihood because you don't know the universe that you're actually working from, right?
That's probably fair to say, yes.
Thank you. And then You did another report, that's lab report 14. That was completed January 22nd, 2026, so that's not that long ago. What additional testing did you do on this?
So on that particular report, that addresses 2 samples that had multiple layers. So looking at multiple other layers that existed besides that top layer and comparing to the stir sticks to see if any of that paint was similar to any of the other layers in those paint samples.
Who asked you to do that additional testing?
Also Detective Drew.
And from that, it looks like if I'm looking at the results, I see elimination, elimination, inconclusive association, elimination, elimination, right?
I'd have to look at my report, but
want to take a look?
Sure. Thank you. So yes, there's an elimination to, so there were 2 samples that I analyzed, which then equates to 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of paint between the 2 items, which then equates to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different associations or eliminations. Conclusion statements is what I should say. So there's a gray layer that I was able to eliminate that was present on both LV6B and E. So 2 different eliminations there because that gray layer was not similar to any of the known stir sticks. There's a middle white layer on LV6E that was a level 5 association to paint sticks, the stir sticks from paint cans 1 and 2. And to make it clear, that also was not similar to the other 2 stir sticks, 17 and 18, so paint can 3 and the clear container. And then that lower white layer was dissimilar to all of the stir sticks, so another elimination.
So again, when I look at this, I see results. Elimination, and you gave a summary. Elimination, elimination, inconclusive association, elimination, elimination, right? Yes. I didn't miss a result, correct?
Correct.
So we are left with a lab report that indicates, again, could have come from that paint can, could not have come from that paint can, can't give us any sort of statistical analysis about the likelihood, right?
Correct.
And actually, I said paint can, 2 paint cans. So it could have come from either one of those 2 paint cans, neither one of those 2 paint cans, a paint can down the street, a paint can 2 towns over. No idea, right?
I could not say, no.
Do you know when the stir sticks were taken from the Munger property?
No.
What is the effect, if any, of paint? So if the stir sticks are taken 1 month and they're left for a year or 2 years, would that impact the analysis at all?
Not that I'm aware of, as long as they're not like left out in the sun. If they were collected and left out to the elements, that could affect their chemistry. But if they were collected and put into, say, a property room for 2 years, no, that shouldn't affect the analysis.
What about the paint cans itself? So those are kept in a barn where it's hot, it's cold. Does that impact at all?
I don't believe so. I mean, if they were open and not sealed, it's very possible that could affect their chemistry, but I don't believe so. I'm unaware of how paint changes when it's in its still wet phase.
Did those paint cans look open to you?
Yes.
When you say open, do you mean lid off or you mean open? So it's been opened, then lid goes back on.
I meant lid off. So they've been sitting open without any covering the entire time.
What about the paint on a tank? So let me ask you this question. You referred to automotive and architectural paint. What is the paint on the tank? How are you classifying that?
I would classify that as architectural paint.
Architectural, even though it's on metal?
Yes.
So architectural paint, what's the impact of something having been painted a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, and then it's being analyzed?
As far as I know, there aren't any implications to the paint changing over time. I know that automotive paint can change if it's been exposed to very high heats, but we're talking like over 100 degrees or more before the paint chemistry changes.
What about, how long does it take that paint to dry? Do you know?
I don't know.
So any issue with the weather? So somebody paints it and then it's sunny out, cold out, or we just don't know?
In terms of how quickly the paint dries?
Well, not just the paint dry, but like the chemical makeup, how it could be analyzed.
I don't think it should affect it.
Now, for your preparation today, you put that very detailed PowerPoint together. Did anybody help you with that?
I had some people review it to make sure that all of the content was accurate and made sense, but yes, all of that was prepared by myself.
And what about in preparing you to testify today? Did anyone help you go through your testimony with you, anything like that?
I discussed my PowerPoint with Mr. McCready, but it wasn't a preparation and this is what you should say.
But and I guess the better question is, so at MSP, were there a team of people there going over, okay, this is what you should say, this is what you should not say, or this is primarily you from your work?
This is my work.
And when it comes to the testing that we talked about in the lab reports, did other people work on that as well?
No.
When you talked about the peer review and that this has been a science that has been going on for a long time, science does change though, correct?
Correct.
And even forensic science. So hair analysis, shoe print analysis, the medical science behind shaken baby syndrome, all of those have changed dramatically over the years. Would you agree?
I mean, you'd have to be more specific, but science does change. Yes.
Science does change. Has this science changed in pain analysis? I know you put some things up from the 1950s. Has it been the same since the 1950s?
There's been new instrumentation introduced that helps discriminate paint better than probably in the 1950s. So yes, there's been changes, but I think the changes have made paint, has made the work that we do today better in terms of what we can discriminate.
Any critiques? So do you know anyone who's challenging the work that you're doing?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You talked about the lab and the accreditation. Have there been any issues with accreditation in the lab?
I'm sure there's been issues that not that I'm aware of at, the level that I'm at. That's not my job to deal with the issues in accreditation, but I know we've been accredited.
And also you talked about certification that you don't have. Who would do that certification?
An analyst can choose to get certification, so I could pursue it if I chose. Like I said, I'm not sure if there's certification that exists for paint examiners anymore, but that's something I could pursue on my own. Some disciplines require certification for certain analysts, but that's not a requirement for us.
The annual testing that you do, you said that's purchased from an outside company and they provide that to MSP and you take that test?
Correct.
Do you get like a grade for it? So you got 90% right, anything like that?
No, we find out the results of the test after the company gathers all of the so the company gathers all of the tests that they've distributed, they get all the answers to it, and then they distribute a report saying, these are all the answers that we received, and this is how we produce the test, so you know what the answer should be. So our agency gets that report, and someone looks at that report and compares that to how I would have answered the test. So it's kind of a pass-fail. Either I got it fully right or I did not get it fully right.
Okay. So you have to get it all right in order to kind of keep working?
I wouldn't say it would be to keep working. There would be a review process about why I got it wrong, if I got it wrong, maybe some retraining or maybe some procedure manual updates if necessary. But there would be a discussion if I got anything wrong.
And yeah, maybe I'm too harsh, right? Then you're done if you get something wrong. When you did the analysis here, I wanted to ask you another question because you were showing up on the screen different peaks. Any issue with different peaks in this case where you had to make like a subjective opinion on it?
Not that I can recall, no.
Have you, how many times have you tested as to pain analysis? Did you say 9?
Yes.
And the architectural paint that was used, can you, when you test it, I asked you about this database, but I'm just curious. So when you do the testing, is there anything that you can use to determine, for example, it's Rust-Oleum or Sherwin-Williams or whatever that paint is? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, or is it, if you don't have a known sample to compare it to, you would not be able to tell the brand? That's my question.
Correct. Yes. I would not be able to tell the brand without a comparison sample. I could tell you what the paint is made up of and what additives are present, what the binder chemistry of the paint is. I could classify a lot of things about the paint, but I couldn't tell you any information about what brand it came from or what particular gloss level it has without a comparison sample to say, yes, it looks similar to this particular one.
So you don't know, for instance, oh, this is unique to Benjamin Moore, this is unique to somebody else. That information is not shared.
Correct.
When I was looking at the studies in the PowerPoint, it talked about, for example, some of the automotive ones. It could classify to a red car or a red make and model of a car. So I'm just curious about that. Could it say, for example, all red Hondas or all red Toyotas, but it can't drill down more than that?
So the way that automobiles are painted are on a line. So the same chemistry is distributed across the line to cars of that make and model, potentially for a 5 to 10 year period, depending on when they want to revamp the formulation. So every 2023, say, I don't know, pick a manufacturer, Honda, of a particular model would have the same paint chemistry and same layers distributed across all of those cars of that same model, as long as they were painted at one particular plant. So any car painted at that plant for that model and year and of the same color we could not tell the difference between those.
So if there were 50,000 cars produced and painted at a plant, you would be able to say, okay, it's one of these 50,000 cars.
As long as they were the same color, yes.
And you talked about you look for differences that you cannot explain. When you were talking about that, what would be differences that you could explain when you're trying to differentiate?
Okay, so a difference I would be able to explain, say, when I analyze paint samples by infrared spectroscopy, I'm looking at very thin peels that I've collected from the paint sample, and I put that on a salt plate, which is made of potassium bromide. If I then bring that sample, those same samples to the scanning electron microscope, I might see elemental data on one of my samples that might have more potassium on it or more bromide on it that I wouldn't see in another sample. That I can explain because I know that's probably from my salt plate because I use the exact same sample, and that maybe is a transfer of the salt plate to my sample. So that's a difference maybe between my two samples, but I can explain where those differences are coming from.
Are there other types of explainable differences, or are they similar to the example you just gave?
There are others, but that would be the easiest way to explain a difference that I can tell where the difference came from.
Do you know, were there any explainable differences in this case?
For the level 3 associations, not that I can recall. The level 5 association that I reached, the inconclusive one, there were differences that have possible explanations, but I can't say for sure what the explanation would be as to why there were differences, hence the inconclusive association.
How many, so if you're doing paint analysis and it takes you about 40 hours, let's say, to work on this case, how many times a year are you working on paint analysis?
Depends on the year.
Okay.
There's definitely years I've done many paint cases. There's sometimes I might just do the proficiency test in the year. It depends on the year.
And when you say many, what is that? So would that be, so if we 12, because you would just be doing it almost full time?
Yes, around there. Yes. So when I started doing casework, I was just doing paint casework. So yeah, I probably did 10 to 15 cases a year that would have just been paint cases.
And then now, because you're a supervisor, obviously less than that.
Correct.
Now, I want to just kind of end where we started and make sure I understand. Before this ever went to the lab, somebody would see white paint and a can of white paint, and they would say it could be from that paint can or it could not be. Do you agree with me?
I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. Can you
Sure.
rephrase?
So if I see blue paint on a tank and a can of white paint, and it's white paint in that can, I'm not going to think that blue paint came from that white can. Fair?
Yes, that's fair.
So if we're just looking at eyeballing it, we see white paint on a tank and white paint in a can, nobody can say definitively that it came from that. It could or it could not have been, right?
Correct.
And then after all the testing, do you agree we're pretty much in the same spot? Could be from the paint cans or it could not be from the paint cans.
I would not say we're in the same spot because the testing at least could say potentially that they did not come from the same source, but because the testing that looks at all of the different features of the paint shows that they are not different, I would say that we're possibly even, we still can't say whether or not they came from different sources, but chemically we can't tell the difference between these, whereas there is a possibility that we could have told the difference between the two.
So the paint could have come from the cans we saw in the photograph, right?
Yes.
Or it could not have, correct?
Or it could have come from any can that was similar to those.
Sure, any can that's similar, right? And we don't
Yes.
know how many of those are.
Yes.
Thank you. No additional questions.
I just have one really quick follow-up. In terms of the eyeball test, you've got white paint on a tank, white paint in a paint can. You can't distinguish, you can't say whether, for sure, whether it came from that can or any other white paint that might be around. So far, so good?
Correct.
Okay. But now you take that to the lab and you run your 5 or 6 different tests that you described. Are you able to distinguish between different white paints? In other
Yes.
words, as you looked at the stereo microscope, is it possible to distinguish between what would look by the eye to be similar or the same type of paint, but when you get under a microscope, you can say, yeah, I can distinguish these?
That is possible, yes.
Okay, and at step 2, same?
Yes.
Step 3, step 4, step 5, all 5 steps?
Yes.
Okay, so you can, in the lab, distinguish what you couldn't distinguish by the eye.
Correct.
And in this case, you couldn't distinguish between the paint on the tank in the lab and the paint in those paint cans.
In 2 of the paint cans, correct.
Right, okay, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Shirley?
Yeah. So with all the hypotheticals that Mr. McCready just gave you, I just want to make sure I am very clear. You cannot say that the paint on the tank came from the paint in on the barn, correct?
I don't know where those paint cans were from, but I cannot tell you that that is absolutely the source of them. It could be any other paint can or paint source that looks exactly the same.
Great. And you don't even know what number that is, correct?
No.
It could be 1 million.
I would not put a number on it.
Ms. Shirley, we have this stuff
Okay,
already, so
all right.
I'm just reiterating.
Okay.
the point. I'm going to ask you to move on.
I'm done. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. McCready? No, you're all right. I need to step down.
Thank you.
Any further witnesses you're going to call, Mr. McCready? Mark, you care for an argument?
Yes. In our response to the motion, Your Honor, we cited People v. Hall. It's a great example to answer the question that's being raised by the defense. This case is not alone. There's a whole host of cases that say essentially the same thing. And these cases, Hall is at 433 Mich. 573. It's a 1989 Michigan Supreme Court case. But the principle is this. There was a challenge. The prosecution introduced the fact that the defendant had possessed a similar gun that was used in the crime. And the Supreme Court said, evidence of a defendant's possession of a weapon of the kind used in the offense with which he is charged is routinely determined by courts to be direct, relevant evidence of the commission of that offense. And we have the exact same analysis here. I agree. We cannot tell the jury that the paint on the tank came from those cans. And if the court wants to enter an order to that effect, we have no problem with that. But to say we can't talk about it at all runs in the face of People v. Hall and those type of cases, because it is relevant that there is two cans of paint on the same property that could have been used to paint that tank. And there are other white paints that have been distinguished, even in this case, and say, no, those couldn't be. That one can of white paint and the white paint in the plastic container could not have been used. So we know that there has been a ability to distinguish between white paints. This just is not any white paint could have done this. She's gone through all of her steps, and each step she's tried to distinguish the paint from the tank, from the paint from those cans. And at all those tests, she said, no, they're indistinguishable. I get that it could have come from another paint can some other place, but these paint cans were on the same property as the tank that we have alleged housed Ms. Warner. So under Hall, it's directly relevant evidence of the defendant's possession of this paint that we would argue at least is consistent with the paint on the tank, and therefore it's admissible.
This is entirely different than Hall, because this sort of paint, they can't even identify how many cans are sold in the country, in Michigan, in Southeast Michigan, like none of it. It could be one of a million paint cans sold. It could be one of 10 million. There's no way to determine that. Rust-Oleum, go to any Home Depot or Lowe's or Menards, and that paint is on the shelf. It is statistically relevant that she cannot even say with any sort of certainty what we're talking about in terms of percentage. It's on the Munger Road property, it could be anywhere. And even her own report indicates it is indistinguishable from the submitted evidence, or because an individual source cannot be determined. They cannot determine a source for the paint. It is misleading to put this in front of a jury and make it seem as if they can identify the paint on the tank as coming from paint that was on the Munger Road property, when again, we don't even know, would it match 1 million paint cans of Rust-Oleum white? It probably would. It probably would match 10 million paint cans of Rust-Oleum white. So for that reason, not only is the testimony irrelevant, but even if the court deems that it is logically or legally relevant, it is unfairly prejudicial, because it puts this veneer of science behind the paint analysis in this case, when in reality, there's no science here that links the paint on the tank to the paint on Munger Road, not to any sort of certainty where it should be presented to a jury in a murder case. Thank you.
Anything else?
You can get a 38 special any number of places. There could be millions of 38s floating around the country. I mean, the exact same argument could be made for a gun. So that for that reason, it's the same principle has been decided by the Michigan Supreme Court.
I'd like to take a short recess, and we'll be back in a moment to let you know for the sequence.
Motion or a notice would testify to numerous instances of bruising. She got mixed up between some of them, where she said that the dresser incident happened earlier than every other witness that it happened. But the admissible under either 404B and or 768.
Didn't answer that. He said in the, she didn't answer that. He said in the past, when he would ask that question, she would always answer. He wasn't trying to hide.
Motion or a notice would testify to numerous instances of bruising. She got mixed up between some of them, where she said that the dresser incident happened earlier than every other witness that it happened. But the bulk of the rest of the testimony is it happened in December, prior to her going missing in April. And we know exactly when it happened because she texts Amy Alexander, as the court knows from our previous motion, on December 7th, saying last night this happened. I'd also mentioned that, well, getting into that right now, since we're on that topic, in terms of the residual, because this is the subject of our residual motion now. The Michigan Supreme Court and People v. Christel, which I cited in our brief, said that domestic violence victims are oftentimes reticent to tell what happened to them for whatever reason, whether they're embarrassed or they don't want their relationship to be seen. They don't want people to think badly of the person that they're married to, whatever that may be. And the two cases that I cited, I understand that they are not binding on this court, but the Supreme Court of Georgia has addressed this on a number of occasions. Smart v. Georgia, Jacobs v. Georgia. In Smart, the defendant had slashed the tires of the victim, and that was testified to under the residual exception because the information came through the victim, who was then deceased. So she had told other friends and family, just like here. Again, the testimony or the residual hearsay was that the defendant had beat her with a suitcase 7 months before the murder. And the Georgia Supreme Court said that comes in under the residual exception because there's a certain inherent trustworthiness when a domestic violence victim confides in other people as to what's going on behind closed doors. Same with Jacobs v. Georgia. He got violent after a scuffle and that she was afraid of him, things like that. So there definitely is precedent for that. And so we would be asking for the dresser incident to come in, the hearsay surrounding that, again, as a prior act of domestic violence admissible under 768.27b. Those would be also admissible under 404B, but if they're not admissible under the statute, they're probably not admissible under 404B. Now, there are additional pieces of evidence that would probably come in only under 404B that probably aren't domestic violence because they're texts, arguments. We have several witnesses who will testify to face-to-face arguments on a regular basis. Again, some witnesses will say, sometimes it was almost daily. We have text arguments between the two. Again, in the months and year leading up to Dee going missing, text arguments over their phone that Dale admitted to the police, were fucking hellacious arguments. So again, countermanding her in front of what she considered her employees, alone that may not have a whole lot of relevance, but it definitely goes to the context of the marital disharmony that they experienced leading up to April of 2024. Not only that, but he has said that, the argument that they had that night was no big deal and that divorce really never came up, whereas she had told people that day, this is it. We're done. We're selling everything. And so there's a factual dispute as to whether there really was an argument, whether she really did say we're getting divorced on Saturday night before she's never seen again. And so the arguments leading up to this make it more likely that, in fact, she did ask for a divorce, tell him that we're done, we're selling everything, just like she had said she was going to. Critiquing her appearance and her cooking, things like that. Again, by themselves, they may be minimally relevant, but in the context, they show, again, the marital disharmony, and they make it more likely that she did want to end the marriage when she said she was going to. So that's the relevance. There's these things should be admissible under either 404B and or 768.27B. Thank you.
Mr. Warner is clear to the police in interviews that the government is going to be admitting that they argued that night. He told the police this was an argument, and it was one of the first times where he said, "Do you still love me?" And she said, she didn't answer that. He said in the past, when he would ask that question, she would always answer. He wasn't trying to hide from marital disharmony. He's the one talking to the police about it. And as Mr. McCready says, he tells them, if you look at our text messages, you'll see it's fucking hellacious the way we argue. He's not trying to hide from that. So to say that, well, it contradicts his version of what happened, he's pretty open about what happened that night. Also, to argue that she's hesitant to speak about what's going on. He lists 4 people who they want to put up and talk about this claim, push into the dresser, the choking. And then there are more people they're going to have to talk about marital disharmony, I guess, critiquing appearances in cooking, overriding her authority with employees. The choking does not, or it should not come in, because it does matter to the court when it allegedly occurred. The Watkins factors that the court can consider are part of what the court has to determine when it looks at whether it's relevant or not. Under the statutory other acts, it is not just a matter of, well, hey, it qualifies as an act of domestic violence according to the government. The court then needs to determine, is the act relevant? And then if relevant, is it unfairly prejudicial? So the court doesn't just ignore that, as the government seems to want the court to determine. And there are alternative ways for something to qualify as domestic violence. Intent of the defendant is one way, and then whether a reasonable person would feel harassed or threatened, terrorized is another. But the choking allegation is so far back, the temporal proximity is just not present. Also, again, she told multiple stories about being pushed on, and we know when she claimed that it happened, but we really do not know that it happened. We know from Amy Alexander's text message, she claims that it happened in early December of 2020, but we also know from other people that the claim was made at other various points in time. So again, I would ask the court to not allow these other acts and to not allow hearsay, either in the form of text messages or in the form of the residual hearsay exception. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to need some additional time to organize my thoughts around these issues, because there are a number of separate instances that are challenged on a number of separate grounds, and I want to make sure that I perform the proper analysis with respect to each one of those things, and not leave anything out in terms of making decisions. So in order to make sure that I'm able to create the most thorough record possible, I'm going to take this under advisement at this point. I will either issue a written order or sometime before we get there, we'll place that on the record.
I think one of the motions, the one on the use of the transcript, we're still trying to work that out. So if the court is amenable, we'd like to maybe pass on that today and see if we can still work something out.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, what then of the business records issue?
I believe that the government put on Lieutenant Barrios as it relates to the jail call. So that takes care of that issue.
That's correct. And then if we come to an agreement later, we can stipulate and put that on the record.
Okay, so we don't need to address anything with that.
Now, look at 2 down.
Okay. All right, and then people's motion in limine reporting testimony with respect to Mr. Hardy.
So, Your Honor, as we've gone through the defense witness list, it's become apparent to us that it seems like they're seeking to admit a series of alleged bad acts by Greg Hardy that are not admissible under the rules of evidence. One deputy looks like he would be testifying about Mr. Hardy being kicked out of the courthouse. That two civilian witnesses that Greg and his son Parker were banned from John Deere in Tecumseh. Things like that. That allegedly Greg Hardy was flying drones over Dale's property, and thereby trespassing. I guess what we're asking for is some kind of offer of proof as to what admissible evidence he would, that Greg Hardy is being called to provide, and then these other Deputy Bailey, Deputy Bowden, Deputy Breckel, Tom Craig, Michael Sweeney, right down their witness list. We are seeking to preclude other bad acts of Greg Hardy unless they can show that they meet 404B. We don't think that any of them do. And just to complete my list here, Your Honor, I think Deputy Cody Ross would be testifying that that Greg Hardy was harassing them and pulled a gun on them. That they both attempted to get a PPO but were denied by Your Honor. And then Suzanne Wilhelm looks like she would testify that Greg approached her during probate proceedings and was nasty to her without any physical contact. So again, the nature of these seems to be consistently prior bad acts of Greg Hardy, which are not admissible.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warner has the right to present a defense, and part of that defense is examining the scope of the investigation. What law enforcement knew, what they did with what they did know, and what they may have chosen to ignore. The defense has the constitutional right to broad cross-examination and to show bias and a motive to lie. Mr. Hardy has lied to the media, according to Detective Lieutenant Drew's own text messages to Mr. Hardy that were turned over to us. So the fact that Mr. Hardy has told untrue statements, has a history of aggression, and what law enforcement did with that information, how they investigated Mr. Hardy, is absolutely relevant to Mr. Warner's defense. This is not other act evidence just to show that Mr. Hardy is a bad person. This is evidence to show what law enforcement did and did not do. And Kyles versus Whitley is the United States Supreme Court case that discusses and affirms the right of the defense to explore the scope of the investigation, not just as to Mr. Hardy, but other witnesses or other potential suspects as well. What did the police do? What didn't they do? Why did they choose to go down one path and not another? All of that is relevant. And in Kyles versus Whitley, the individual at issue there, the third party, actually sought to ingratiate himself in the investigation with the police because he was afraid he would be a suspect, which is very similar, at least the former part, to Mr. Hardy. He was asking to be present when the tank was opened. Mr. Hardy essentially hired a private investigator to put misinformation and disinformation out on YouTube. How did the police react to that? What did they do to all of these different things is relevant to the defense. And so the fact that Mr. Hardy may have engaged in particular conduct is not the reason that we're offering it to show propensity. We're offering it to show the scope of the investigation, what law enforcement did, what they ignored, what they didn't do. And that's why it's relevant to this case. Thank you. And I should say that the other officers were listed on there as possible witnesses we may need. So for example, if a detective said, no, I've never heard of that, or no police report was ever filed about that, then that's why those officers are listed. I've already indicated to the government that in all likelihood, those individuals would not be called, because I do think that law enforcement will admit, the officers who are testifying, they were aware of at least some of these things. And that's why those officers would not be needed. Thank you.
So Ms. Chartier, of the list of things that Mr. McCready set forth, what, if any of those, does the defense intend to present evidence about?
The fact that he sought to ingratiate himself in with law enforcement.
That
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
something on
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
McCready's list. So
Okay.
Mr. McCready has asked for some specific things
Sure.
that I preclude.
Okay.
I'm just trying to gain an understanding of whether or not you're even going to put on evidence
Sure.
about those.
So the fact that Mr. Hardy repeatedly trespassed on the Warner property and the fact that he trespassed on Mr. Warner's mother's property, yes, I'm seeking to admit that. I'm seeking to admit that he engaged in aggressive conduct with both Mr. Warner's prior lawyer, Lawrence Lieb, and the lawyer guardian ad litem, Suzanne Wilhelm here, because that history of aggression is relevant to how the investigation was conducted, as well.
So explain for me how Mr. Hardy acting nasty toward Ms. Wilhelm and Mr. Lieb speaks to how the investigation was conducted, because I don't see an immediate connection.
So knowing that Mr. Hardy was so quick to engage in aggressive conduct here in the courthouse with two officers of the court is relevant to why there was not a further investigation into Mr. Hardy in this case, as well as the fact that he could not conduct himself in an appropriate manner in a retail establishment to the point that he had to be banned. It appears that him ingratiating himself into this investigation protected him from being fully investigated by law enforcement. So what law enforcement knew and what they did with that knowledge. And to be clear, I'm not trying to paint Mr. Hardy as a bad person. So for instance, if he didn't pay his taxes or he wasn't a good tipper, that's not relevant. But a history of aggression and a history of violating the law as it relates to Mr. Warner, once Ms. Warner went missing in April of 2021, and what was and was not done after that by law enforcement, that is relevant.
Well, how is getting kicked out or banned from John Deere a history of aggression toward Mr. Warner?
Well, that's not a history of aggression towards Mr. Warner, but that's a history of aggression to individuals. A reasonable person would not conduct themselves that way.
Isn't that character evidence?
It's not, it is character evidence if it is being used to show propensity. It's not character evidence because we're not trying to get in propensity. We're trying to get in the fact that law enforcement knew about Mr. Hardy's history of aggression and chose to ignore it and focus solely on Mr. Warner.
Okay, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. McCready?
So we're back to People v. Kent and People v. Galakowicz, which is cited in our answer. These, I mean, she's trying to make a connection between these supposed bad acts and the police investigation. But I mean, here's from People v. Kent. Evidence sought to be introduced by a criminal defendant tending to inculpate another person is not admissible unless confined to substantive facts which create more than a mere suspicion that another was the perpetrator. And these things are so remote and so removed from the case. I mean, they certainly don't meet that standard. In People v. Galakowicz, it says that they must show that the manner in which the crime charged and the other acts were committed was marked with special characteristics so uncommon, peculiar, and distinctive as to lead compellingly to the conclusion that all were the handiwork of the same individual, because all bore his distinctive style or touch. There's been no evidence to that once whatsoever, nor have I heard any being offered. So again, even if there's some remote connection between these supposed acts and the investigation, it's too tenuous to admit.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. It's not remote. So he assaulted Larry Lieb in the courthouse. And then Suzanne Wilhelm felt so threatened she had to go hide in the clerk's office because she was afraid of Mr. Hardy, who told her, according to her, essentially she needed to resign from the case or he was going to come after her. And if we look at Kyles versus Whitley, evidence of a third party, the lack of investigation by the police into that third party was relevant because the defense could have attacked the investigation as shoddy. The government is trying to pigeonhole it into just being an other act or not. But Mr. Warner has the right to present a defense, and the United States Supreme Court lays out in Kyle that he has the right to attack the investigation. And if that investigation or if that attack means that they ignored evidence as it relates to other people, or at least following through on investigating that other person, we should be allowed to examine that in the courtroom. Thank you.
Can you provide me the site to the Kyles case?
Kyles versus Whitley is 514 US 419 from 1995.
514, 419.
514 US 419. And it's page 442, footnote 13, where it really talks about the defense being able to attack the investigation as shoddy. The third party suspect is trying to ingratiate himself and goes into more detail.
All right, Mr. McCready, is your motion? I'll give you the last chance if you want.
No, you're not. I think I'm satisfied.
All right, so I am being presented with a lot of this information. The new, I have not read the Kyles case at this point, and so I will take this one under advisement until I have a chance to do that and do the same thing as the other one. All right, is that all of the motions between the parties?
I did want to raise a verbal motion, as I had indicated in chambers, if the court will hear it, just to renew the motion to change venue. It won't take long. The court is well aware of the law. We argued this thoroughly in the past, but we have 96 jurors who are coming in for phase 2 next week, although I think one person may have been removed because of a work conflict. So if you say 95. Of those 96 individuals, though, only 4 hadn't heard of the case. That's less than 1%. Every other person had heard something about it. Some people, from numerous sources. 92 had heard of the case. 18 people of that pool had opinions of guilt, although all of them indicated that they could set it aside. Tough to imagine how you could, when you're walking into the courtroom, hearing it from multiple sources, believing that Mr. Warner is guilty, and then saying, I can set it aside. The prejudice here is that literally hundreds of people who were brought in who have heard of this case, including 92 potential jurors, only one person of everyone who had an opinion of guilt said she was starting with the presumption of innocence. So she had an opinion, and then when asked about that opinion, she said, I'm presuming he's innocent, which is literally what every person should be coming in here with an opinion of, and that's not where we are. Because of the extensive media coverage, because of the community talking so much about this case, there's so much prejudice on social media, in restaurants, in stores, in places of employment, as well as the concern about stealth jurors. Not only was that on the Justice for D page as we brought to the court's attention, but we even had that play out in the courtroom where some people said they weren't on there or they had never been on, and we had screenshots of them being on. And those are people who we caught. Other people could have removed themselves right after the stealth juror comment. They could be in the jury pool and we wouldn't know it. Some people seem to genuinely be surprised that they were on. Other people, at least by body language, didn't seem to be surprised at all that they were still on. If anything, they were just surprised that they were caught. So given that there has been a lot of information and disinformation shared with the media, we are renewing our motion for change of venue. Thank you.
Your Honor, the standard is not whether most of the people on the jury panel have heard about the case. We don't have to be ignorant about the news and what's going on around us. Social media, I mean, it's 2026, everything's online. There were a lot of people who expressed that they believed Mr. Warner was guilty. However, there were also a lot of people who said, I don't watch the news, I don't look at social media, I don't care about that. Others who said, yes, I've heard about it, but I haven't formed an opinion. At the end of the day, we came up with 95 people who said that they could come in here and they could be fair and impartial. We all had the chance to watch their body language and listen to what they said. So I would ask the court to deny the motion at this time.
Anything further, Ms. Chartier?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, as you have probably gathered, I'm not one that likes to make quick decisions, having just heard arguments, so I will take this one under advisement as well, and after having an opportunity to give it some thought, I will either rule on the record or by written. Okay. So at this point, the court has received a motion to seal a certain portion of this proceeding. The way process-wise that works is that the hearing on whether or not to seal certain records is itself a closed proceeding until I make a determination one way or another about whether it would be sealed. So at this point, we are going to have a closed hearing. I will ask all members of the public and media to step outside, and you will be allowed back in once this initial determination on whether or not to seal the records is made, depending upon which way that goes. And I'm going to take a short recess while people are moving around.
I think there's a microphone here that needs to be
Do
removed.
you want the camera out?
Yeah, I'd prefer to have just everything
That's
out.
fine. Can we leave the lights up there, but we'll unplug? There's nothing to plug into, so we'll take the camera out.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Sit down, speak in the microphone, spell your first and last name for the court, please.
Brian Bush, Brian Bush.
Sir, are you familiar with Dee Warner?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Dale Warner?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Dee and Dale Warner?
They were my father-in-law and mother-in-law.
And you said were. Are they no longer your father and mother-in-law?
No. I got divorced, I believe, 2022, end of it.
And who were you married to?
Jenica.
I'm sorry, didn't you know?
Jenica.
It is kind of loud. I don't know if there's air coming, so can I get you to speak
Yeah.
up really loud? Okay, thank you. How long did you know Dee?
I would say about 8 years is when Jenica and I were together.
And how long did you know Dale?
About 8 years.
All right. And what was your relationship with Dee like?
It was depend on the day. It was either good or it was bad, just depend on the day, kind of the mood that everybody was in or she was in.
Okay. What was your relationship with like Dale?
It was good. He was always the voice I could talk to, and he'd always have a good head on him about situations.
Did you consider yourself close to him?
Yes.
Once you divorced Jenica, was there any change in the relationship with Dale to the best of your knowledge?
No, we just kind of just split apart. I mean, I never really called when I moved away. I mean, I never really talked to him off and on, but not really.
Did you ever do any work for the Warners?
Yes.
And where was that at?
It was at the main farm on Munger and also up at Dew Russell's.
And what type of work did you do on the farm?
Odds and ends, pretty much everything.
Were you familiar with the vehicles that Dee drove?
Yes.
And what did she drive?
She either had a Cadillac or a Hummer.
I'm sorry, I missed that second.
Hummer.
And do you know what time frame we're talking about? When did she have those vehicles?
She had the Hummer for the longest time, but the Cadillac, she always got a different one every other year.
Okay. Did Dale have conversations with you about his marriage with Dee?
Yes and no. I mean, you could always tell if there was tension in the air. But other than that, there was, if you could always know if there was a fight or an argument or whatnot. You could always tell on the expressions of the attitude on everybody.
In June of 2019, do you recall Dale making a request to you?
I don't know exact date, but yes.
Okay, and what was that request?
Objection relevance. Your Honor, the date in question is April 25th, 2021, when Dee was no longer seen by anyone. She's asking about things that happened 2 years prior.
It's relevant to show the pattern of stalking of Dale Warner that leads up to the night of April 24th, 25th of 2021. Continue.
Okay. It was we were having problems with the Hummer electronically.
Oh, I'm going to stop you. In June of 2029 or 2019, I apologize. So he approached you, you said about what?
We were having problems with the Hummer, like electrical problem with the Hummer. So,
okay. Would that have been in 2020 or 2019?
I can't remember the dates.
Do you remember Dale approaching you about a safe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
Not exact date, no.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
May I ask why she's approaching the witness?
To hand her the exhibit.
Okay.
To hand him the exhibit.
Okay.
Sir, I've showed you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
That's a safe.
Okay, and did you have a conversation? What's the date on that?
The order was placed on June 11th, 2019.
Who was that order placed by?
Me.
Why?
As far as
Why'd you purchase that safe?
there was this, Dale asked me to purchase a safe. Do I explain it or what?
For what? Yes.
Okay. There was problems with some money that was being not in the right place when there was grain being hauled in.
What did Dale tell you about getting the safe?
There was possible documents in there as far as money.
Okay. Did he say who the safe belonged to?
No, it was upstairs in the room.
Okay. And so there's a safe upstairs in the room, and then he has you purchase the safe. What's the purpose of purchasing that safe?
So you could find out what the documents were in the other safe.
Explain that to me. How does purchasing a new safe help him find out what's in the old safe?
So we could replace it
Okay. Did he tell you what his intent with that safe was?
to replace the other one that he was going to get into.
Okay. So he was going to get into it. Did he tell you how he was going to get into it?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, give him that safe?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation about the safe afterwards?
No.
He never told you he broke into it?
No.
Okay. that People's 3 that I gave you, that was from your Amazon account, is that accurate?
Correct.
And you provided that to law enforcement?
Yeah.
I'd move to admit People's proposed 3.
Understanding the court's ruling, we just renew our relevance objection for the record.
People's proposed exhibit reason for today. Preliminary exam purposes of
In January 2020, did you have another conversation with Dale?
I don't know exact date, like I said before, but sure.
About the Hummer?
Yes.
All right. And what was the conversation about the Hummer?
I would just, for the record, object again to relevance because it is a year prior.
overruled.
Go ahead and answer.
There was conversation about the, like I said before, the electronics of the Hummer. We're having a problem with the electronics of it.
Okay. And at what point did you decide that the conversation was about you having problems with the electronics?
It was an intermittent problem, so we were trying to figure out why it was doing it.
Okay. Did Dale tell you he wanted that for any other reason?
That was like the end of the conversation, but yes.
That was the end of the conversation, but yes, can you explain that to
Towards
me?
the end,
Okay.
we were having a problem with, like I said, and then ordered it, got it in there, and
V, what are you going on about? Shibby, but you should say it. My thumb is starting to hurt. But you should say it because you're telling me a jury deciding Warner is not guilty means he is factual. Wait, I'm not telling. You're misunderstanding me. I never said that. What? But you should say it. Say what? Because you're telling me a jury deciding Warner is not guilty means he's not, if he doesn't get convicted, then he's not guilty. I mean, factually means you got to get it on paper, V. So you say if the jury comes back with a not guilty verdict, he's guilty still? Is that what you're saying? 'Cause I mean, you're either guilty or you're not. If he's convicted, he's convicted. If he's not, in a court of law, this is how this works. I mean, I don't think Richard Allen did it, and you know that. But I mean, he was convicted in this kangaroo court, and just like this, I don't think Dale is going to be convicted. Nor do I even think he did it at this rate. After hearing all these other people, Jaron and oh my God. If we go with the state's timeline, I mean, maybe he did do it, but we'll never know if he doesn't get a fair trial, just like RA, right? I mean, if they turn around and drop some bombshell evidence on RA, Richard Allen, I mean, I guess I would consider it. But I mean, until then, I don't think he did it, nor have they showed it. And I think he got railroaded. So I don't know what you're saying. He could have still, yeah, V. He could have. He could be a Martian from outer space, V. But we need to go with the facts and the court docs and the filings and what's legally on paper. And when you get arrested and convicted is, yeah, he could have. He could have been planning this since he was 3 years old and did it. I mean, I'm not saying, just saying the state didn't prove it. And you can't, that's what you have to go with. I mean, come on, what are we doing here?
he would, I mean, as far as like where tracking where it went,
Ordered what?
the GPS.
Okay.
So you don't care what,
Ordered the G-
so V, you don't care what a jury, oh my God. So I don't know, maybe we should go back to the old days where we lynch people and hang them from trees, I guess, if you don't, I mean, I don't know what you're saying, B. That's fine. If B, this isn't a good look on you. You're not being reasonable. Maybe he did do it, but this state, man, that's why the defense let them go on with these ridiculous changing the timestamps of all those videos. They loved it because they found that what they think is a bombshell, and I'm kind of agreeing with it. If they can prove he's the only one who could run that tiller, and then that field was tilled at the time, the exact time they say, with the state's evidence and timeline, that he's out there tilling this lawn, You can't just chop those caps off within, take hours and hours. I can't even see you doing it in one day. I work on with stuff like that. You can't just chop that end off and weld it on and paint it. And I mean, come on. And why would he use a grinder if he's got a plasma cutter and an arc welder? Why? And why would he walk around with this grinder in the hand in front of all the cameras he knows are there? And then go use a grinder to do this? It's going to be obvious a grinder cut that tank. Think he's going to walk around in front of a camera with a grinder on his way to do this and not put it in a box or a bag? Come on, V.
GPS.
Well, so
How did she get in there? Somebody put her in there. Somebody put her in there. I agree. It may have even been him, but they're not showing it. Because what it's happened here is the state has gone with changing those timestamps of the cameras. The defense didn't protest it, and the judge allowed it, and now it's in trial. Those timestamps stick, right? The titles of their files are now the timestamp. Half the videos say 2001 and 2012, September, and that's why the defense never protested, because the state is going to screw this up. The defense is not proving him innocent. The state is just not proving him guilty. So that's how this works, guys. It was him? What do you mean? How do you know? How do you know? What evidence? Tell me, V. What evidence says it's him? Besides your thoughts and feelings, and the state hasn't showed it. You watch, the state hasn't proved it, because their timeline that they went with is now going to be what gets him out. And if he did do it, they're the ones that are going to be freeing him. It's ridiculous. I agree with you, V. But you got to look at it, because the judge allowed it. And that's why the defense bit their tongue. And for the last week, Luna and V have been busting my chops. Well, the timestamp, blah, 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 blah. Look at the file name and Mimi and all. I mean, fine. Why wouldn't the defense protest it? I don't know. Well, now I know. Because in closing, the defense dropped a fucking mic bomb to say, yeah, we love your timeline that you chose to narrate. We love your fairy tale. And if it's true or not, it can't be, because, they're going to get Dale off because they're committed to that timeline. The judge accepted it. The defense allowed it. And on the very closing statements, they dropped mic bomb after mic bomb on that fucking bogus timeline. Because if he's the only one they can prove that's tilling that field, if nobody else tilled that field, then Dale wasn't doing what they said they did at the time they said he did it. He may have done it all night long. Like, why would I could see him staying up 8 hours and doing it and having a secret dungeon and doing it or something, or a barn. I mean, I could see him doing it. Just I haven't seen the evidence of it. So yeah, that's what people say, V, when they can't argue. There you go. That means thank you. You won, Shibby. Quack, quack. That means I have no rebuttal to what I'm saying. So
a diagnostic GPS tool.
Thank you.
Okay. Why did you order
a secret dungeon under his bed?
Why the electrical problem was
possible
going on.
But with the state's timeline, the way they placed it together, it's going to get him off. It's going to get him off. Especially when the defense, if they can prove that he's the only one who ran that tilling machine and he tilled the fields using the state's own timeline videos, timestamp videos, because they changed it all. The judge accepted it, and then go watch. I'm going to show you. Do you guys want to watch the DV? Have you guys seen the defense closing statements? I can play it right now. Your head's gonna pop if you haven't seen it. Your head's gonna pop. If they can prove he's the only one that rode that tiller with the state's own evidence, the state is going to free Dale Warner, and I won't ever be able to tell if he did it or not. So there's that. Let me know.
Okay. Did Dale ever tell you to buy that GPS?
Right, Driftless. Yeah, that's ridiculous, because I mean, up until Richard Allen's when he was convicted, I wish those people would say, hey, I think he's guilty. I believe he's going to be found guilty, but until then, he's factually innocent until proven guilty. As I'm saying now, that he's been proven guilty in a court of law, even though I don't agree I think he had nothing to do with it. Right? I think he got railroaded. I think they set him up. I think everything. but you have to accept it because it was in a court of law, and if they don't get an appeal, then we're fucked as humans. If they don't get an appeal with all that garbage that happened to them in Westville, especially just alone in Westville, exculpatory evidence. I can go on for an hour about the reasons why Richard Allen should get an appeal. So if he doesn't get an appeal, we're fucked as humans. And Gray Hughes can go fuck himself, because if somebody were here and said, well, at least at the time before he was convicted, Richard Allen was in Westville for 395 days. If somebody said, hey, I believe he's the guy. Hey, I saw him do it. But right now, until he's convicted, he's innocent until proven guilty. That's a fact. So people couldn't even state that. Just like I'm stating now that, yeah, he's been proven guilty in a court of law. I have to accept it. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I think it's a joke. I think it's a clown court. I think it's a kangaroo court. I think it's all bogus. So, well, that's a whole different thing, V, but we were talking. So if you want to deflect with Casey Anthony, I'm fine, V. Just let me know. You conceded by doing that. Thank you. So everyone, V's conceded to Shibby, and we're going to talk about Casey Anthony now. Great. Okay, so don't accept what? I don't accept you. You don't accept it? It's going to happen. You'll have to. You'll have no choice. Right? This is a court of law, V. Your feelings need to go park themselves on a park bench. Your feelings are moot. Thanks, but so V is conceded to Shibby and wants to move on to Casey Anthony. Okay, let's do that. But here, this is Brian Bush from
Yes,
real long time
tracker,
ago.
so he can track the.
So I'm just gonna try to catch up on stuff. And another thing, that fucking tracker. You think a man's gonna put a tracker in an OBD2 port sitting there where you can see it and bump it with your knee or whatever? A fucking guy like that is gonna put it in the spare tire compartment in the wheel well. You can hotwire it to a constant 12-volt source. You fucking guys think he's gonna track his wife with a goddamn OBD2 port tracker right there at the knees where it can be seen and just pulled out? What? I mean, guys, don't track your wife, but if you're gonna, you should fucking hide it under the car seat, in the dashboard, back under the spare tire, underneath the wheel well. You could fucking put it anywhere. You think a guy's gonna stick an OBD2 tracker in the port where you can fucking see it and bump it with your knee and, oh my God, what is that? Oh, well, that's fine. Go with that. The OBD2. That's the diagnostic port that's under in every single car in North America. In the world, there's an OBD2 port that I connect to for the last 20 years to read trouble codes in my cars and scan them and clear codes and to fix my car and find out what's wrong. It tells you what sensors are wrong, not working. And it's a great thing. It's called an OBD2 port. It's in every single car right there at your knees under the steering wheel. And no man worth his salt and all this money, resources, he may be dumb with he's got shitty grammar and spelling when he writes, but he's not dumb. He would never have done that. He would never walk around with a fucking grinder in his hand in front of all those cameras and then go grind a tank, which would be so goddamn loud. There's 8 people there. You know how much fucking noise that grinder would make on that empty tank? Oh my God, guys. You would hear that 2 miles away. And why would he use a grinder when he's got arc welders and plasma cutters there? You guys aren't thinking straight. But we can move on to Casey Anthony if you want.
So much ways, but yes.
Didn't he specifically?
Right. Oh, so you think he put it? Well, why didn't she just pull it out then if she knew it was there? Because it's not glued in. You think D Warner knew if she saw a tracker there and he told her it's there? Why would she leave it there? Are you serious, V? It just pulls out. It just like plugs in. It's like one of those dongles that you use at your USB port. You think he's going to do that and then she knows about it? And the way it sounds like this D was she was no slouch. She would have just ripped it out and tossed it out in the fucking ground. Come on, V, get real.
Tell you that he wanted that device specifically to track the Hummer.
What? I met you halfway and made concessions about states not proving their case when the defendant is guilty. No, this isn't. This is beyond that, V. You're not meeting me halfway, because the state is the actual ones that are going to prove him innocent with their timeline. So I don't need you to meet me anywhere. You should go out in that field and look at the tilling that Dales did when they said he was doing this. Did they say, yeah, the tank? Yeah, it was used. The guy used a hand grinder, they say. Whoever did it used a hand grinder. And you know how goddamn long? It's doable. It's doable. I own those types of tools. My dad was a tool and die maker 40 plus years. I have fucking 10 tools that could do that within 20 feet of me. But if he is going to do that with the grinder, it's going to be so goddamn loud and labor intensive and hard. It's hard on the hands. That's thick steel. You can do it, but you wouldn't do it if you've got a plasma cutter and arc welder that would just melt right through that steel, and it would create a great place for you to just weld it back together. He wouldn't have used that grinder. He would have used one of his, and they're on wheels. He could have rolled it. He would have had it already. He wouldn't have done it on camera, and he wouldn't have walked around with that grinder on camera. You guys are, I don't know. He's going to walk, and the state is setting him free, and we'll never know if he did it or not, unless they get a retrial on him. So I don't want to meet you anywhere. You don't need to concede to me. Go with it. Go with it. I wasn't going to let her. He wasn't going to let her do what? Take that little plug thing out of the OBD2 port? You think he wasn't going to let, you think that she sounded pretty spicy to me. And you think if Dale just plugged an OBD2, one of those trackers into her port, the car port, she wouldn't just take it out and throw it on the highway out? Why wouldn't she? I think she would. She sounded pretty spicy. I think she would throw it in his face. And I think she would kick him in the nuts too. I mean, what are you doing? No, I don't think I want to come roller skating with you now, V.
I mean, yes and no.
There's a lot. Hi, TJ. There's a lot of sus people here. The brother, Jaron. Oh my. No, it's the son, Jaron. Oh, D. Warner's brother too. He was fucking so angry up on. He's got V's tunnel vision. He's gonna set this guy free too. That brother, D's brother, he was upset, and I understand he's hurt. I don't want to make light of that, but man, that fucking brother is gonna make things so much worse. The sketchy shit, the cops are getting arrested, and fucking, oh my God, this guy's getting, I don't know. If he did it, we'll never know. But I'm thinking he's getting the railroad treatment. As if the fucking guy would walk around with the said grinder he's going to go and grind a tank with to put his wife's body in, which he has a fucking beautiful plasma and arc welders that would blow right through that in 20 minutes. It would be, you guys, you're not thinking straight. I'm not asking you to concede to me. I like seeing you go with what your thoughts are. Because I mean, I got a lot of experience in shit like that. I've had tools since I was 3 years old. My dad was putting tools in my hands. And you ain't fucking using a goddamn hand grinder to pop that end of that tank off. Take you a week. Fucking the state's acting like, oh yeah, he walked in there in an hour here, an hour there, and 30 minutes here, this, grind it, weld it, hang it with the chain, use the fucking forklift, move it around. So easy. A fucking 5,000 pound tank, a grinder so goddamn loud it would wake up the fucking neighbors a mile away even if they weren't sleeping at whatever time it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This man wouldn't do this that way. He would have done it in the middle of the night. Yet the state went with their narrative, and they're going to set him free. No wonder the defense never protested to the time stamps. Makes sense now. Makes sense. They were biting their tongue that whole time.
Okay, explain that to me.
Well, we bought it for that so we could figure out what's going on, but we also tried to plug it into his truck to see if it worked too.
Did you, in fact, track that Hummer?
I did, yes.
Okay. Do you know when you plugged that
Ooh,
device in?
I won't block you. No. What? Why would I block you? Well, TJ, you got a little weird last night. What's wrong with that? I don't know. You're acting a bit erratic. I'm not going to block you. But you acted a little erratic last night. Every time I do this, I mean, you don't need to keep telling me. This is, I mean, I like putting these things up. I'm trying things. I'm trying to do a show. I'm doing things for people. I like doing this. This is what I like. You've told me like 20 times. It's a little snooty. And I feel, you guys keep, I get it. You guys don't like when I do this. Well, I do. And when you guys do your show, you don't have to do stuff like this. But I've kind of been pretty nice about it. So TJ, come on, put me up. You do so much great things, TJ. I'm not going to block you, but you act a little weird last night. You got to admit. I mean, I get it. I like doing this. Sorry.
I don't know exact date, no.
All right. Do you know when you purchased that device?
I don't know exact date.
Do you know how long after you purchased the device that you plugged it into the Hummer?
Can you ask that again?
Yes. How long after you purchased the device did you plug it into the Hummer?
How long it was in there, or?
Okay. So you purchased the device, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Where'd you get it from?
Amazon.
Okay. What do you remember how long after you ordered it that you received it?
Probably it's usually Amazon.
So this guy ordered that tracking device and he puts it in. I mean, so she knows about it? Or is it there to help them with their insurance costs? A lot of the times they have to put one in there and leave it there for your insurance costs. So you want to make it like Dale's doing it. If Dee didn't want it in her car, she would have just pulled it out and thrown it out on the highway.
Prime, so a couple days.
Okay. Once you received it, how long before you put it in the Hummer?
I didn't put it in the Hummer.
What did you do with the device?
I took it to the shop and gave it to the Dale.
Okay. Did you do anything to set that device up?
Yes, I did. I logged in and created an account for it
Okay. You logged in where?
on like the mobile app that you download.
On your phone?
Correct.
Okay. And what username did you use?
Probably mine.
Which is?
My normal like Bush 5411.
Okay.
I can't honestly remember, but it's the normal one I would use.
Okay. Now approach the witness.
With
Exhibits. I've handed you what's been marked as people's proposed 4 and 5. Can you tell me what number 4 is?
That is where my Amazon account where I ordered it.
Ordered the GPS tracker?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the name of that device you ordered?
Just location, engine, like the whole name of it.
Yes.
GPS tracker for vehicles, no monthly fee, OBD, real time, 3G, truck GPS, 1 year, data plan included, location tracking, driving alert, and engine D return and product support eligibility.
We played Jaron Warner's, his son's body cam video earlier, and man, he's in the fucking cop car, handcuffed, going on about his inheritance and all the life insurance. And then on that phone call when he called Dale in jail, I never knew who he was, and he sounded so goddamn guilty, that Jaron Warner. And now he's off on all these huge felony charges, helping out the state. This is not looking good, guys. He's getting RA treatment. Or he's involved in the state is fucking up so epically that he's going to walk, and we'll never know. So just think, I mean, for people to be so convinced he's guilty so already, it's kind of weird to me.
Okay. What's the date that you purchased that item?
January 9th, 2020.
Okay. And that's directly from your Amazon account, the photo you're looking at?
Yeah. Number 4, yeah.
Okay, I'd move to admit Peoples number 4.
No objection. People's Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Hey Dewey, yeah, this is from, if you look on the screen, I'm putting updates. So I've gone back to May 1st of 2024. This is way before the trial. This is a preliminary hearing, and this is testimony from Brian Bush. So check the screen out, guys. I'll update you. This is not the trial. You'll have to, if I understand I'm on a lot, but if you're not following along, you might be confused, and I'll do my best to update you. But if you were watching the videos I've been putting out, you won't be confused because I'm been very, very, very overly detailed and specific. So have any questions? But yeah, he's in orange jumps. This is way before. So this is this isn't the trial. This is preliminary hearing from like May 1st of 2024. Okay. And ask away. I'll try to keep you updated, but I just learned about this the other day. I learned about the judge freaking out on day 1 about the jurors being caught on video. That's why I couldn't find the day 1 testimonies. I played them tonight, the stuff I missed. So I know I'm on a lot. Ask away, but just try and, if you follow along with this playlist and start from the, you won't be confused because I figure everything out and explain it. And I will definitely answer anything, but I'm just read what's on the screen. I'm doing my best to help update. Okay, guys? Basically, we're caught up and we're waiting. The jury's deliberating. There was a problem on Thursday. A juror had a problem, an emergency. The judge let the alternates go. The alternates went home and talked to their family and watched news articles because they weren't told not to. Then the Friday come around and the judge called them in and started fucking interrogating them, and because they had been talking to their family and friends about this case. And then one juror fell asleep during this, so they're not sure if Dale's guilty or not. You guys, you got to watch. This is not, the state is dropping the ball. Fucking juror fell asleep and they let it go. How can the juror sit there and call this guy guilty if he's fucking fallen asleep? And this is not good. If he's guilty, we'll never know. I don't think he is. I don't think a guy with that type of experience would walk around with a grinder to go grind it, which was going to leave obvious grind marks on a tank, put his wife's body in it, take an hour or 2 to do a fucking 3-day job. You guys think it's so easy to just chop a tank up like that? 5,000-pound tank with a forklift and weld it, chains on it to hold it up, chop it, put her body in, put it back up, and then weld it. Let's fucking paint it without a drop of paint anywhere. All they have is a tag that his writing. Oh, the state didn't bother getting a handwriting expert. Why? Well, we've got Ivan Boyd, a farmhand, who said he looked at Dale's writing and he looked at the tag and says, that's Dale's writing. So there, you got, there's some evidence for you. The prosecution didn't hire a handwriting expert because one of those cops said that the FBI and them have to have a voluminous amounts of writing samples to even consider matching handwriting samples. Yet fucking Ivan Boyd, the farmhand, was up on the stand, and the prosecutor said, well, we didn't bother hiring a handwriting expert because you guys have a couple of receipts and stuff of Dale's handwriting in his notes to the jury. You guys can figure it yourself. And Mr. Farmhand Brian Boyd here says that Dale wrote that tag, but we didn't hire a fucking handwriting expert though. Come on.
Excuse me. Yeah.
I'm going to have you look at People's Proposed 5. Do you
Okay.
recognize that?
The device, yeah,
That's the actual device itself?
correct.
Okay, when you got that device, did you have to do anything special to set it up?
Just enter the IMEI number.
Okay, into that app you discussed?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate representation of that device?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd move to admit People's Proposed 5.
No objection. People's Proposed Exhibit 5 is admitted for examples.
Do you recall what date you started using the GPS tracking device?
No.
Okay, do you recall when you stopped using the device?
I don't know exact date, no.
Okay. Do you think something could refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Mary? I'd like to approach the witness.
What are you approaching the witness with?
The document of all the times he accessed the app, just to, so he can look at the dates and go ahead and look at the document. Don't say anything about it, just look at it, please.
Okay. Okay.
Did you look at those dates, sir?
I briefly went through them, but I looked at the top date when it was,
Okay. You think it would be accurate that you started using that device in January 11th, 2020?
yeah, 8/11, yeah.
That you started using it January 11th, 2020?
January 11th. I just looked at the top date, to be honest with you.
Okay, so do you think you quit using it August 11th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay, and you purchased it on what date?
Whatever that was on my Amazon account, sorry.
Okay, do you believe you started using it almost immediately after you received it?
More than likely, yes.
Okay, so does January 11th, 2020 sound accurate?
Yeah.
All right, and how often would you access that app to see the location of the Hummer?
I would say probably once or twice a week, if not a little bit more.
Okay. And when would you do that?
Throughout the day on my phone, I guess.
Why?
Dale would call me and ask, if a diagnostic came on or where the Hummer was at.
He would ask where the Hummer was at
Yep.
and if the diagnostic tool came on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall giving a statement to Detective Dreer last year?
I remember talking to him, yes.
Do you remember telling him that Dale asked you to purchase that device solely to track the Hummer, to track D?
To solely? No.
Correct.
Because it was used for both problems.
Okay. Do you remember being specifically asked if you ever used it to diagnose the vehicle?
Yes.
And you said no. Do you recall that?
No.
Have you spoken to anybody about testifying here today?
Yeah.
Okay. Who'd you speak with?
My boss and my fiance.
Did you speak to any of Dale's family about testifying here today?
About testifying here?
Correct.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who did you speak with?
I told Jenica I was subpoenaed.
Okay. Did you and Jenica talk about the GPS tracking device?
No.
When you created that account on that application, was it just on your phone or did you give that password to anybody else?
It was on my phone, and then I did give it to Dale.
Okay.
To see.
At what point did you give it to Dale?
I don't know the exact date.
Did Dale ever tell you to keep that purchase between the two of you?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, just, I don't know.
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase it. Why, if you know?
What's that?
Why would he say to keep it between you both if you know the answer?
So we could, well, like I said before, we could do electronic and also to see where the Hummer was at.
Okay, so he wanted you to keep it a secret that you guys were trying to diagnose the Hummer.
No, to see where the Hummer was at.
Okay. Did you and Dale have a conversation? Did Dale talk to you about ending the use of the GPS?
Yeah, when it was when a mechanic or somebody found it in the GPS or on the Hummer.
Okay, and did he say Did Dale tell you how he knew that somebody found it in the Hummer?
A mechanic or somebody found it.
That's all he said.
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall telling Detective Drury that Dee found it and flipped out on him?
Obviously she was going to flip out if she found it.
Do you recall telling Detective Drury that
Yes.
Dale? Okay. Is that in fact what Dale told you?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dale tell you the purpose of tracking the Hummer?
To see where it was going and where it was sitting.
Did he tell you why?
No.
Let's talk about cameras. Did Dale ask you to put any cameras up
Oh, where at, I guess.
around the house?
Around the house.
Correct.
He asked for a camera for
Okay.
the house.
For the inside of the house?
Correct.
All right. When did he ask you for a camera for the inside of the house?
I don't know exact date.
Okay. Was it around the time that you had the discussion about the safe?
Honestly, I don't know
Okay. Can you give me an approximate? 2019, 2020, 2021?
Around those times. I can barely remember what dates I did last week.
Okay.
Around those dates.
Where were you at when Dale talked to you about purchasing a camera?
Purchasing a camera?
Correct. Or did he just ask you to get him one? How did that conversation go?
He asked for a camera for the house. I had extra one up at the point that we're using for trail cameras, and I gave him one.
Okay. Did you hand it to him or did you do something else with it?
Handed it to him.
Okay. And did he tell you where he was putting that camera?
Yes.
Where was he putting it?
On the back bar of the kitchen, by the sink.
Okay. And what would that be facing? If I'm walking to the house, where's the back bar of the kitchen?
Depends on the entrance of that you come into the house. It would be facing the north slider
Okay. And did he tell you what the purpose of that was?
to see who was coming in and out.
Did he tell you who he thought was coming in and out?
No.
Did he tell you what he was concerned about?
People coming in the house when they're not supposed to.
Is he talking about strangers? Do you know?
Yeah. You're.
Did he tell you that?
You're.
I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you if he told you that it was for strangers.
Yeah, for strangers.
Okay, all right. Again, do you remember having a conversation with Detective Dreer?
Last year, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that Dale wanted it specifically to watch for Zach or Dee coming in the house with papers?
Yes.
Okay. Was that true when you told him that?
Yes.
All right. So is that still true?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say anything about strangers to Detective Dreer, did you?
Well, you're gonna. No, not about strangers. No.
Okay. I want to talk about April 25th, 2021. That's Sunday morning.
Okay.
Okay. Where were you at that morning?
I was up at the point, getting ready to go turkey hunting.
What is the point?
It's a property that they own in Onstead. It's like a little cottage or like a little meeting place for all the family to go.
And who were you there with?
My old boss,
Okay. Can you give me a name?
Matt Particka.
Matt what?
Particka.
Do you know how to spell that last name?
Particka.
Okay. Was it just you two?
Yes.
And you guys were going to go hunting, you said?
Yeah,
Where were
turkey
you-
hunting.
Turkey hunting. Okay. At some point in time, do you get a phone call from Dale?
No,
You don't get a phone call from Dale that morning.
no, I called him.
You called him. Okay. And do you remember what time it was?
It was in the morning-ish.
Okay. Can you give me an approximate time?
I would say probably 9 o'clock.
About 9 a.m. Okay. You called him and Can you give me your phone number?
Mine?
Mhm.
517-442-5836.
And that was the phone that you were using at that time in 2021, the same phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you think it was about 9-ish. All right. And what did you call Dale for?
I called Dale because Raquel came into the point and said, "Hey, is my mom up?"
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. You called Dale because of a conversation you had with somebody else?
Correct.
Okay. What did you talk to Dale about?
Objection, hearsay.
What did you talk to Dale about? Thank you.
I talked to him. I called him and said, "Hey,
Well, now this is hearsay, just if he's saying specifically what he said.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your objection.
Sorry, objection, hearsay, instead of he's answering what he specifically said versus what the conversation was about, which I think is furthered into hearsay.
I'm as confused as you, Your Honor. He's having a conversation with, yes.
Objection overruled.
Thank you. So you called Dale. Tell me about the conversation.
yeah." So the conversation was about Raquel just came up here to the point. Was looking.
Don't tell me what Raquel said, but go ahead and what you and Dale talked about.
We talked about that Raquel showed up to the point
Okay.
and was about I guess about D.
Okay. What about D?
That if I seen her up at the point,
Okay, so you're talking to Dale and you're telling Dale what?
that Raquel came up to the point. She asked if I seen D.
Okay,
I said no, she's not up here.
okay,
And then she went in the rooms, looked, no, D was not up there. I called Dale. I said, "Hey, Raquel was just up here looking for D." He said, "Okay." And he did say that there was an argument, and I could hear him in the background, and he was in the sprayer.
okay.
I didn't hear that last one, I'm sorry.
He was in the sprayer.
Sprayer?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me specifically what he said about the fight that he got into with D.
It was just that's all he said. It was an argument about. They just had an argument. There was no, like, he didn't go into detail. There was nothing like that.
Again, Carl talking to Detective Dreyer last
Yeah.
year. All right. Do you remember telling Detective Dreyer that they had a big argument that night
Mm-hmm.
about money?
More than likely.
No? Do you recall telling
Oh,
Detective
yeah.
Dreyer that?
About money, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Dreyer that Dale said he went into depth about money? He brought up all the bank accounts and money. Do you recall telling Detective Dreyer that?
That was not in that conversation. The money became afterwards.
Do you remember telling Detective Dreyer that Dale told you he confronted Dee about affairs and money?
Never about affairs.
Do you recall telling Detective Dreyer
No.
that? And if you did tell him that, would you have been mistaken or?
Yeah, because there was never, the affair was like way after that is when I learned about all that stuff. And that was hearsay.
I don't care about what you learned later. I'm asking about that specific day, Dale telling you that he confronted her about affairs and money.
Do it. I guess I don't.
Do you recall having a conversation with Dale about anything after the initial morning conversation with him while you were at the point? Did you talk to him at all that day again?
Honestly, I can't remember, and if I did, it was probably brief.
Do you recall talking to Dale about the camera system at the farm?
Camera system at the farm. Can you be more specific?
Does the farm have a camera system? To the best of your knowledge, in 2021, did the farm have a camera system? Surveillance, video surveillance around the farm?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dale have any conversation with you about that system?
I honestly can't remember. I mean, I know that there's cameras in the office and stuff, but nothing around the farm.
Do you remember telling Detective Dreyer that Dale told you that that night, him and Dee argued about why Parker would have access to those things?
That they argued about that?
Correct.
I know that that Parker had access to that stuff.
That wasn't the question. Did Dale tell you that he argued with Dee that night because Parker had access to the cameras?
That night?
Correct.
I can't remember if he did or not.
Okay. Sir, when did you say that you spoke with, you said your ex-wife is Jenica?
Yeah.
Okay, when did you say you spoke with her?
As soon as I got off the phone with Dale.
I'm not talking about in 2021. I apologize. That was my mistake for not clarifying. So right before coming to testify here at this hearing, you spoke with your ex-wife, Jenica, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's Dale's daughter. You gotta say yes or no loud enough so it
Yes.
picks you up. Okay. And when did you speak with her?
That I got subpoenaed to come here?
I'm asking you. Did you call her? Did she call you?
No, I called her.
Okay. And did you guys have a phone conversation, a conversation in person?
Nope, it was a phone conversation. I just said I got subpoenaed because I was asking the other half of it was about the kids.
Okay. And when did you get subpoenaed? About a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, I would say.
So I already asked if you and her spoke about the GPS. Did you and her speak about anything else about this case?
No.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Mr. Bush. My name is Marissa Vinsky, and I'm going to ask you a few questions today. I represent Mr. Warner. How big was the trail cam that you gave Mr. Warner?
About, I don't know. I would say about 4 inches wide, 6 inches tall, 7 inches tall.
And how was it supported? Is it a device that you screw in? Is it on a placeholder? Can you describe that, please?
You can set it, or you can it comes with a strap that you can strap to a tree.
And what color is it?
Either brown or camouflage.
Who first approached you about this case the very first time?
Detective Drury.
Detective Dreyer?
Yeah.
Do you know when that was?
When they came to my house last year.
Last year, meaning 2023?
Yeah.
And you were cooperative with him?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with law enforcement for this case?
Twice.
Was the first time in those 2 times when they came to your house?
The first time was at my house, and then the second time was here upstairs.
And when was that?
I would say within the last month or 2.
Do you remember specifically who that was that you met with?
Yeah, it was Detective Sergeant, and I don't remember his name. And then
You're pointing, so I just want to, for the record, you're pointing to the prosecution table.
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet with the prosecutor about this case?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
Was it with the same meeting where the detectives were there as well?
Yeah, just the one detective was there.
And how long was that meeting?
I would say probably 20 minutes. We got interrupted.
20 minutes total?
I don't know
Guesstimate.
exactly. Yeah, 20 minutes, half hour.
Are you on the Justice for D page?
No,
Have you ever had a Justice for D sign in your yard or any other property?
no,
Have you had a ribbon, the
No.
Justice for D ribbons?
no,
Have you made a contribution to any group affiliated with D Warner?
Objection. Relevance.
It goes to credibility, Your Honor. People versus Anderson, credibility is something that this court must consider at a preliminary exam.
no,
Have you ever shared stories or comments on social media about Miss Warner leaving and what you think happened?
no,
And have you ever given any comments to the media about this case or Miss Warner?
no.
On direct, you testified a little bit about your relationship with Miss Warner. Can you describe her personality?
Yeah, I mean, it was, like I said before, it was depends on the day. You just don't know. She could be in a really good mood. It'd be great. Everybody's happy. 1 minute it could be she's upset or mad. Just never know.
You said it never know. You never know. Did it switch in the day? In the morning she could be happy. In the afternoon she couldn't be not happy. Did it switch quickly? Can you describe that?
Yeah, it switched pretty quickly.
You also testified that you talked to Mr. Warner on April 25th, 2021. You said that you talked to him in the morning
Correct.
and you think it was around 9 a.m.
Around, yeah.
How do you remember that it was the morning?
It was turkey hunting, so usually you get out there about 10 o'clock. And the dew was still on.
The what was still
Dew
on?
on the ground.
Okay. How did you know that Mr. Warner was in the sprayer when you spoke to him on the phone?
I could hear the screen beeping in the background.
Is there a screen in the
Like a
sprayer?
monitor, yeah.
And is this a typical time for Mr. Warner to be spraying, to your knowledge, from working on the farm?
Yes.
Why is that?
Good morning when you don't have no wind or nothing like that. It's calm.
How long, if you can remember, was that conversation with Mr. Warner?
I would say probably 5 minutes, not even.
And you talked a little bit about the diagnostic device that you purchased for the Hummer. What were the electrical issues with the Hummer?
There was a miss, there was electrical problem that we couldn't figure out. It only happened once in a while.
Did it happen randomly, or could you pinpoint, okay,
We couldn't-
when we drive this certain amount of speed, there's an issue?
We couldn't pinpoint it.
And you said you tried that to use the diagnostic device on Mr. Warner's truck, is that correct?
Yeah, we were having a problem with it, and then we tried it on his truck.
Did it work?
It worked for like a little bit, and then it stopped.
You were having a problem with the diagnostic device?
Yeah.
What did it look like? I know a picture was admitted, but can you describe what it looked like?
Yeah, it was just a small little device, and I had a cord that it plugged into.
The cord that it plugged into, where did it plug into the vehicle?
The OB2 underneath the dash.
Okay, I'm not a car person, so when you say
It's-
OB2, what does that mean?
It's like a little block that is underneath by the floorboard on the driver's side.
When it was plugged in the Hummer, were there any lights on it? What did it look like when it was plugged in?
I didn't plug it in. So I can't really tell you. There's probably like a little light on there saying there's power on the device.
Okay, I don't want you to assume when you did you personally test it on Mr. Warner's truck?
No,
Okay, so you've never seen it plugged in or what it looked like when it was plugged into a vehicle.
no.
And I was a little confused about the timing of how long this diagnostic device was used. Was it used for a few months? I guess I was confused about the dates of what you said.
Like I said, I don't remember exact dates, but I logged in. I mean, it's on the phone, so it could say I was logged in or not if I kept the app open too. I'm not sure on the dates, but she showed me that paper.
And you said that there was an app, and did you give Mr. Warner the password to the app, or did you put the actual app on his phone?
I gave him the password and the username.
So you don't know what he ever did with his phone with that information.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
I just want to clear up, I don't recall if you testified this previously on direct. Did you indicate how many times you accessed the GPS data location to see where the Hummer was at?
What's that?
How many times did you access the app to find out where the Hummer was at?
I mean, how many times did I go into it?
Yes, how many times do you believe you went into it?
I would say probably, go log in, log out, probably about 40 times, probably.
40 times over the span from January to August of 2020?
I didn't really count them.
Okay.
I don't.
If there were 176 times, do you think that would be accurate?
Sure.
Okay, and were all of those times that you accessed that data at the request of Dale, or did you ever just do it on your own?
Both.
So you wanted to know where D was at?
No.
Well, then why would you access the data to see the location?
The diagnostic side of things too, to make sure it was working.
Okay, so if the only thing that comes up is the location, is that at the request of Dale?
I don't do what now?
So you're accessing this device sometimes for yourself and sometimes for Dale, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And the times that you access it, you're testifying that it's to access the diagnostic portion of it. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. So anytime you access the location, would that be at the request of Dale then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how often Dee was driving that Hummer in 2020?
I don't know.
Okay. She had the Cadillac at the time as well?
Yeah, they had two cars.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Any response?
Just one brief question.
You said you would sometimes check the app on your own. Was the only way to know if the diagnostic device was working by checking the app?
Yes.
And was there ever times you would check it and it was showing that it wasn't working or it wasn't on?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated, speak into the microphone loudly, and spell your first and last name, please.
First name Kyle, K-Y-L-E. Last name Wagner, W-A-G-N-E-R.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have your last name as Modsler.
Modzel, yes. I got married last September and my last name changed.
Okay, very good. Did you know Dee Warner?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time you met her, what year?
I don't remember the exact time, but I mean, I knew her for a long time.
Okay.
More than 5 years.
And did there come a time where she hired you to work for her professionally?
Yes.
And about what year was that?
Maybe I don't recall. I don't recall the exact time frame.
Okay. Can you, around 2020, a little before, a little after?
It definitely was way before 2020.
Okay. And how did that come to be? How did you come to provide services for Dee?
So I actually went to school with Parker.
And who was Parker?
I'm Dee's nephew.
Okay.
And so I knew him from there, and I started my own network consulting company. And so I started doing work for their family farm and for Hardy Farms. And then after that, then I got introduced to Dee and started doing work for them.
All right, so you're doing work for Parker's family in
Correct.
their farm.
Yes.
And then he said, Kyle, why don't you go talk to Dee?
Yes.
Okay. And what kinds of things did you do for Dee?
I ran their network. I installed a server for them, configured switches, firewalls, access points, basically anything IT. My business was kind of like that one-stop IT shop. So anything that they needed IT related, I would help them with that.
Okay. Do you know how many businesses they were running out of the Munger farm?
I know at least of 2 or 3.
Okay. And what were those?
There was DDW Transportation, DDW Investments, and Warag Farms.
Okay. And were you familiar with Warag Services, the farm services?
No.
Okay. Did your services cover all of those businesses or just 1 or 2?
It took, I mean, basically, I mean, it was, to me, it was all one entity. I mean, it wasn't, this is for DDW or this is for, the transportation. It was all one network that took care of everything.
Right. So all their businesses on the one network that
Correct.
you set up. Okay.
Correct.
And did you do anything with surveillance cameras?
Yes, I did install surveillance cameras.
Okay. And was that also company-wide?
That was company-wide.
Okay. And where did you put those cameras, if you recall?
There were some cameras in the new shop. There were some cameras in the old shop. There was a camera that was looking out where the scale was. There was a camera looking out towards where the fuel tanks were. It kind of got the parking lot on the side of the new shop. And I'm sure that there were some other ones.
Was there one in the office?
There was one in the office, yes, in the main entry.
Okay. So there were a few that captured indoor scenes and a few that captured outdoor scenes.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any inside the house?
No.
Okay. And or were there only selected portions that were actually viewed by the camera system?
Yeah, there was some spots that were not covered.
Okay. Now, taking you to the year, one more question about that. Who was your primary contact when you were providing these network and surveillance services?
It was normally Dee.
Okay. All right. Did there come a time when you interacted with Dale regarding Dee's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And can you give us an approximate time on that?
I feel like it was a couple. I would say it was a couple of years before.
Before she went missing.
Before she went missing.
Okay.
It was somewhere in that time frame. I remember the incident, but I don't remember, exactly the time frame. I feel like it wasn't, that long before.
Okay, but it was within the time period when you were the IT person.
Correct. Yes.
Forge Farm. All right, so the conversation you had with Dale regarding Dee's iPhone, was that in person or what?
It was over the phone.
Okay. And essentially, what was he telling you or asking you to do?
He wanted me to clone her phone.
Okay. And what does that mean, clone her phone?
He essentially wanted everything that was on the current phone at the time, to be placed on another phone. So in her case, she had an iPhone. So it would have been more than, it would have been like restoring a backup from iCloud. So contacts, text messages, photos, notes, everything that was on her phone would be on that other phone. Doesn't necessarily mean that he would have been able to make phone calls from that phone, be able to use it active, but at least it would have a copy of the data that was on the other phone.
Okay. And would he be able to monitor any future interaction on the phone?
Could possibly get some iMessages coming through, because that's usually tied to an iCloud account, and it would get delivered to multiple devices that are registered with that ID.
Okay. And did he say anything about whether Dee had any knowledge of this request?
He did not, and it basically, the reasoning was that she was having some health issues, and possibly was going in having a procedure done, and if he needed contacts or something, that he would have access to it.
Okay. And so did you go ahead and clone the phone?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I didn't feel that it was right.
Okay. Did you tell him that?
I did.
Okay. And did you tell him why you didn't think it was right?
Because I didn't get Dee's permission.
Okay. And did he say anything about that he had Dee's permission?
No, he didn't. He dropped it.
Okay. Did you have any information about Dale using any of his devices to record Dee?
There were comments made, yes.
Okay. Did he ever contact you about trying to get into an iPad?
Not that I recall.
That he was unable to get into it and he wanted your help?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about his fingerprints being burned off?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that now?
I do, yes.
Okay. What was the context of him saying that?
He was trying to get into his iPad.
Okay.
It was I believe it was his iPad.
Well, that's the question. How did you know it was his?
I guess I assumed it was his
Okay.
iPad.
Because he told you this is my iPad?
Yes.
Okay. But he couldn't get into it. Is that right?
He was able to get into it. He just couldn't use Touch ID.
Okay.
Because he made the comment that his fingerprints were burnt off from fertilizer.
Okay. But if he could get into it, why did he need your help to get into it?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
He didn't ask me to get into that
Okay.
iPad.
All right. If Dee had gotten a new phone or new iPad, would you be involved in the setup of that?
Yes.
Okay. And why would that be?
Because Dee always asked me to assist her with those types of things, and she wasn't the most tech savvy person, and so she relied on me to assist her with that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did she ever have a second phone?
No.
Okay. She never asked you to set up another phone for her?
No.
Okay. So I want to take you to Monday morning, April 25th, 2021. I'm sorry, April 26th, 2021. Did Dale contact you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time of day on that Monday?
It would have been, I feel like it would have been like around 8 or 8:30 in the morning. I feel like it was just at the beginning of my day.
Okay. And why was he contacting you first thing Monday morning?
He called me and said he didn't know if I heard, but that Dee went missing, and he wanted me to meet with him.
Okay. And what did you have plans already that day?
I had plans that day, yes.
Okay. And was your plan to be in the area of the Munger property?
Yes,
Where were you going to be?
I was going to be at Hardy Farms,
Okay, and approximately how far is that from the Munger property?
maybe a mile or two.
Okay, all right. So did you agree to meet with Dale?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you make an arrangement for where you were going to meet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet at the office?
No.
Okay, and I mean at the office at the Munger property?
For Warhead Farms?
Correct.
No.
Okay, and why didn't you meet there?
Because he didn't want to.
Okay, were you willing to come down and meet him at his own office?
I was willing to meet him at his own office.
Okay, and he didn't want to?
No.
Okay, did he say why?
I don't, I think he did give a reason, but I don't recall.
Okay. So where did you meet?
I met outside of Hardy Farms.
Okay. And what time did you meet, if you remember?
It probably was maybe around 11 or noon.
Okay. And at that point, did he show you anything related to Dee's phone?
I remember him showing me something on the iPad that he had.
Okay.
But I don't recall exactly what it was.
Okay. Did he say anything to you about why he was asking you to do services that day?
No.
Okay, so Dee went missing. Did he say what he wanted you to do specifically?
Oh, yes. He wanted access to the camera system.
Okay. And anything about the server?
He wanted passwords changed.
Okay. And at what point did he tell you he wanted access to the cameras and the server password changed?
Like when he wanted it done.
When did he tell you? Was it on the phone or was it when you met?
It was
at
in
the Hardy?
person. It was in person.
Okay. And so were you able to do that remotely or did you have to be on the Munger property to do that?
I did come on site.
Okay. And when did you come on site?
I did come on site. I believe it was later that day in the evening.
Okay. So did you have to make a special trip then to come
I
back?
did.
Okay. Why didn't you just go the mile down the road when you're meeting with him in person at 11 or noon?
Because he didn't want me to be at the office at that time.
And did he tell you why he didn't?
No. I mean, I think.
Objection,
Yep.
speculation, sustained.
Yeah, only the things that you know for sure. So when you went back that evening, was anybody else around besides the defendant?
No.
Okay. And was it after business hours?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you meet him?
At the office.
Okay. And at that point, did you have a conversation about what he wanted?
He told me what he wanted me to do, and I went ahead and changed the passwords as requested, and gave him a copy of the passwords.
Okay. Did he tell you why he wanted you to do those things?
No.
Okay. Did he ever mention anything about missing money?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the context that he made that comment?
It was regarding Dee that she took extra money, and then it had something to do with the lake house that they had that she had or they had.
And was that at all relevant to his request to have you change the server password and give him access to the cameras?
No.
How did you go about giving him access to the cameras? What did you have to do?
I just had to log it in. I had to change the IP address of the camera server, and I had to put the credentials in so that way you could, on the app that was on his phone, to be able to log into the camera server.
Okay. By doing that, are you making it so he's the only one that can access the cameras or no?
Yes, because that was part of the request. He wanted access to the cameras, and he didn't want anyone else to have access to the cameras.
Okay. And you were able to accomplish that for him?
Yes.
Did you ever get phone calls or contacts from other people later in the week. You don't have to tell us what they said, but to ask you to restore their access.
No.
You never got any contact from anybody asking you to restore their access?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And did you restore the access?
No.
You did not. And why didn't you restore their access?
Because, you know, since Dee was missing, you know, and Dale was, you know, is an owner of the business, you know, it was his request that no one else had access.
Okay, so that was at Dale's request?
That was at Dale's request.
What about the server? Did you provide the password to the server to anybody else other than Dale?
No.
Okay, so that would have locked any other person out of the server as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is the server for all the computers on the site?
Yes.
Are you on Facebook?
Yes.
Were you on Facebook in April of 2021?
Yes.
Were you friends with Dee on Facebook?
Yes.
Can you tell us if you noticed whether she was a frequent poster, sometimes, never?
She was very active on Facebook.
Okay. And after April, excuse me, after April 25th of 2021, did you ever see another post from her?
I don't remember the exact date of it, but there was an odd post, and it basically was a file path to an image, but it didn't show what the image was. It literally was just text, a string of text, and after that, no, there was no more activity.
Okay. The last 3 years, nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. When you spoke with Dale on that Monday, did he ever express any concern to you about Dee?
He did make, you know, one comment out of our entire conversation that he just wanted his wife back.
Okay. Did he express concern about control over the company?
Yes.
Did he express concern over control over the computers?
Yes.
Control over the money?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still work for that company?
No.
Okay. And was it your decision or their decision for that to terminate?
It was my decision.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Because I didn't feel comfortable working for them anymore.
Did Dale say anything to you about his ability to access the camera system before you changed the IP address?
I don't recall.
In other words, what I'm asking you is, could he have accessed the computer system before you helped him out?
The cameras?
Correct. I'm sorry, the cameras, yes.
No, not at that particular point in time.
Okay, so Monday you restored his access.
Correct.
Sunday he could not have gotten to the camera system.
Correct.
And I'm specifically talking about on his phone.
Correct.
All right. Okay, nothing further.
Good morning. My name is Marissa Vinsky. I represent Mr. Warner, and I just have some questions for you. You testified that you worked for the companies and your main point of contact was Miss Warner. Did she hire you or was Mr. Warner involved with that?
She hired me.
Did you have any communications really with Mr. Warner during your tenure of working with?
Very, very little.
And why was that?
He was normally out in the fields and running the farming operations, and Dee was my main point of contact.
Was Mr. Warner tech savvy? I know you said Miss Warner wasn't. Was Mr. Warner tech savvy?
No.
Would you describe yourself as a friend of Miss Warner?
I would say family friend, yes.
Would you communicate with her about other things besides work?
Some things, yeah.
Was Miss Warner the main person in control of the cameras that were on the farm?
She asked me, she would tell me where areas of concern was, like for instance, the scale, that was one area that they wanted, viewed, and then the, like the fuel tanks, they had some incidences over there. And so, she would tell me where she would like cameras.
Did Mr. Warner ever ask you to put up cameras in specific locations?
No.
How often would you speak with her?
I mean, I guess it depended on when they needed something, needed an IT request. So I mean, maybe once a week, maybe.
How often did you see her in person?
I don't know. It kind of varies depending on what the issue was. A lot of stuff that I was able to do remote. Sometimes I did have to come on site.
You had mentioned that there was a camera put up by the scale. Is that correct? When was that put up?
It was, I feel like it was a couple months prior to her just missing.
A couple of months. Would it be fair to say that it was a week before Miss Warner left?
The camera was put up way before that.
So what happened the week before with the scale camera?
I think there was an issue with the cable, and I went out there to fix it.
I didn't hear that last word.
There was an issue with the scale camera, and I went out on site to fix it. It was an issue with the actual cabling.
And who chose that location to put it by the scale?
D. But I do believe though that there was already an existing camera there, and we were having issues with that camera, and so that was what why it made a need to put the new camera up. There was an existing one there, and it needed to be replaced.
Did Miss Warner request to put that camera up prior to the one that you replaced it with?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, sorry, that was poorly worded. You said you had to put a new camera up because there was cable issues. The camera that was in place before.
No, there was already an existing camera there. The camera mechanically failed, and then that's why the new camera got put up.
Okay, the camera that mechanically failed, who requested to put that camera up?
That would have been D.
Do you remember what was in view when you put the camera up by the scale?
It had a view of the scale. It was a wide angle camera, so I mean it could see a little bit of the road.
Do you know what road that was?
The main Munger Road.
Could you see the intersection at all?
Not that I recall.
You said that Miss Warner was the primary person, really the sole person who told you where to put the cameras. Did she also indicate to you where the camera should be pointed?
Yes.
Who had access to the camera system?
D, Zach, Parker, and Dale.
And how could a person view the cameras? I know you said you testified that it was on the phone. Was that the only way that a person could view what was on the cameras?
There was an application that was installed on the computer at the reception desk, so you could view it there. So you could either do it there or on the phone.
I believe on direct you said that Mr. Warner didn't have access to the cameras on Sunday. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you just said he did have access to the cameras. So what was the difference?
So what the difference was is they had a different internet service. They had a different internet service, and I think it was a month or so before D went missing. They made a switch to MEC and was getting internet from them. So to be able to view the cameras remotely, you have to have a static IP address. And because the internet service provider changed, there was a new IP address issue that's completely different. And so that needed to be updated on his particular phone.
So for the month prior to her being gone, Mr. Warner did not have access
Correct.
to the cameras. You're saying Zach and Parker, is that Zach Bott, correct?
Yes.
Miss Warner's son?
Yes,
And Parker Hardy, Miss Warner's nephew?
correct.
Did they have access to the cameras in that month span when Mr. Warner didn't?
I know that Zach did.
And how did he get access to that in that month change?
Because he, when I made the change, he was in the office, Dee was in the office, and so I made the update right then and there for them.
Can a person change a camera angle from the application?
No.
And you had testified that Mr. Warner asked you to change the passwords on that Monday, April 26th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Warner was an owner of the business, correct?
Correct.
And he had the right to change the passwords if he wanted to?
Correct.
And you testified that you met him at the Hardy farm?
For the initial conversation, yes.
Mr. Warner was agreeable to meet at Miss Warner's family's farm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Warner also thought that Miss Warner had ran off. Is that correct?
Objection. His own statements are not admissible.
I would argue that it goes to the rule of completeness. They got into a whole bunch of things about that conversation, but it's not putting it into context unless there is the rule of completeness, People versus Warren. Mr. Warner thought that Miss Warner had ran off, correct?
Correct.
Because she had done that plenty of times before. Did he indicate that to you?
Yes.
You said that people had asked for access after you changed the passwords. Who had asked for access after?
Zach.
He was the only one?
Yes.
Was he an owner of the business, to your knowledge?
No.
And I believe you said Zach and Parker had access to the passwords before the change, or just the cameras?
Just the cameras.
Who had access to the passwords before the change?
That would have been me. And then if anything that any password that Dee knew.
So you and Miss Warner?
Yes. I mean, there would have been some passwords that Zach would have known to do daily work, but server passwords that was primarily me.
Who had access to the passwords that involved money for the business prior to the change?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, so you're mentioning specifically 3 areas, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong. Cameras, server, and then I believe you testified about money as well on direct. Are those all different passwords to get in?
Yes. Yes.
So who had access, you said?
For like the financial system?
Correct.
That would have been, Dee and Zach and maybe some other employees within the business.
But you don't know about the other employees?
No.
And you testified about this cloning of Mr. Warner's iPhone. It was your understanding that Miss Warner was in the hospital when this took place?
Could you rephrase that?
Yes. So you had testified on direct that Mr. Warner asked you to make a copy of Miss Warner, the contents of Miss Warner's phone.
Yes.
It was your understanding that Miss Warner was actually in the hospital during this, facing a very serious illness.
That's what I was told.
You were close with Miss Warner. Would you say that?
Yes.
This was not a secret to Mr. Warner that you primarily communicated with her?
No.
He didn't tell you to keep it a secret from her, to not tell her, did he?
I don't recall.
You did say that on direct, Mr. Warner didn't say anything about her not having knowledge about this, correct?
Can you show me that document?
It's what you had just testified to with the prosecutor.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm nervous. Can you?
No, that's totally fine. I get it. This is an unusual situation for you to be in. Looking back on that conversation with Mr. Warner, you had testified that he didn't say anything about whether or not Miss Warner had knowledge about cloning the phone, correct?
Correct.
Who first approached you about this case?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, when you first were involved in this case, did you reach out to someone? Did someone reach out to you? How did you get involved?
As far as
To even know what information you have to say today.
I took care of their IT. I was basically around it.
Let's break it down. Did law enforcement speak to you about this case?
Yes.
When was that?
I would say it was that first week that she went missing. Probably somewhere between Tuesday and Thursday.
Do you remember how many times you've spoken to law enforcement about this case?
A lot.
Do you remember if you initiated contact with them or they reached out to you asking for an interview?
What interview?
The ones you had just mentioned.
I don't think I did not get interviewed that week. I was there. They reached out to me to export footage from the camera system. That was what my initial involvement was.
And then how did it develop from there?
Then they would have reached out. They reached out to me to gather other information that I knew.
You said you met with them a lot. Was it more than 5 times?
I received phone calls and, not necessarily in person, but I have received phone calls. I would say, maybe 5.
5, would it be more than 10?
I don't know.
Did you ever meet with a private investigator about this case?
I briefly talked to him.
Who was that?
Billy Little. Billy Little.
And how many meetings did you have with him?
1. And that was early on.
Did he reach out to you for that meeting or did you reach out to him?
I believe he reached out to me.
How many times have you met with the prosecutor about this case at all?
Once.
Have you talked about your testimony with anyone
No.
besides the people or the prosecutor? Are you on the Justice for D page?
Yes.
Have you ever attended any rallies or vigils for her?
No.
Did you have a Justice for D sign or a ribbon?
No.
Have you ever made a contribution to any group for Miss Warner?
No.
Have you ever shared your theories about what happened on social media?
No.
Have you ever given any comments or statements to the news or the press or social media about this
No.
case? I just have one more question. You don't have any personal knowledge about what happened to Miss Warner, correct?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
So you in fact did download footage from the camera system from that weekend for law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you provide that to, if you recall?
I believe at that point in time, it was the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department. I do believe the state police were involved as well, but I think it was primarily the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And what is the name of the system or the app that's used to access the system?
It's Milestone.
Okay. And is that also the app?
Yes. Yeah. Milestone was the server software that actually did the recording, and then there's a Milestone app to go along with it.
In the month or so that Dale did not have access on his phone, would he have had access in the office to the
Yeah.
camera system? I mean,
He could have, yeah.
does the, I mean, you kind of already answered this, but I want to be clear. You could access not just the live feed, but you could go back in time and see what had happened on the camera system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could somebody delete a section of the video, the recorded video,
Objection, speculation.
if you know? Thank you.
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. If you know, could a person go on the computer and in the recorded portion of the video, delete just a section of it?
I'm sure it's a possibility.
Okay. Have you been asked this question before by law enforcement? Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying that you would either have to delete the entire video or none of it?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how you would delete footage. I guess it probably would be. I guess I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. Were there other times that Dale asked you to change the password on the server?
No.
This was it.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated. Speak directly into the microphone loudly. Spell your first and last name, please.
Raquel Bach, RIKKELLBOCK.
Hi, Raquel.
Hello.
Tell us how you knew Dee Warner.
She was my mom.
Okay. And your last name is Bach?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell us why the difference between Warner and Bach?
She remarried.
Okay. And about how old were you when that happened?
I think I was, I don't remember, maybe,
Or maybe how long ago has that been?
I believe it was in 2008.
Okay. And the person she got married to at that point in time was who?
Dale Warner.
And
Council, I apologize. I think the witness of the phone warning should put that away, please.
Do you want it up here?
Or you could just leave it upside down on the counters. Okay, thank you.
all right. Do you have kids?
I do, yes.
Okay. And did your mom have any other grandkids?
Yes.
Tell me about your kids.
I have 3 kids.
Okay. And as of April 2021, how many did you have?
2.
And was Dee involved in their lives?
Yes, she was my daycare, basically.
Okay. Do you work?
I do, yes.
What do you do?
I'm a hairstylist.
Okay. And back in April 2021, where did you live?
I lived at my dad's house.
Okay. And how far is that from the Munger property?
About 3 miles, maybe.
It's real close, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your dad's name?
Tim.
Tim Bach?
Yes.
All right. So you said that you had the 2 boys or girls,
At the time, I had 2 girls.
right? And you said there were other grandkids as well.
Yes.
How many?
4 other ones.
And who did they belong to?
My 2 nephews were from my sister Amber, and my 2 nieces are from my brother TJ.
Okay. So how many kids were there from the first marriage?
4.
And can you give us the names in the order?
Amber, TJ, Zach, and me.
Okay. And then you have a stepsister, correct? Or a half sister?
I have a
I'm
half
sorry.
sister, yes.
That's Angelina.
Yes.
All right. During the time leading up to April of 2021, you said that you were living with your dad, right?
Correct.
Why was that?
We had a really big remodel on our house.
Okay. And so where was your house in relation to the Munger farm?
Basically in the backyard.
Okay. Could you, from your house, see the Munger house?
Yes.
Had you ever lived in the Munger house?
Yes.
And who was doing the remodel?
My boyfriend.
Father of your kids?
Yes.
So tell me about how much time you would spend. Were you helping doing the remodel?
A little bit.
Okay. I mean, were you there every day? Were you back and forth?
I was there pretty much every day.
Okay. And tell me about your daily routine as it involved your mom during this time of the remodel.
I spent a lot of time at my mom's house through the remodel. She was my daycare while I worked. And then when I wasn't working, I was at her house because my house wasn't done enough for my kids to really hang out there very long. So I spent a lot of time at my mom's house. I pretty much ate dinner there almost every night. Did my laundry there. And she helped a lot with my kids.
Okay. So is it fair to say you saw your mom almost every day?
I would say that's pretty fair, yes.
Okay. And how long had the remodel been going on as of April of 2021?
About a year.
During that time, were you able to observe the relationship between your mom and Dale?
Yes.
How can you describe that?
Business partners.
Okay. Tell me about the businesses.
What were they?
Exactly. What were they?
There was the farm, the chemical and fertilizer, and the trucking company.
Okay. And at that time, were you doing any work for any of those companies?
No.
Did you see any contention between your mom and Dale during that time? I'm talking about things you personally observed.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe some of that?
Yelling.
Okay.
My mom was a yeller. And I'm not really sure. I mean, I feel like there was a lot of yelling. There was a lot of cussing, slamming things, maybe.
Okay.
Irritation.
Was your mom happy in the marriage?
No.
Yeah, I would object to that for speculation unless there's a foundation.
Okay. Did you ever see, again personally, any eavesdropping by Dale?
Well, I couldn't see behind walls, so I'm not really sure how to answer that. I mean, I know there were times
I would
where
object to speculation that she.
I'll ask a different question, Your Honor. Were you ever aware of any time that he was recording her conversations while you were there?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of him tracking the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay. How were you aware of that?
She showed me the tracking device.
Were you in communication with your mom by phone?
Yes.
Often or seldom?
Often.
Daily, weekly?
Pretty much daily.
Okay. And what can you tell us about how often she would let it go to voicemail, how often she would ignore text, that kind of thing?
Never.
Do you have firsthand knowledge of times when your mom would leave for a night or two from the Munger house?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know about that?
She would tell me.
I would object that that's not first-hand knowledge and that's hearsay.
I agree, Your Honor. Withdraw. So you were not at the house any of these times when she left for some other place?
I have left with her before, yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
The last time I left with her, she was pregnant with my little sister, and we stayed at another house.
From your mom's habits that you observed, was she secretive with her possessions?
Like her phone
Yes.
to certain people.
Okay. To who was she secretive?
Dale.
And tell us about that, what you observed.
She kept her phone in her pocket. She was also secretive about her car keys. She kept her car keys in her pocket at all times with her phone.
Okay. And was there ever a time you observed her hiding those items?
In her pocket.
Okay. In the couch?
I have seen her hide her phone in the couch before, yes.
Okay. What were the circumstances of that?
Dale walked in.
Did she ever instruct you to lock something up so that no one could get at it?
Yes, her
Okay.
car.
Was that once or more than once?
I can recall one time
Okay.
specifically,
All right. And do you know when that was?
not long before.
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
Well, first of all, lock my car is a command, not a statement. And I can show the witness to refresh your memory in terms of when it was.
I'm going to overrule the hearsay
If I can approach the witness. Showing me how it's marked as Exhibit 12, or proposed Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
You see a date on there?
March 23rd, 2021.
Does that refresh your recollection of when this took place?
March 23rd, 2021.
Okay. And what did your mom tell you to do?
To make sure her
Objection, hearsay.
This is the same thing. This is a command, not a statement.
I'll allow it. I don't know what the statement is.
She said to make sure that her car was locked
And where was the car?
in the garage.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now, were you aware firsthand of any medical issues that your mom had and or medications that she took?
Yes.
Okay. And from your knowledge, what, if any, things did she suffer from?
Chronic migraines and like high blood pressure. Is that what you're asking too?
Yes.
And cholesterol, depression. That's all to my knowledge.
Was there anything with her neck?
She had chronic neck pain, but I'm not sure what she took for that.
Okay.
Besides getting a massage.
Do you have any experience with migraines?
I do, yes.
Are you on medication for that?
Current.
Objection, relevance.
This would bear on her knowledge of what her mom is going through and taking, what the effects are of the medication that her mom is on. I haven't gotten there yet.
You haven't gotten there yet. I don't know if she can testify to what the effects of medication were on.
I can ask it in a more specific way, Your Honor. When you have a migraine, what do you do in terms of the pills?
I would also object, Your Honor. I don't think there's a foundation laid. She's not an expert. She's not a doctor. Getting into this medicine and what it treated, I don't think is appropriate for this witness.
Well, she has firsthand experience. I'm not asking for her opinion. I'm asking for what she does.
I'm not sure how this is relevant.
Well, we've already heard that Dee had a migraine that night.
Right.
I will tie it up in a moment.
Okay. I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you. When you have a migraine, do you take a pill?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of pill?
I don't remember the name of it, but just specifically for migraines, just to calm the pain of the headache.
Okay. Do you take 1, 2, 3? How many pills do you take and in what order?
One pill at a time. I think you could take up to,
Again, I think this is going far astray.
This is my last-
So my objection is relevant. What pills she takes, how does that affect Miss Warner?
It's my last question. Okay. All right. Did you ever see any signs of addiction with your mom?
no,
Did you ever see her high on medication?
no,
In the months leading up to April, did she talk with you about divorce?
yes.
All right. Is that often, seldom?
I would object again to hearsay. In the months leading up, there's no specific time frame, and this court has determined that April 24th, 2021, and its previous rulings is what the date is based off of.
Yeah. I think it's relevant because it shows the pattern
I
leading
know
up to it. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you ask me again?
How often did she speak of divorce?
Divorce was a common conversation she had, but more specifically, the day before, on April 24th, was she was absolutely ready to file for divorce.
Objection, speculation.
Is that from your personal knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. Did you have a conversation with your mom that day?
yes,
Where did that take place?
at her house.
At your mom's house?
Yes,
Okay, and what time of day?
4:30ish.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation in regard to divorce.
My mom was very upset because of a fight that happened with some employees and some text message that she got that Dale was talking to an employee's wife about how my mom takes Xanax every day, and my mom felt and always felt like he never had her back.
Objection, speculation.
Can we strike just the last sentence, Your Honor?
Yes, let's strike that last sentence.
Thank you.
And
So let me stop you right there. Did she specifically mention divorce in that conversation?
yes,
What did she say?
she's
Objection, hearsay.
This is her plan under 8033.
she said that she was her marriage was already over, and she was gonna divorce him.
Did she say anything about her plans for later that day?
She said, I don't even have the energy to pack my bags.
Do you know if she had plans for Lena that night?
I do not.
Was she complaining? Did she complain at that point in time of having a migraine?
At that point in time, no.
Do you think you were able to tell when your mom had a migraine?
Yes.
Did she appear to you that she had a migraine at that point?
At that point, it did not appear that she had a migraine. She was just too upset.
And tell us about that. How did you know that she was upset?
Because she was sobbing.
Did she make any other statement to you during that conversation that would indicate any fear on her part?
One of the last things that my mom said to me was, I watch Dateline like every night, and he could do something like that to me.
And what did she mean? What did you take that to mean? He could do something like that to me,
Objection, speculation.
if you know.
Make her disappear.
Did you, would you describe Dale as a calm person in general?
Depending on who we wanted to be calm in front of.
Okay. Did you ever see any anger coming from him?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe a specific instance where you saw this happen?
I specifically remember one night a big fight.
Objection relevance, there's no time frame about when this.
I was about,
I'm sorry, yes. So yes, if you could tell us, when is this event that you're going to tell us about?
it was about 2009. And,
Well, let's stop right there. That's probably a little too far back.
okay, sorry.
So was there any other instance that you can recall between 2019 up to 2021?
That I personally witnessed?
Correct.
No.
So after you left your mom that afternoon, that Saturday afternoon, did you see her again at all Saturday night?
No.
Where did you go after you left?
I went to my house.
Okay. And did you ever leave your house again that night?
To go back to my dad's house.
Okay. Approximately what time was that?
About 10:30.
Okay. And from going from your house to your dad's, does that take you past the Munger property?
Yes.
Okay. And did you happen to look and see what was going on as you drove by?
I did. All of the lights were on in the house.
Okay. And was that usual or unusual as far as you observed?
Unusual at that time.
Okay. What was usual for those hours?
Pretty dark, maybe the TV on and a couple of lights.
Okay. Did you see where the Hummer was? Did you notice where the Hummer was at that point?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see whether any cars were at the office at that point?
I did not see any cars at the office at that point.
So Sunday morning, do you go back over to your mom's?
Yes.
Okay, who was with you, if anybody?
Dustin and my two girls.
Okay, and about what time did you go over to your mom's?
About 9:30.
Okay. And what was the purpose of going over there?
We went to go have breakfast, and my mom and I grocery shopped on Sundays.
And so, what is the usual routine when you go over there? Do you knock on the door, or do you just go in?
Just walk in.
Okay, what about that day?
They just walked in, and nobody was there.
All right, so when you say no one was there, did you look around, or no one was immediately apparent when you walked in?
Kind of walked around a little bit and kind of, yelled for her and Angelina, and that was it.
Okay, so can you tell us what rooms you were in when you briefly looked around at that time?
I was in like the kitchen and the living room. And I think I peeked around to maybe her bedroom briefly.
Did you at that point notice any vehicles down by the office?
Yes,
And what did you see?
the Hummer and the JCB.
Okay, and tell us what the JCB is.
It's a loader.
Okay, this piece of farm equipment,
Yes,
is it about the size of a car or bigger?
bigger.
Okay, a lot bigger or a little bigger?
A little bit bigger than a big SUV.
Okay, and you say a loader. Why do you call it a loader?
Had a bucket on the front.
Okay, and you say that and the Hummer were down by the office.
Yes.
Do you know where your mom's car was at that time?
In the garage.
Okay. Did you also look in the garage?
I did, yes.
Okay. Did she drive any car besides the Hummer or the Escalade?
No.
Did that cause you concern that her cars were there and she wasn't?
Yes.
Okay. What did you think had happened at that point?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you do anything in response to your mom not being in the house and both of her cars being in view?
I thought they were down at the office.
Did you try to get a hold of her at that point to see what was going on?
Yes, I texted her.
Okay, and did she text back?
No.
What did you do after she didn't respond to your text?
I left and went back to my house.
Okay, and did you go in the house?
No,
Okay. Where did you go in relation to your house?
I sat in my driveway.
Okay. With Dustin and the kids?
Yes,
All right. And what did you do while you were sitting there?
I called her.
And what happened?
Her phone went straight to voicemail.
Okay. Was that unusual?
Absolutely.
Did your plans change for the day at that point?
Yes,
And how did they change?
I started searching for her and calling people.
Okay. So you had plans to do something else.
Yes,
Okay. And forget that.
right.
Okay. Who else did you call?
I called my brother Zach
Okay. Anybody else?
and Stephanie.
Okay. Okay. And did you get a hold of them?
Yes,
Okay. So you talked to Zach, talked to Stephanie.
yes.
What did you do after you talked with them?
I went back down to the office.
Okay. What was your reason for doing that?
I thought my little sister was in there listening to them fight.
Okay. So you had an idea where your mom was at that point?
I thought I did.
Okay. Because the other two didn't know?
Correct.
Okay. So what did you do?
I walked into the office to see if there was anybody there.
And was there
No,
any sign of, were the lights on, anything?
I think the front office light was on, but I think that stays on most of the time.
Okay. All right. So she's not there. What do you do next?
I continued to call my siblings. And then I went down to my aunt and uncle's house,
Okay. So your aunt and uncle are who?
Greg and Shelley,
And approximately how far do they live from the Munger farm?
2 miles maybe.
Okay. And how do you get there from the farm?
Drive
And do you know east, west, north, south?
west,
Okay. West on Munger?
west on Munger.
Okay. Do you go straight, and what are their names?
Greg and Shelley.
Okay. Do you go straight to Greg and Shelley's?
I went to the farm, to their big barn to see if she was there.
Okay. So their big barn, that's separate from where their residence is?
Yes.
And was she there?
No.
Do you get a call while you're at,
Objection, leading.
does anything happen while you're at that place?
Yes.
What happened?
Dale called me.
All right. What did he say?
He asked me if I talked to my mom and that she was mad at him for the fight that happened and that he hadn't talked to her. She won't answer him.
Okay. And did he tell you why he was calling you?
To see if I had talked to her.
Okay. And why was he curious as whether you had talked with her?
Objection, speculation.
Did he indicate to you why he was asking about your mom? Did he indicate to you why he was asking where she was?
No.
Okay. So you go to the big barn. Where do you go from there?
Greg and Shelley's house.
Okay. Was your mom there?
No.
From there, where?
To their property in Amstead.
And by their property, you mean who?
My mom and Dale.
Okay. And is there a name for that?
Cedar Point.
Was she there?
No.
Okay. So then what?
I went back to her house.
Okay. And what do you do once you get back to the house?
I start looking, seeing if there was anything out of place or that was missing, that maybe her stuff was gone.
So you'd already looked around just a little bit. Was this a more thorough
Yes.
search? Okay. Where did you go in the house?
Her bathroom. To see if her makeup bag was gone.
Did you notice at that time whether it was there or not?
I noticed it was gone.
Okay.
And her hair stuff,
Her hair stuff was there or gone?
gone.
Okay. Anything else that you noticed missing?
a can of hairspray and her curling iron.
Now, did you use that bathroom when you were there?
Yes.
Okay, and being a hairstylist, did you sometimes do your mom's hair?
Yes.
Okay, so you use those products that your mom used?
Yes.
Okay. She's not in the bathroom, then where else do you check in the house?
I checked all of the bedrooms.
And how many bedrooms are there?
There was 5 upstairs and then 2 downstairs.
Downstairs in the basement?
In the main floor.
Main floor, okay. Any sign of your mom?
No.
Okay. Is there anything that caught your attention when you went upstairs?
There's like a mock door, looks like a bookshelf, leads to like an attic, and the door was open with items that were on the shelf that were on the ground.
I approach now. This one was been marked as People's Proposed number 10. You recognize that?
Yes,
What is it?
that's the door.
So that looks like a shelving unit.
Yes,
But you say that's a door.
correct.
Where does it lead to?
An attic.
Okay. And was the door in that position when you saw it?
No,
Okay. What position was it in?
it was pushed open and things that were on the shelf were on the ground.
So it was open to the attic.
Correct.
Was that unusual?
Yeah.
That caused you concern?
Yes.
We move for the admission of People's Proposed number 10.
Any objection?
No objection. Oh.
Also proposed exhibit 10 is submitted for clearing exam purposes.
Did anybody else help you search?
Dustin.
And, oh, sorry. Did either one of you find your mom?
No.
Does anybody else, well, let me first ask you this. Are you familiar with the sprayer?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a big piece of machinery that opens up wide and sprays chemicals on fields.
Okay. And would you recognize the sound of the sprayer if you heard it?
Yes.
Had you heard it before that day on April 25th?
Yes.
How many times would you say?
Once that morning or afternoon.
Previous to that, had you heard it a few times, many times?
Oh, many times.
Okay. Did you hear it again that morning while you were in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell where it was or where it was coming from by the direction?
No.
Okay. Do you leave the house or does somebody come in the house at that point?
Dale came in the house.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
Where were you when you had the conversation?
In her bedroom.
Okay. Were you already in the bedroom when he came in?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you see where he had come from when he came to the bedroom?
I don't know.
Was anybody else in the bedroom with you besides Dale?
The first time, I believe my Aunt Shelley was with me. And
I just want to talk about that first time.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Did he say anything at that point when he came in the bedroom? He being Dale.
I don't really remember if he said anything at that point.
Okay. Was there a massage chair in the room?
Yes.
Were there things behind the massage chair?
Yes.
Did he go over there and look in those things?
Objection, leading, sustained.
Did he show you anything?
Yes, he went through like empty like tote bags that my mom had behind her massage chair and was pulling out any medications from the bags and talking about how she has pills everywhere and he doesn't even know what they are. And
Had the subject of pills been brought up at all?
before that, no.
Right, okay. Did he show you anything else in his hand?
Yes,
What did he show you?
her ring,
Okay, what kind of a ring was it?
her wedding ring.
Showing what's been marked as people's proposed number 11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, but that was her first ring.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll have to get a different picture. But he showed you a ring.
Yes,
And what kind of a ring was it?
her wedding ring,
Okay, the current wedding ring.
the current wedding
All
ring.
right. And what did he say in regard to the wedding ring?
He said that he found it on his desk in the office.
Did you know your mom to take off her wedding ring?
No.
Did he say anything else to you in the bedroom about your mom's conduct?
Objection leading.
I mean,
Allow it.
thank you. About your mom's conduct leading up to that weekend.
He said that she had a burner phone.
Okay, let me stop you right there. What does that mean to you?
A phone that she buys minutes for, maybe. I'm not really sure.
Okay. As opposed to her main phone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know your mom to have a burner phone?
No.
Okay, did she ever ask you to contact her on a different phone?
No.
Voice, text, anything?
No.
Did you ever see her with a second phone?
No.
All right, what else did he say in that regard about your mom's conduct leading up to that, if anything?
He said that she was leaving in the middle of the night. And he didn't know where she was going.
And were you aware of that conduct if it ever took place?
No.
Did he say anything about what had happened the night before, Saturday night?
He said they barely fought.
Okay.
And he gave her a massage after he got her calmed down and she fell asleep and he picked her up and put her on the couch.
Now, had you ever seen Dale touch your mom, like giving her a massage?
Not really.
You hadn't seen her squeezing her neck or shoulders, anything like that?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
I'm asking you from your own personal observation. Thank you, Your Honor.
A relaxing massage? No. He would come up behind her when her and I were in conversations.
I guess I would object then to speculation because how can she classify what Mr. Warner's intent is with the touching, if it was relaxing, not relaxing?
I'm just asking you, without characterizing what kind of touch it was, tell us what you saw in terms of the touch.
She was uncomfortable.
What was he?
Objection, speculation.
So let me clarify the question, Your Honor. Thank you. Was he using his hands?
Yes.
Okay, where was he placing his hands?
On her shoulders,
What was he doing with his hands on her shoulders?
massaging.
Okay. And could you tell your mom's reaction to that?
Yes.
What was her physical reaction?
Uncomfortable.
Would she let it continue?
No.
All right. Did you stay in the bedroom or did you go to another room?
I went back out into the like living room, kitchen area.
Okay, and did Dale come also?
Yes.
All right. So there was more interaction with him in the living room, kitchen area?
Yes.
Is that one big open room?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other statements regarding pills that happened when you were out in the living room, kitchen area?
Yes.
Were those made by Dale?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He went to the cabinet with medication in it and kept talking about these pills, and he didn't know what they were, and she's got all these pills everywhere. And
Okay. And could you observe his demeanor when he was doing this? Was he calm?
No.
Okay, what was he?
Frustrated.
Were you familiar with that cabinet? And what was
Yes.
in it?
I couldn't tell you everything what was in it, but I was.
Do you
I
know
knew
if
it was there?
Do you know if Dale had any medication in that cabinet?
Yes.
Okay. Did Dale say anything to you out there in the living room?
He said, something about how my mom has ruined his life. She's always trying to ruin his life. I can't remember the exact.
Okay. All right. And did he say anything about all the things he's worked for?
Yes. He said everything I've worked for is gone.
Okay. And did you know what that meant at that time?
No.
After your mom went missing, did you have a phone conversation with Dale?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm talking about within a week or two after that Sunday. Did he talk about what had happened on Saturday night more than what he told you in the bedroom?
Objection, these lines of questioning, there's just a lot of leading. Did he talk about this? Did he talk about that? Versus what did he talk about?
Thank you. Did you have a few or many phone calls with Dale in the, let's say, 2 weeks after the 25th?
I had a fair share of conversations with him.
Okay. Did he say anything to you regarding what had happened between him and your mom Saturday night?
He said that they barely fought, and that at one point he reread their vows to her. He said, in sickness and health, and for richer, for poorer, and so on.
All right, so back to Sunday morning. After what happened in the living room kitchen, do you leave? Does Dale leave?
I think I left shortly after that.
Okay, and where do you go from there?
I took my kids to a sitter.
Okay, and did you come back?
Yes,
Where did you go when you came back?
to the office.
Okay, and what did you do while you were in the office?
I watched parts of the surveillance.
Okay, and did you ever see your mom on the surveillance?
No.
Did you ever come back up to the house from the office?
I don't believe so.
So I guess I'm asking, you said earlier that you saw the Hummer, or actually, let me ask you that. Where was the Hummer when you went down to the office to watch the video?
He moved it back up to the house.
Okay. All right. Did anything else draw your attention in relation to the Hummer when you're in that area?
The two, like JCB tracks
Okay.
up to the sliding glass door.
All right, so could you explain what you mean by the JCB tracks?
So the JCB had big tires on it, and there were two tracks that led up to the sliding glass door.
Okay. And where were those in relation to the Hummer?
The Hummer was basically on the tracks.
Okay. And where is the sliding glass door in relation to the kitchen and living room area?
It goes off of the kitchen living room is like one area, and the sliding glass door is like in the middle of the two.
Between the kitchen and the living room?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk out of between the kitchen and the living room, you open the sliding glass door. Where are you now? No, I'm just talking about if you are at the house.
Oh.
And you're going from the living room, kitchen area through that sliding glass door, where do you end up outside?
Where the Hummer was parked and where the JCB tracks were.
Are there steps going down there?
Yes.
Okay. And what's at when you saw it, what is at the end of those steps?
The Hummer.
With the JCB tracks underneath?
Correct.
Okay. Did you, after the office, where did you go next?
I walked around the property
What was the purpose of that?
to see if I could find anything.
Okay. Any sign?
No.
Okay. Then where?
And then I think I left.
Okay. And where did you go, if you recall?
I went to my brother's house, Zach,
And where did he live at the time?
on Pentecost Highway.
Okay. Is that on one of the lakes?
Yes, Sand Lake.
And was it just you and Zach at his house?
It was me, Zach, and TJ.
All right. And what did you do once you got there?
We filed a missing persons report.
Okay. And how did you do that? Was it a phone call? Was it online? Did you?
A phone call.
Okay. And had there been any conversation previous in the day involving Dale about calling the police?
Yes.
And
He
what-
said he wasn't going to. He said he would do it maybe the next morning after he took Angelina to school.
Did he that day or in the next 2 weeks, during the times you interacted with him personally, seem concerned about your mom being gone?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bach. My name is Marissa Vinsky, and I represent Mr. Warner. I just have some questions for you. You testified on direct that when your mother was pregnant, you and her left to go to another house. What was that other house?
A friend's house. A friend's house.
Who was that friend?
Kim Brisky.
Did you ever go anywhere else with her besides that friend's house?
Yes.
Where?
Are you asking for that day?
Yes.
No.
Was there any time where you left with your mother and you went anywhere else for the weekend?
Yes.
Where?
We would go to the Dundee Hotel.
How often was that?
Once every couple of months.
Who would go with you when you went? Was it just you and your mother?
Yes.
You also had testified on direct that your mother had asked you to hide the keys. What car did she ask you to hide the keys for?
She didn't ask me to hide the keys.
Or-
She asked me to lock the car,
Lock the car, excuse me. What car?
her Escalade.
Did Mr. Warner have his own set of keys to the Escalade?
I don't know.
In that command, when she told you to lock the Escalade, did she tell you why?
No.
Do you know that your mom took oxycodone?
On a regular basis?
Objection, Your Honor, that's not in evidence.
The government opened the door by asking if she saw any signs of her mother's addiction or any drug use.
She didn't ask if, she asked that.
Are you aware? Thank you. Are you aware if your mother took oxycodone?
I am aware that she took it when she got her neck injections.
To your knowledge, did she have a prescription to that?
To my knowledge, I don't know.
Did your mom like attention?
From who?
Based off your experiences with her, and how you saw her interact with people, your observance of how she would act with other people, and do you think she liked attention?
I think it's fair to say she did.
Can you describe your mother's temperament?
She didn't put up with a lot of anything.
Would you classify her as dramatic?
That's fair to say.
Would you classify her to overreact to situations?
Yeah.
To your personal knowledge, would she sometimes have outbursts?
Yeah.
And you actually took things that she said with a grain of salt because of this.
What things we're talking about? Otherwise, it's irrelevant.
In the context of when she told you that she didn't want to be another Dateline episode that you testified to on direct, things that she said in that conversation, were you of the opinion that you had to take things with a grain of salt with what she was saying?
Yes, because I never heard her talk about being scared.
So you personally never heard Miss Warner say she was scared of Mr. Warner?
Except for the last comment she made to me.
When you testified on direct that you drove by the night of April 24th, 2021, and you said all the lights were on, do you literally mean every single light in the house? Can you describe that a little more?
From traveling from my house to my dad's house, there's the whole side of the house, which had the living room, her bathroom, and her bedroom. You can see the windows, and all of those lights were on. So like basically the whole first floor.
So the living room, the bathroom, the bedroom, you don't know about any of the other lights in the house?
I couldn't see there.
When you arrived to the Warner house on April 25th, 2021, did you use a key to get in or was the door unlocked?
It was unlocked.
When you got there, did you see any signs of struggle?
No, other than the fact that that door was open.
What door do you mean?
The bookshelf door.
Did you see any stains on the couch?
No.
Did you see any stains on the carpet in the living room?
No.
Did you see any marks on the couch?
No.
Did you see any stains or marks on that bookcase to get to the attic?
No.
What vehicle did your mother drive more, the Hummer or the Cadillac?
The Escalade.
And then you testified that you went and looked in the camera system on that morning, how did you get in the camera system?
My brother had access to it.
Did he show you the videos?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Warner on that day, April 25th, 2021, would you say he was acting the same way that he typically acted any other day you interacted with him?
When he was talking about the pills, he was very frazzled.
Would you say how he interacted, though, was the same way that you've seen him interact with you on other times? Is that how his demeanor always was?
Mm. Not necessarily.
So you're saying he was not acting the same way that he typically acted that day?
Yeah.
Do you remember having an interview with Detective Dwyer or Dreyer, sorry, where you said, do you remember having that interview?
Yeah.
And in that interview, you actually said he timeline a little bit.
I called Stephanie and my brother, and Dale called me maybe an hour.
Oops, sorry. There was a something happened, but I think it's better. Sorry.
Or so later.
Do you have a key to the office?
No.
And to your knowledge, does Mr. Warner use the JCB to take trash from place to place?
Yeah.
Where have you seen him park that when he's usually taking trash from place to place?
When he's done with the trash, or
can you describe in your experience what you've seen when he's moving that JCB when he's taking trash?
He drives it around to the office in the house to get the trash and then dumps it in the back to burn it.
Have you seen him park it in front of the office before?
No.
Do you remember doing an interview with Billy Little?
Yeah.
And in that interview, do you remember saying you have seen him park it in front of the office when he's taking trash place to place?
I said I've seen him park it there, but he doesn't leave his equipment out.
But you have seen him park it there when he's taking trash from place to place, which is what I asked.
Yes.
And that is where you saw the JCB when you arrived at the Warner farm on April 25th?
Yep.
25th.
Yes.
Yeah. Were you involved with the businesses at all that your mother and Mr. Warner had?
No.
Did Dale express to you that he thought your mom had voluntarily left at the time when you were talking to him?
He didn't really express anything. He just said she didn't know where she was. He didn't know where she was at.
Do you remember him saying that's why he didn't call the police? Or didn't feel the need to call the police?
Yeah, he said that she'll come back.
What was your involvement in getting Mr. Little on this case?
None.
And you have no personal knowledge of where your mother is?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sorry.
You were asked if you know if Dale had a key to the Escalade. Do you know who was the primary driver of the Escalade?
My mom.
Did you ever see Dale driving the Escalade?
It was really rare, and sometimes when they would all be together.
Okay. Who drove the Hummer?
My mom.
And between the two, which one would she drive the most?
The Escalade.
In the time that you were talking about, let's say from March through that weekend, did you see the Hummer parked someplace?
I never saw it move.
Okay, from where? Where was it when you
the-
saw it?
From right outside of the sliding glass doors.
Okay, so from where Dale moved it back to,
Yes.
you saw it previous days in that same place.
Yes.
Do you recall the last time you saw it moved from there? Or how far back can you say the Hummer was parked in that spot?
A long time.
Do you know, did Dale and Dee go to Florida?
Yes.
Okay, did they go that year?
Yes.
When did they go, if you recall?
It was at the, I think it was like,
Objection, Your Honor, this is not part of the cross-examination, so it's going beyond the scope.
This has to do with who drives what car.
I don't think there is a foundation laid for that.
I'm a little confused, maybe a little more foundation.
Sure. What was the Hummer primarily used for?
when they traveled with the RV,
Okay, thank you. And when your mom was at the house, what did she drive?
the Escalade.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your mom, that Dale said your mom had left and she'll be back. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of other times when she had left and come back?
Somebody knew where she was.
Okay, that was my question. Has she ever left and not let you know that she was gone?
No.
Okay, not let you know where she was?
Yes.
Not waited 3 years with no communication?
Correct.
Objection leading.
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Any requests?
Miss Bach, were you with your mom every time she drove somewhere?
No.
Were you with your mom every time she chose what car to take and where to take it to?
No.
And you don't know every time your mom left, do you?
No.
Because you weren't with her 24/7.
Yes.
You only know what she told you.
Yep.
Okay, no further questions.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
May sit.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please seat in the chair. Speak into the microphone loudly. Spell your first and last name.
Amy Alexander, AMYALEXANDER.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Amy.
Morning.
Did you know Dee Warner?
Yes,
Okay. Were you guys close?
yes.
All right. How did you come to know Dee?
I started dating her brother-in-law in 2011, and in 2013 we got engaged.
Okay. So her brother-in-law, can you tell us how the family relation goes that way?
Bill is Dale's brother.
Okay. And that's who you were dating and then got engaged to?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no, sorry.
Yes, yes.
If you could speak up real loud, that'd be great, so everyone can hear you. Do you and Bill have a child?
Yes, we have a 9-year-old daughter.
Okay. And when you met Bill, did he have children of his own?
Yes,
Okay. And what is your relationship with those children?
Very good.
Okay. Do you consider yourself their mother?
Yes.
Okay. And Bill and Dale, who's older between the two of them?
Dale.
And is there any other siblings in that family?
They have a sister,
And what is her name?
Julie.
Okay. And what is your daughter's name?
Hazel.
And how old is she now?
She's 9.
Did you and Dee do social things together?
Yes.
Okay. Vacations?
Yes.
How often would you go on vacation with Dee?
We did camping trips multiple times in the summers. We went to Florida with them.
Hey, TJ, you there? This is a bit repetitive, so how about we do this? There is one name I don't recognize from trial. Who's Ryan Heathius, a U.S. Secret Service agent? How about I play his, and then maybe I'll play like the closing again. Did you hear the closing statements or that body cam video when they picked up that was interesting? I wanted to watch again anyways. So how about this? Because I think this part is I kind of thought we should have watched it because I did hear a few things from that first guy that were different, but it's almost like they start asking them the same questions. It's going to be the same. Not to minimize their testimonies, but this sounds almost verbatim as to the last time this woman was up. And we just she was on the first day, but we couldn't find her thing, and we just watched it last night, I think. So how's that? So this guy, let's just check this guy. It's called Ryan Heathius. I have not heard that name yet. So, look, he's testifying like on Zoom or something. So this is 23 minutes. I'll write his name down, and then I'll play the video. They're 26 minutes. There's a couple of those Jared Warners, and I'll find the closing statements, and also I'll look for that phone call. Oh my God, it's in one of those body cam videos. I gotta find it. This Jaron sounds so sus. And then when you watch these so we gotta listen to the phone call first, because then when you watch these body cams, or I don't know, I'll think about it, because I didn't know in the body cam he's in the car and he's like going on about talking to the cop about, like, he's handcuffed in the car going to the station in the back seat. He's talking to this cop about inheritance and life insurance and divvying up all this stuff. And it didn't sound good, man. So let's check this guy out. All right. This is my make up to TJ tour. Look at this. This is for TJ. And V. And anyone who can hear me.
I'm sorry, our system is totally different. Okay. Oh, yeah, unmute all. You want me to hit? No, we're ready. We are back on the record in the state of Michigan versus Gilman.
Thank you. I call Ryan Heathouse.
Dawned on me. I wonder, we're going to find out. Secret Service, that's like the president's bodyguards, right? So what's up? I wonder why he's here. Or it could be something else. It says Secret Service.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sorry. We were waiting for me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councilman.
He needs to be sworn in, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure. Sir, can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Yes, it was Ryan Heathouse, RyanHeethuis.
Thank you. Sir, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the U.S. Secret Service.
How long have you been in that current role?
I've been on for 13 years.
And what do you currently assign to? What are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned on the Europol Joint Cyber Action Task Force in The Hague, Netherlands.
And what is that?
Since the task force is designed to investigate high-value
It's a country really far away. Just kidding.
targets in cybercrime investigations and child exploitation cases. So it's made up of 24 agencies from 20 countries around the world, with Secret Service being one of those agencies.
And how long have you been doing that as part of the Joint Cyber Task Force?
I've been in this role for 4 years.
Okay, and prior to that, what was your position?
So prior to here, I was assigned for 3 years at our Paris field office. And then prior to that, I spent the first 6 years of my career with the service in our Detroit field office.
Okay, and what did you do for the Paris field office?
Largely the same, so we're working a lot of bilateral cybercrime investigations.
And prior to that, in the Detroit field office, when were you in the Detroit field office?
From 2011 until 2017.
Okay, and was it 2017 that you were at the Paris office?
That's correct.
Okay, so in the Detroit field office, what were you doing?
In my role in the Detroit field office, we were working a lot of, so our core investigative mandate is the protection of anything that touches the financial infrastructure in the U.S. But then in that same role, we end up working a lot of task force with our local and state partners. So we're part of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force and then the Electronic Crimes Task Force. So we end up getting involved in a lot of other non-financial cases as well, so homicides and robberies and things of that nature.
At some point in time, did you become involved in, well, strike that, prior to being at the Detroit field office, where were you employed?
I was employed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in Jacksonville, Florida for 4 years.
And what did you do there?
I was a crime analyst in our intelligence and violent crime section.
What types of cases did you investigate?
So we worked a lot of homicide cases, missing person cases, also some financial kind of organized crime cases as well.
At some point in time, did you become involved in an investigation involving Deanne Warner?
I did.
And do you recall when that was?
I think the first time that I was contacted was in, I think, September 2022.
Okay. And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to conduct searches for a report for what we refer to as signs of life reports. So this is something that we've done historically over time, looking for any signs of an individual. This can be both in suspects in some cases or in other cases where we're in missing person cases where we're trying to find any sign, a digital footprint, a financial footprint, a travel footprint of this individual.
And did you do that in this particular matter?
Did.
Okay. And did you create a report dated March 10th, 2024?
I did.
All right. And were there attachments to that report?
There were.
Okay. And the attachments, what were the attachments?
So when I do the report, I kind of have this summary of what I've run, and then the attachment kind of just show the results in the same way that I'm seeing them, just that the investigator who's receiving it kind of has a good way to interpret what is in the report.
And was that the first report that you created in this case?
No, so the first one I did would have been shortly after that contact in 2022. And then over time, I think we updated it one additional time. So usually when I do these, my goal is to find any sign of the person. So I'm usually running these in periodic intervals. So we did it again in 2023 and then in March of 2024.
Okay, so you would do a initial report and make the attachments. So I emailed you people's proposed exhibit 17 and copied Ms. Chartier on it. Did you get that email, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is that the report that you prepare on March 10th, 2024?
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
and the attachments were hundreds of pages long, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the document that you received, People 17, is just the initial 4-page summary of the findings of those attachments. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and is the document that I emailed you the document that you created?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'd move to admit People's proposed 17.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a law enforcement report, which is not admissible, certainly not at trial and not at the exam as well. Thank you.
Your Honor, he created this report based on all the databases he researched.
It's still a law enforcement report.
He created the report, Your Honor.
What exhibit number is this?
17.
17? Okay. People's proposed exhibit 17 submitted for criminal purposes.
All right, sir, I want to go over your report and discuss the things that you did during your investigation of the disappearance of Dee Warner, okay?
Okay.
All right, the first part on the bottom of the report, page 1, talks about commercial databases. Can you explain that to me?
So commercial databases, and I think I named the ones that they ran. Usually it's going to be clear, TLO, accurate. They kind of pull a lot of the same information, but it's things like your driver's license information, any of your addresses that are associated with you. If you have any, fishing licenses, any kind of thing like that, businesses that maybe use. It's kind of a collection of things that these companies collate over time and put into these reports. We usually run across all 3 because they pull from different data sources. So it's kind of the best way is to get the full pictures to run across all of them.
Okay, so when you were contacted in September of 2022, were you given a date to begin your search? So for example,
Yes, so I was.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
So I was looking for anything from the date that she went missing.
Okay, and so what's the date that you began your searches?
I believe it would have been April of 2021, but I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date.
Okay, if your report
I think it might
indicates
be.
if your
Go
report
ahead.
indicates April 25th, 2021, would that be accurate?
That would be accurate. Yeah.
Okay, and when you did a search of all those commercial databases that you just talked about, did you discover any relevant information as it relates to Dee Ann Warner after the April 25th, 2021 date?
So I think I noted in the report that there was one address that appeared as though it was after the fact, but I think they indicated in the report that those that information was things that were linked to other family members or shared assets. So with the commercial reports, one of the things is difficult with the date is that it's going to have her association with a shared business with a spouse and things like that. So the dates will continue on, but there was no new dates or new addresses from that point forward.
Okay, so anything associated with Dee Warner, any person associated with Dee Warner, would that show up in that commercial database?
Yes, it would. So there's the one address that was associated, I think, with her son was the only new information from that point forward.
Okay. Did you look at any financial records for Dee Warner?
So as the Secret Service, we have our financial mission is our main investigative mission. So with that, we have a lot of financial contacts and with banks and things like that. So in these missing person cases like this, we will reach out to those financial contacts to ask, have you seen any new accounts associated with these individuals? And then if we were to get a match, then we would bring it back to the investigator and refer them to the bank to follow up with those records.
Did you get any results as it relates to the financial records in this matter?
I did not.
Okay. You have a section labeled law enforcement record searches. Can you tell me what that is?
So those are all the things that I would have access to that I either was running directly. I think in the report, I believe there was a couple of things that Michigan State Police have run on their own, and I included them in there just as a reference to that. But the ones that I ran myself would be like FedLinks, which is the national database that has any kind of police contact, which would include traffic citations and things like that. So that's usually my first go-to search. We also run criminal history, federal and state arrest records, and things like that. I don't have the list. I can refer to the report, but that's usually the full scope of it.
Okay, and did you discover anything as it relates to Dee Warner in those records?
I did not.
All right, and there's a section in your report titled Travel and Vital Records. Tell me what that is.
So that is using DHS systems. I'm looking for any international travel records. And then in addition, we also have a system where we can run domestic travel records as well. So that one's, I think, labeled ARC. So that's one that is pretty good for domestic travel as well.
Okay, as it relates to the domestic travel, did you find anything as it relates to Deanne Warner?
I did get a match on a Deanne Warner. So that system is a name-only search. So we did get a record that came back to a woman, I believe, in Louisiana. So I had passed it back to the investigator because there was a woman with the same name that lived in that area. So I had passed that back for further follow-up on that.
Okay. Did you discover anything else as it relates to Deanne Warner with domestic travel?
I did not.
All right. International travel. Did you discover anything? Did you discover
sorry.
anything regarding Deanne Warner on international travel?
There was no international travel after that date, no.
Okay. Your report discusses the use of facial recognition. Can you describe that for me? Tell me what that is.
So generally speaking, facial recognition is going to be a automated process where you're taking a known image and you are submitting it into a computer program, and it is going to compare against a portfolio of known of existing photos to see if there is a match on those.
Okay. And do you know how long that technology in place in April of 2021?
I was. For DHS, it's been in place since 2016.
And are these facial recognition, is this used at any other locations besides airports?
So it's used at all ports of entry and exit. So it's for Department of Homeland Security, we're using, it's not a, if you have a suspect where you're comparing an image trying to identify somebody, that's more of the forensic side. This is a validation process. You're comparing against, when you're traveling, you're comparing against that, and it's going to tell you if this is a match for the records that you have. So if somebody is traveling on a fake passport, for instance, it would generate a no hit, and then you would go for a secondary check where they would do additional biometrics to confirm that the person traveling matches what they have in our existing data set.
Okay. And did you discover Deanne Warner through any of that facial recognition technology?
We did not.
All right. You discussed being involved in missing persons investigations. What is, for you and your agency, the definition of a missing person?
So for me, it would be any individual where their whereabouts are currently unknown.
Okay, and so that include children?
Yes.
Okay, and through your training and experience in your investigations, have you found anybody using your resources that you've worked on in a missing case? Missing person?
Yes. I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
Yes, I'm sorry. In a missing persons case that you've worked on, Based on the technology you've used, have you found any of these people that you've been looking for?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And approximately how many cases of this nature have you worked in this particular role you're in right now?
In the role that I'm in now, I've done around 1 of these kinds of like reports.
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second there.
I've done around 20.
20, okay. And how many times do you believe you did a search, a full search for Deanne Warner since September 20th, 2022?
I believe it would have been 4 or 5 times.
Okay, and during any of those, did you find any evidence of Dee Warner anywhere?
No, I did not.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Agent, my name is Mary Chartier. I just have a few questions for you today. Just to be clear, you went from Detroit to Paris to Amsterdam?
The Hague, but yes, close to Amsterdam, yes.
Nice. What one's your favorite?
It's the one I'm in now. Yes.
Okay. It's not Detroit. I don't know why.
No.
Good. Pretty nice assignments. So you talked about facial recognition. You would agree with me that facial recognition is not a flawless system, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Sure. So you can't say, for example, that if I walk by a camera, that is not absolutely with 100% certainty going to flag me as matching with my passport, right?
So I think what I was trying to articulate before was there's kind of the 2 different versions. The one that we're doing with the lights out searches, and that is going to be where you're doing it's comparison for validation purposes versus comparison for, you have a suspect on a surveillance photo where you're then trying to do a match. I think that's more of a forensic science, where in this we're doing verification. So no, you may have a situation where you don't get a hit on it, but then that's what I was saying with the travel stuff, where you would then get pulled into secondary, where then you do those secondary checks. But for a 1-to-1 match, no, but.
Sure. And so I'm just asking about the facial recognition. You'd agree with me that 1-to-1 match, that is certainly not a flawless system, correct?
In that it's not 100% match?
Yes. Right. That's my question. And then in 2021, while we're still in COVID times now, but you also had people wearing masks and everything as they're walking around, right?
Yes.
Now, you indicated you've worked on roughly 20 cases and you found some people using your methods, but you also haven't found some people using your methods, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
And in this particular case, to be clear, you have absolutely no idea what happened to Ms. Warner, right?
My role in it was just to do these searches to try to find her with our.
Sure. So would that be a yes? You have absolutely no idea what happened to her, correct?
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Thank you. You cut out a little bit, but you would agree with me, right?
No, I do not know. That's not my role in the case. No, I do not.
Terrific. Thank you. No further questions.
Sir, when you are brought into a case, so you've done 20, approximately 20, you said in this role, correct?
Correct.
All right. At what point in time are you told that you're being brought into a case?
Objection. This exceeds the scope of cross.
She asked the question about finding people, and the last question she asked, Your Honor.
Well, I asked, he said testified on direct that there were people he had found using these methods. I confirmed there also were people he hadn't found using the methods. And then the last question was, he has no idea what happened to her.
It goes to the people that he hasn't found during these searches.
I'm going to sustain objection.
Sir, when you're investigating some of these cases, are there some cases that are involving children?
Objection, this was asked on direct, that some of his caseload involves children.
It's just a foundational question for my next question. Okay, and other cases involve, or do some of those cases involve like custodial interference cases?
Yes.
Okay, and are there times when you're called in to investigate when there is no evidence that the missing person is alive?
Objection. Again, this really exceeds the scope across. I mean, I think I had 3 limited questions other than asking him what his favorite place to live was.
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you. You can sign off. Are there any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor, the people addressed.
Are there any witnesses?
No, the defense is calling their witnesses. Thank you.
Counselors, you approve.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? TJ, before we move on, the next one is the judge's ruling for that trial. Do you want to hear it? Because I think this would be something different because it's this judge and he's giving him a ruling. We should play this, right? And I have a playlist ready with the body cam stuff, and it's the body cam. I'll have it ready. This is only 17 minutes, so I'm going to play it, TJ, right? This is the ruling for that. So this would be different. So basically, we can apply all the stuff we kind of know from the testimony, and it's basically the same, I guess. I thought I heard a few new things from that first guy. So about it was actually more detail about him getting that tracker and stuff, but it definitely was repetitive from the trial. So, but this will be different because it's a ruling on this preliminary stuff, right? So,
All rise, please.
it's actually a bit loud. I'm going to leave the volume at full because I have a feeling it's just that guy's close to the mic. This is probably the mic for the whole room or something.
District Court is now in session. Please check your phones. You may be seated.
If it stays this loud, I will turn it down. So don't worry. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to turn it down because it does seem to be louder. So I put it to half, and if it gets quieted.
We are back
No,
on the
no, I know.
record in State of Michigan versus Dale Warner. There was a lot of testimony over the past day today and 3 days prior to today. I did have to write it out so I could remember, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing anybody's names. Throughout all the testimony, whether it was friends, family, or coworkers, there was a number of undisputed things. Dee Warner was a woman with a big heart and a temper. She cared for her children and grandchildren and employees. Mr. Numinick described her chewing out an employee at the office when he first started, but also talked about her softer side, where she took him to the hospital when he was injured on the job, stayed at the hospital during his kidney surgery, and cried over his cancer diagnosis. Her children described close-knit relationships with Miss Warner. Her daughter, Raquel, said Dee could be dramatic and could yell, but also described a close relationship where she spoke with her and saw her almost daily. Dee helped Raquel with her kids, and they often had meals together. Her son, Zach, worked with her and invested in a property together. He also spoke to her almost daily. Miss Volkel described her as an outgoing person with a huge heart, but also feisty and had a temper that she would express. Dee Warner was also a woman who communicated with the people in her life on a regular basis. She was someone who was on her phone a lot, whether it was daily text or calls to friends, family, or coworkers, or Facebook and Snapchat messages. Miss Warner was an active phone user. Analysis of her phone by MSP special analyst Miss Zingler showed that on average, in the time leading up to her disappearance, she used her phone about 307 times a day between calls and text. Mr. Molzer, who was the IT specialist for the Warner's businesses and set up Dee's devices, talked about her being very active on Facebook. Miss Alexander talked about how she would talk to Dee at least once a week, but sometimes daily, how Dee would always answer her phone or call back shortly. Miss Brody talked about how Dee would keep her phone on her during massages and would answer calls if it was the kids. Miss Volkel said they talked almost every day, and they had gone maybe only a weekend without talking over the course of the last 5 years. Another consistent theme through the testimony was the state of Dale Warner and Dee Warner's marriage. It was volatile. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of yelling, and there was testimony regarding domestic violence in their relationship. Through Mr. Bush, the court learned of Dale placing a tracking device on Dee's vehicle with the help of Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush testified it was just for diagnostic purposes, but looking at the records, diagnostics was run twice, maybe 4 times, but the location tracker was run approximately 176 times. There were also cameras installed inside the house to watch who was coming and going. We heard from multiple witnesses, her children, Miss Alexander and Miss Volkel, that the 2016 Cadillac Escalade was Dee's primary vehicle. There was testimony from Mr. Newell, the senior technical expert at GM, that the OnStar system connected to the Cadillac Escalade, indicated that over the course of 16 months leading up to Dee's disappearance, there were 2,000 location searches for Dee Warner's vehicle. Mr. Warner asked Mr. Molzer to copy Dee's phone and all of its contents under a pretense of necessity because Dee was having a surgical procedure. He then further hid, or at the very least failed to disclose, that cloned phone to the MSP after they had a warrant. There was further testimony that there were physical signs and statements of domestic violence. Multiple witnesses saw Dee and Dale fight verbally. Miss Alexander said she saw them fighting a lot. Dee did a lot of the yelling. But Miss Volkel talked about seeing Dale yell at Dee and witnessing a fight where he was screaming in her face and his face was red. She also talked about a time at the end of 2020 where she saw a quarter-sized bruise on the side of Dee's forehead that was partially hidden by her hair where it was parted. The court learned more about that interaction from Dee's text messages to Miss Alexander that on December 6, 2020, Dee and Dale were in a physical altercation where Dale Warner threw Dee at a dresser. Dee Warner described him in those texts as turning into the devil and said, "I literally thought he could kill me." Miss Brody talked about 2 separate instances when Dee came in for full body massages and Miss Brody saw bruises on Dee. Once when there was a bruise on Dee's hip that was the size of an orange. Dee told Miss Brody that she and Dale had a fight and he pushed her into a dresser, corroborating her text and Miss Volkel's testimony. On a separate occasion, Miss Brody saw a dark bruise on her thigh, and Dee said it was from a fight with Dale. There was also consistent testimony that when things got bad, Dee Warner would leave the farm. Her son testified she'd come and stay at their lake house at least once a month for an overnight with Lena, her minor daughter. Her other daughter Raquel testified that Dee would leave when they fought and go to the lake house or even to a hotel on at least one occasion she knew of. Miss Alexander also said Dee would go to the lake house with Lena when she was fighting with Dale, excuse me. But through all those examples, the witnesses said Dee Warner would be with her minor daughter, would communicate or be in communication with someone, and all these trips would be for 1 or 2 nights. Another common sentiment was that Dale and Dee's relationship was coming to an end. There were numerous witnesses who testified to Dee's repeated desire to end the marriage in the months and days leading up to her disappearance. There was a visible disconnect between Dee and Dale. Miss Alexander and Miss Bach both testified that they saw when Dale tried to touch her shoulders, Dee would move away uncomfortably. Miss Brody said a week before Dee disappeared, Dee told her it was time to talk to a lawyer. Miss Alexander said Dee made several comments about divorce on a number of occasions. Dee also told Miss Alexander on April 24th, 2021, that she was going to tell Dale she was done with the marriage and wanted to sell the trucking company. In the months leading up to Dee's disappearance, Dee also talked to her daughter, Raquel, about getting a divorce. And again, the day before Dee disappeared, Miss Bach was with her mother and told Raquel, that her marriage was over and was going to divorce Dale. The court saw in Dee's own words that she told Dale 2 months before she disappeared that she was done, that she felt controlled, and that it would have to stop or she would leave with their minor daughter. We heard from Dale Warner himself that Dee called him on April 24th, 2021, and was upset and said she was done with him and selling everything. Dale Warner also told Zach Bach, Stephanie Vogel, and Deputy Hall that Dee and him got into a big fight on the night of April 24th, 2021. It is also very clear that the last time anyone has heard from Dee Warner was on April 24th, 2021. The court heard testimony from MSP criminal intel analyst Nicole Anderson that she searched and continues to search 13 state and federal databases ranging from law enforcement, Secretary of State records, pawn shops, traffic reports, title companies, taxes, properties, unemployment benefits, border crossings, and commercialized databases. There was also testimony from Agent Hespis, who conducted his own similar searches. There was not and has not been a single sign of life or activity of Dee Warner since April 24th, 2021. Detective Sergeant Druyer requested and received multiple search warrants specific to Ms. Warner. He searched social media activity, data collection agencies through phones like FOG and Geofence, bank records, Blue Cross Blue Shield, medical and prescription records, Verizon and Apple. There was no activity or transactions after April 24th, 2021 that could be attributed to Dee Warner. There was testimony about financial issues at this hearing. However, the testimony was not fleshed out enough for the court to ascertain what the prosecutor's theory was about any financial motives. The court has not based its decision on any of those issues. The prosecutor has shown Dee Warner could not be located, has not been heard from by anyone in over 3 years, has had no activity or signs of life anywhere. This was a woman who had a very active lifestyle filled with family, friends, and work. She was in constant contact with the people in her life. There was nothing in the evidence that suggested she would disappear intentionally, especially from her children, which included a minor child, whom Dee specifically said in her text message to Miss Alexander that she didn't want to leave her minor child with Dale, not even for a weekend. The police extensively searched for her and her phone and have not been able to find her. No other reasonable conclusion can be made based on these facts. There were massive searches done on the property, most of which on their property as well as surrounding properties, but most of which were done long after Dee was missing. The statements by Dale Warner in the police interview with Deputy Hall of a secret phone and someone coming to pick up Dee Warner or some potential trip to Traverse City were not supported by any facts or evidence in this case, nor were any of the other possible theories Dale raised in his conversations with the police. The implication that she may have died by suicide is also not supported by any evidence. The prosecutor has established probable cause that a death has occurred. The prosecutor also has the burden to show not only evidence of a death, but that it was as a result of a criminal act. In this case, we had testimony from multiple witnesses of a deteriorating marriage with abuse. There was evidence of emotional abuse or control through the tracking devices, OnStar car location searches, hidden cameras, a cloned phone, and Dee's own statements to Dale about his control. Then there was testimony of signs and statements that Dee made about physical altercations between Dale and Dean that even resulted in visible bruising in at least 2 circumstances, one of which was documented to her friend, Miss Alexander, in her own words. Dee Warner repeatedly talked about divorce, and the day before she went missing, Dee told at least 2 individuals that she was going to tell Dale about the divorce. Dee told Miss Alexander and Miss Bach about telling Dale that evening that the marriage was over. Dale told the police Dee told him the marriage was over that day as well. That night, Dee also made a comment to her daughter, Raquel, that Dee watches Dateline, and Dale could do something like that to her, make her disappear. Miss Bach further testified that she had never heard Dee being scared until that night. Dale Warner repeatedly admitted to the police and to witnesses that they had a fight that night, and he was the last person to see her. The timeline of events gathered through the cameras and digital footprint analysis of the morning of April 25, 2021 further supports the prosecutor's theory. The morning of April 25, 2021, Mr. Nimerick, while at his truck, sees the Hummer parked in the back of the house at approximately 3:44 a.m. He also notes that he sees the lights are on inside the house. Dale Warner had told the detectives they were asleep by about midnight. The next time frame we learn about is about 6 or 6:30. Dale wakes up, leaves the house, and tells the officers that Dee was asleep on the couch in the living room. In an interview with the detective, Dale indicated there was a way to drive around the house and to the office without being on the camera. The next part of the timeline the court learns about is at approximately 7 a.m., Dale takes the front loader to the back of the house and goes in for whatever reason, and again tells the officers that Dee is sleeping inside when he goes in. But 8 minutes later, his phone is used to unlock her Cadillac Escalade. Her son, Zach, testified that her mother always kept her purse on the passenger seat floor in her vehicle. At 7:14, Dee Warner's phone last connects to the network at the farm. Then Dale leaves the property and sprays the fields, which was corroborated by the John Deere data. He returns and leaves again at 8:47 a.m. Shortly after he leaves, the Milestone app, which was the app for the farm's camera system, is connected 4 times, beginning at 8:49 a.m. Find My iPhone app was also used at approximately the same time. When Dale was asked about these searches, he told the police he was looking for Dee, but according to his other statements, she wasn't missing yet. Dale Warner spoke to Miss Vocal at approximately 10:31 a.m., and that's when he told the detectives he first learned that Dee was missing. Based on the testimony of the witnesses and the evidence admitted, the people have met their burden for purposes of preliminary examination that there is probable cause that Dee Warner died by homicide at the hands of the defendant, Dale Warner. The evidence presented also supports probable cause as to count 2, specifically regarding Dee Warner herself, her purse, go bag, passport, and personal belongings from the bathroom. The court is going to bind over Dale Warner to the circuit court for further proceedings. So we have date. June 20th, 2024 at 8:15 a.m. The court is adjourned. Thank you.
All right.
I think they just come in and cuff them and take them out. So I don't think they say anything in this.
We'll come back.
Looks like it's only 30 seconds. We'll watch them get taken out.
Love you, Dale.
I made it. Oh, someone said I love you, Dale.
I think there's some power cord for the, is there a power cord for the, or did I take that already?
Oh, I've seen that part before somewhere.
There's none there. Oh, no, it's behind the thing.
Okay, so check this. I made a great. So what I did was on YouTube. I'll bring it over on my other screen here. On YouTube, I searched up Dale Warner. First, I did body cam. Then I did that phone call. Then I did juror. So I've got a really nice playlist I'm adding of just short stuff to update us on all these jurors and that. Not from this place, just from the WTOL. So anything on the updates of the juror stuff. And so I'll show you the playlist in a second. And I added these two where they're just two-minute videos of when the jurors went to the scene, the farm, and that. I have them. So I'm just kind of seeing if there's anything. Jury asks questions of fingerprint. No, that's not good. Just I was like the jury drama I have. So I already made a playlist. Just making sure stuff like this, like Facebook group, a factor in dismissal. I'm going to add this here. It's short and about the jurors. This playlist. 1 second, you'll see it's perfect. It's really good. It's really, really. And I added the just a quick the defense and prosecution's closing statements too. Hey, what's up, Lola? Sorry, I didn't see you come in. Morning, Lola. Yeah, definitely it seems circumstantial, but I think with that, I think the state has made a mistake, in my opinion. Even if they think he's guilty, that's why the defense didn't say nothing about those timestamps, and they let the judge accepted the timestamps. Okay, so they're off, but this is what we say it is, and they painted a picture of him going here, walking out here, carrying this here, going there. It had to have been him off camera at this time was when it happened, and and then the defense had kind of pointed out that they saw that a field had been tilled in the background. And if Dale was the only person tilling, he couldn't have been at the time between the two video edits. So I just think, I think even if you did it and the state tried to make it too cute, too perfect, and I don't think it was that perfect. If you did do it, you'd be doing this like in the middle of the night and have stuff ready, and he wouldn't be walking around carrying grinders in front of cameras. And not to say it's not him or you didn't. I don't know. Just that I think the state has misplayed their card. And if he's guilty, they're gonna sticking with that timeline. If they can prove that he's the only guy who runs that tiller, and the field is tilled at the time he's supposedly doing this, and it's not an easy job. You're not just chopping these tanks open, and it's doable, but I mean it's not simple. The prosecutor made it sound like, yeah, you're just going in there and slice like you're slicing a fresh loaf of bread, and then it's not that easy. It'd be noisy. A grinder would be so goddamn noisy. It would work, but why would you use a grinder if you've got a plasma torches and arc welding machines on wheels? You can wheel them anywhere. So here, I'll show you my playlist. And why would you be walking in front of cameras? Like, why would, if you're going to go do that, you'd put it in a box or a bag or something? Why would you carry the grinder on camera and then go grind a tank open to put your dead wife in? This doesn't feel right. This one here, sorry. Yes, it would. And no one saw it being right. Well, I don't think he's got the resources to be able to get away with this. I'm not saying, and the know-how, the skills, and the tools, everything. Just the way they put it together. It's like, oh, 2 hours, you're just chopping that off, welding it, and then painting it, not getting paint anywhere. And that's a big job. It's a loud job too. And there's 8 people on this farm at the time. They're all standing around, and I mean, if you were that tank, if you get a hand, one of those grinders are powerful. They have heavy torque, and those discs are. It would go through those tanks. It would. You can use them to just go through butter on a big padlock. Those are good. Those grinders would cut the trailer hitch off a car. Like they're powerful and strong, and torquey. They have lots of torque, but they're noisy. That tank would be so freaking noisy. It's not. So I'm going to remove a few here because of the. I think I might have doubled up. No, that's not. That's a short version. No, I'm not gonna play that one because the long one is interesting. Sorry, kind of babbling to myself. I'm gonna open this up in another view. There we go, like this view. So any duplicates I'm gonna get rid of quickly. I'm gonna set it to oldest first, right? So date published oldest, so we can get the oldest, like, and then if there's any doubles, it'll be right beside each other. It's be a great little playlist to give us the stuff I'm looking for. Then I've got the prosecutions closing. I think it's probably this and this added together. So I'll get rid of this because they probably cut it. They definitely. I thought I clicked on. Sorry, I can't see. I can't see it. Sorry. Yeah, I'll get rid of this one. I bet it's the other two removed from. Okay, sorry. Kind of babbling. Now this and this, I'll leave that in because I'm not sure if it's in this or not. It's only 6 minutes. Wait a second. I should have got rid of that. I got to go get that back. I'm so sorry. Because it does seem like the prosecution will go first, and I'm wrong. I got on my other. I'm so sorry. Here, I found it already. I'm putting it back on that playlist. I'm so sorry. This will be worth it. Stick with me. Here it goes. I got to refresh because I put it back. I'm just going to play it. How's that? I'm going to stop babbling. This is that body cam video. And do you want me to bring I'm going to bring the phone call up to here. Okay, so I'll put it back to manual now. And I'll just grab the phone call. Okay. And then we can do all the jury stuff afterwards. Here it is here. The phone call, they play it in court, and then they play his reaction when he hears them playing it in court too. So that's what I'll do. Sorry. Now, TJ, you get to decide. I'm going to come back to look in a second. Do you want the phone call first or the body cam video? Your choice. I think the body cam first, he gets arrested, and then he does the phone call, and because they found the tank and all that, I believe. So it's probably best if we do the body cam first, right? Full audio here. So I'll put this up there. And if it's different, I think the other one's probably just a cut up version better. Wait, full audio. Sorry. Okay. TJ, you ready? For you. Forget about what I asked. Let's just play the body cam video. And then it's going to be the audio. And I might get rid of this one, or I'll scan through this one. If they're different, this one's probably better. I'm not sure why it's an extra 7 minutes on this one. It says full audio. So then it's going to be the jury's selection. There's a Facebook group, and they're worried about, it's all about the jury shenanigans. The shenanigans and emergencies. Yeah, and they're all short and sweet about the jury, questionable stuff. Then they go to there's two that they go to the farm, the jury. Then it's all short, sweet. I mean, but afterwards, there's more jury stuff where this is where the big drama is. The jury deliberations halted because someone was an emergency. The alternates get interrogated by the judge because they were talking to their families and stuff. Oh my goodness. Yes, TJ, for you, here we go, girl. I'll stop rambling. Oh, I'm going to fix it. Don't worry, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix it. Take it. Take two. Take two. I'll turn it back up now. And if there's ever a problem, I'll get rid of this. Well, I'll do that right now. I'll get rid of the thing on screen. Oh my God, my thing's going bonkers. I'll get rid of this on screen. If the audio's no good, I'll put the closed captioning on, okay? Why is my thing taken off? I'm just going to play it. Fuck it. Oh, oh my God, something's happening. It's taken off for no reason. I got to refresh. Something happened there. I think I hit my mouse. Like I pushed the button while I was, the middle wheel has a button in it too that I never use. Okay. So if the audio becomes hard to hear, I will put the closed captioning on. And I'll stop screwing around right now. Here it goes.
We're driving. Yep. Hey, Jaron. Yeah, changed up a little bit. Is with you? Okay. We got a warrant for your arrest, buddy. Put your hands behind your back.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious right now?
I'll explain everything to you. Just give us a minute, okay? Pop it off if you want, Nick.
Yeah.
We're going to take that watch off, Karen, so go ahead with the cuff. I'm going to talk to you and get you situated. Do you want me to move your truck somewhere and turn it off, or just leave it off here?
Yeah.
Grab the keys. I'm sorry?
I'd like to move it out of the way.
Where do you want me to put it?
I'll just put it over there, I guess.
Over here?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah. Are you keys, or do you want me to bring them with you?
No, I can just keys.
Do you have anything in your pockets right now?
Yeah, I have gloves on my pocket.
Any knives?
Yeah.
Open knives?
No, open knives. I have a leather in my front left pocket.
Okay. Do you have your ID with you somewhere?
I do in my wallet.
Where's your wallet at?
My back right pocket.
Okay. I'm going to leave the rest of the stuff in your truck, okay? Is that all right with you?
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's set all this in there.
Yeah. AirPods keys.
I'm going to leave the AirPods here too. Is that okay, Jaron? Or do you want to take them with you in your pocket?
You take them out.
I'm going to leave all this stuff here.
Call my lawyer or anything?
Yep. We'll make a call once I explain anything to you. Anything else, DJ? Okay. We're going to walk over to this patrol car. Kaiser, do we got those locked up? We're gonna dock up down the street. Just follow me out of here. We're all good. Nope, we're good, man. That was it. Thank you. You're here just in case we needed a bunch of hands. I appreciate you. Have a good day. Survey guys can roll out, hooked up and secure. Very tight in there with this truck. We're going to relocate and dock up down the street if you guys want to follow me over. 4 survey guys clear? We're clear.
Yes, it's clear. I am headed on out. Nice work.
Thanks for your help, guys. I'll get you the code here in a few minutes.
For the others, we made contact. This will be coming up to us. We're still here.
Here he is.
We got a warrant for your arrest, buddy. Put your hands behind your back. Yep.
Are you serious right now?
I'll explain everything to you. Just give us a minute, okay? Pop it off the line. Yeah. We're going to take that watch off, Karen, so you don't have to pick it up. I'm going to talk to you and get you situated. If you want me to move your truck somewhere and turn it off, or just leave it off here?
Yeah,
grab the keys. Move it. I'm sorry? I'd like to move it off. Where do you have to put it? You want me to call? Yes, I'll make. Okay. Let me go up front. I'm good. I'm gonna move your.
He was asking what the warrant was for, and I just told him you might be able to answer that for him, not me.
Jaron, your warrant is for accessory after the fact of a homicide and for tampering with evidence. What's that, buddy?
I'm not sure what that means, I guess.
So essentially, you know, Jaron, when we did this after we found the body, you know, you probably hate me, and that's fine. I don't blame you, but I've always been truthful with you, and I told you.
I'm pretty sure this is Jaron in the front seat. I didn't notice that last time. So the cop's sitting behind, and this is Jaron here on camera. So I'm not positive. I'm sure they must have read him as Miranda rights, so in case he talks. But I don't think they showed it. But I'd assume they would have read him the Miranda rights right away in case he says anything here. I'm not positive, so we'll find out.
You that day that you knew certain things about that tank, and that it was the right thing to do to talk to me about it, right? And short of begging you, I've done everything I could possibly do to get you to talk to me. And unfortunately, you didn't want to do that, and now we're here, right? So essentially, you took actions after the homicide that you now know and should have known, likely, that it was after a crime occurred. I've been truthful with you. Your dad has put you in really shitty spots throughout this, and unfortunately, you continue to let him to do that. And it's not a position I envy you for, that's for sure. But those are the cards you were dealt. But again, short of begging you, I've done everything I could for you to talk to me and explain this part of the story. And unfortunately, you didn't want to do that. I mean all that really sincerely, Jaron. You've been put in a shitty spot, but unfortunately, you've made these choices too. Do you know your lawyer's number, or do you have your phone? Your phone's in your pocket? Before we go inside of the jail here, with your permission, we can unlock your phone and make those phone calls or call from my phone, whatever you'd like to do, okay? Is there any other calls you would like me to make for you? Any other arrangements you need to be done? Girlfriend or?
My wife, yeah.
You're married now, your wife? Okay. Were you supposed to pick
No, she's coming back
tomorrow?
Today's her birthday.
I was a little nervous. I thought you guys only stayed up. Was with you. I'm happy she wasn't here today. I hope you. I mean that sincerely. I give you that paper, right, Kaiser? Okay. Remind me of your lawyer's name, Jared?
Oh, I'm looking at my phone. I can't think of straight. I can call.
I can't think of. I know I've emailed with him. I can't think of his name. Okay. Do you have his number saved in your phone? Oh, okay. Say again. I can't hear you.
If I go through my contacts, I can probably find it.
Okay.
Go through names. I was expecting my day to go.
You said Colin? How did you find him?
He knows my dad's lawyers. He went to school with my dad's lawyers.
Mary?
No, Sean.
Oh, the Murphys?
Yeah,
Or the Shawns, I should say?
Sean had it.
Okay.
And he also knew the lawyer I had for the guardianship case with Angelina.
Okay. What's going on with the settlement? Is all that stuff finalized yet?
It's close. They kind of found a buyer for the land.
Oh, really?
Work out some details. I don't know.
All a lump sum? One person?
Most of it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's it's kind of split. There's like an LLC that has most of the land, buyback. And
Yeah.
There's a couple properties that are personal properties to like my dad and D.
Yeah.
My grandpa's buying the personal properties. And, somebody else down in Litchfield is buying my properties.
Oh, okay.
But nothing's ever easy, so I'm sure it's going to take time to go through all of it.
I'm sure it's been a big chunk of the stress for you is the civil stuff and the land and the management and you're working 3 jobs trying to get all the stuff done on your own, probably, right? How much was your uncle helping you?
With the farming stuff?
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. He's got his hands full too, though. How much does he do on his own?
I don't know exactly, but a decent amount. My grandpa's getting older, so he's gonna do a lot.
He's slowing down and he's having to do more, probably.
Yeah.
How's Grandpa's health?
Pretty good.
There were some bumps in the road last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some heart issues. He's slowing down a little bit, but still getting around, so that's good.
When did you get married?
We eloped in September.
Okay.
End of September, we went to Oregon. And then we had like a reception in December.
Okay. Where'd you do that?
The reception?
Yeah.
Fairgrounds.
Big group?
200 people, roughly.
Oh, really? That's a busy day. Is she from the area?
Ellie?
Yeah.
Yeah. We went to high school together. We didn't really talk that much when we were in high school. But I guess when we went up after college, mutual friends kind of set us back up.
Okay. You went to state?
Yeah.
What's your degree in, Jaron?
Applied engineering sciences is my major.
What's your exact role at work? I kind of know what you do, but I don't know what your...
My title is a manufacturing engineer.
Okay. A lot of process systems and hands-on stuff.
Can we just hit the park in the back to do these phone calls?
Yeah, we'll just walk them through that. Oh, they might not let us walk them through the back door, huh?
Yeah.
They're going to want us to...
It takes right there, so...
Just park over there. We'll make the calls and then see what they'll let us do. Yeah. Once you make these phone calls, Jaron, I'll kind of explain this process at the jail. I know you're probably nervous. I understand. I'll tell you everything that's going to happen before we do it, okay? Are we going to be able to get your phone without getting you out of the car, you think, or we have to stand you up?
You might have to stand me up and I'll just get out of my pocket.
Okay. That's no big deal. Right. I'm gonna reach across. I just got you. It's in this pocket here. I'm not getting friendly.
Sorry. All right.
Can I go to your contacts? Is that okay?
Yep. So, should be Colin. I'm not sure. I don't have too many of them there. Colin Daniels.
Colin?
Yep.
Do you mind if I take it around just so I'm not in the cold? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Colin. It's Jaron.
Okay, so I was just on the phone with
Colin, you're on speaker with the police, just so you know, buddy.
Okay, who am I talking to?
I just wanted you to know that we're here before you start saying anything, that's all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What was he arrested for?
He has a warrant for accessory after the fact and tampering with evidence.
Okay, where are you guys currently?
We're currently sitting outside the Lenawee County Jail. Jaron asked for a few minutes to make some phone calls. We're just sitting in the patrol car, letting him use his phone for a few minutes. You're the first call that he's made.
Okay, so Jaron, obviously I don't want you making any statements.
Right.
So Lieutenant, he's not going to be making any statements.
Understood, yes, sir.
Okay. Is he going to be lodged at the Lenawee County Jail?
That's correct.
Okay. So Jaron, I'm talking to people, so we'll figure out what needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Was there a reason that you guys had to pick him up on a Saturday?
We got the warrant authorized and made the arrest, sir. That's just how it happened.
When was the warrant authorized?
Yesterday.
Okay. Do you guys know when he's going to be arraigned?
I'm not certain if a magistrate will arraign him today at the jail or if he'll have to wait till Monday. I am not certain on that.
Is there a magistrate that's going to be doing rounds at the jail?
That's why I'm not certain. I'm not sure if they'll come to the jail. And sometimes after hours or on a Saturday, the magistrate will come to Lenawee County, but I haven't worked here in some time, so I'm not certain.
Okay. Do you know if they do Zoom, arraignments via Zoom?
I couldn't tell you that either. I know the courthouse uses Zoom semi-consistently, but I don't know if they do it for arraignments or not.
Okay. Okay. All right, Darren. So, I'm not actually in town right now. My guess is that Neil's going to be coming out to meet with you.
Okay.
Okay. So let me make some phone calls. I appreciate you guys calling me. So Darren, I'll have to talk to you later. Let me make some phone calls.
Okay. Did you talk?
I did.
Okay.
Yep, I did. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm also. So. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Wife,
Oh yeah, Allie. She should be my favorites.
don't let me forget if you want to write down phone numbers. We can do it before we go in, okay?
Yeah, definitely.
This one, I'm guessing?
Yeah. All right.
Speaker again?
Hello.
Did Ty talk to you yet?
Yeah. What's going on?
They have a warrant for. You talking about for tampering with evidence?
Accessory after the fact of a homicide.
So I'm gonna talk to the lawyers. I talked to Colin already, but I know I'm gonna have to be here for a little while. Probably it seems like to figure out what the hell's going on. You're on speakerphone, just so you know, so don't badmouth the cops.
We deserve it. Sometimes it's all right.
I mean, all days, really. Oh my god. Okay. So I can't get you out or anything.
I think that sounds like I have to be arraigned or something, and I'm not sure if I can be arraigned today. So
Tomorrow?
probably, I'm sure they do it for 2 days, so we'll see.
Maybe today, but if not today, then Monday, I would guess.
I'm gonna write your number down. I know your number.
Do you want anyone else's? I've got your lawyer's numbers on here.
Yeah. I'll probably call you. I mean, they're gonna get like a piece of paper. I can write it down or something.
Well, I'll get you hooked up. Yeah,
I'll get the numbers. So I don't know. I'll call you later if I can.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
Bye, baby.
That's pretty much it. She can get a hold of anybody else. That
You
needs
sure, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Troop, you got a scrap piece of paper for me? Got any in the printer?
Yeah.
Got a crayon for me? You got to unlock me again, Jaron. I'm sorry. You get it?
Yeah. You get her number down, please.
And then that Colin also. You got to promise not to make fun of handwriting.
Center for routine status check, 46-2. Clear, 47-9.
I'm going to go. I just want you to see what I'm doing, Jaron, so I'm not getting frisky. I'm just going to hit recents and go to him, okay?
Clear, 1433.
I say we just use just so they don't get annoyed.
Clear 15-4.
Can we just buzz? I forget.
Yeah, we just buzz that button over there. So from I locked your phone. Okay, this is going to go in with you. I'm going to put it in this pocket, and then I'm going to put this in your pocket so I don't forget about it. Okay. When we book you in inside, you just need to ask them to keep this so you can call, and they'll let you hang on to it. All right. From here, we're going to pull around a corner, and there's going to be like a sally port, a garage door. We're going to pull in. Once we're inside of the garage, we're going to get you out of the car. There'll be a couple of doors we go through, but someone from the jail will meet us in there to search you and take off your handcuffs. From there, we'll take you into the jail, and they'll start the booking process where we fill out some forms, but eventually you'll be photographed and fingerprinted. From there, you'll be put in a holding cell. There might be some other people in there. I don't know how busy it is in the jail here. You're unlikely to be alone in a cell. You'll probably be in that cell until you're arraigned. Okay. Do you have any questions I can answer for you?
When you go in the holding cell,
I don't want to be cynical. I paused it there for a second. It almost feels like this cop at trial said that he didn't tell Jared about the body in the tank, just that they took a tank, and then because they wanted to see what they would call each other on the phone, and they'd be able to listen because they're both in the jail, right? So they get to hear the phone call. So he says it's their plan to just tell him about the tank, have him call his dad, and then see what they say. But I think this is bullshit. I think he turned state's witness on his dad or whatever and got let off on his charges. And this cop, I feel like this might even all be not staged, but scripted almost. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Feels like, I don't know. I could be way wrong, but just the whole thing that, like, he calls his dad. When you wait till you hear the phone call, it's coming like right up. He's so nervous, and they pretend like he didn't know about the body in the tank, just the tank, and they tried to get him. It's almost like he turned state witness and tried to get his dad on the phone, admitting it's like he's helping them. And to me, Dale sounds like he's oblivious on the phone. So this cop says that he doesn't. They tell him about the tank, but they don't tell him about the body in it, which I don't believe. It doesn't feel right. And then they let him off the charges.
Start wearing like the orange jumpsuit over. Yeah.
They're going to change you out. Yep.
That's all I got, I guess.
Okay. I'm good, Troop. Thank you.
True, TJ. I'm not saying that. I'm just kind of blurting stuff out in my head. So that's very true. That's very true. I don't even know if what I'm saying makes sense. I'm probably missing. I'm still new to this, but it just doesn't feel right, because Mimi told me about him getting his charges dropped. I'm still not sure, so I'm with you. But I'm just kind of throwing things out. So just know when I make suggestions, I mean, I have 5 suggestions run through my head. I'm just blurting stuff out, kind of spitballing with you guys and freeballing, and I don't even know what I'm saying half the time. So don't hold me to too much, because I'm definitely willing to change my mind if when I learn more stuff, which I probably should know. Here we go.
We'll ask him when we get in there, Jaron, about arraignments.
My body cam's been rolling. I don't know why that shut off though.
Mine's rolling too.
Okay.
We'll ask him about arraignments today, okay, Jaron, when we get inside. It's just that yellow box.
Arraigned before you can be bailed out or whatever, anything like that?
Yeah, when you're arraigned by the magistrate, they'll set a bond. My assumption is, you have no criminal history. My assumption is they will put a bond out for you, so someone will be able to post some money to get you out, more than likely.
Have a warrant arrest? Male. So I drop guns in the car here, don't we?
Yeah, everything stays in the car, I think.
If we shut the car off in this field?
Yeah, usually I kill it.
Thank you.
Here's your pen, before I forget.
Day 2 of jury selection in the Dale Warner murder trial.
Shit, I was talking that whole time. Sorry, I was muted. Take two. Okay. There's this is the first, it says there's phone call here in court. This is the one I heard. Then there's Dale reacting to the phone call in court. Oh no, Dale Warner reacts to in court about them taking the tank in the jail. So he's reacting to the phone call. It's 8 minutes. And then it says full audio. So I'll play this one, then this one, and if there's anything, if this one might be these two added together, I don't know exactly, but this is really interesting. And I don't want to. What I was trying to say is I don't want to skew your, make you think anything. But honestly, this Jaron sounds super nervous, and just think of it as a possibility that this cop says in this video, this cop says that we didn't tell him about the body. We just told him we took the tank, and then we wanted, because we knew we'd get to listen to them on the call, and we wanted to see what they would both naturally say, right? Yet it feels to me like that's bullshit, and that they told him about the body, and he's helping them try to nail his dad on this phone call, because Jaron is so goddamn nervous, and Dale sounds like oblivious, or he's just better at it and knows. I mean, I could be so off on this, and he may be totally in on it all by himself. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. Here it is.
Through this investigation, well, investigations in general, information is power. And so when you have control of information, sometimes it benefits you to release it, and sometimes it doesn't, like when we discussed the welding theory early on. In this instance, it was a benefit to me potentially to tell Jaron I had discovered specifically tank 34 and that I was going to x-ray it and cut it open, so that I can later listen to communications between him and Dale Warner to see what that conversation would be like.
And how would you be able to listen to communications between Jaron and Dale Warner?
At that time, Dale Warner was at the Lenawee County Jail as an inmate.
Okay. So explain that. Just, he's an inmate at the Lenawee County Jail. How are you going to listen to that conversation?
Jail calls, as we would commonly refer to them as, calls you're making to and from the jail as someone that's incarcerated, those are recorded and monitored. The inmates are explained that, there's notices stating that, and they're informed of that every time they make or receive a phone call.
Like, just that right there already starts sounding like these two are bullshitting to each other, The prosecutor and this guy. It just sounds like such a little fairy tale story almost already. I don't trust him. He seems like a nice guy. 6'7". Maybe it's because he's too tall. I don't know. Here it is. Sorry.
So every single time a phone call is made or received, they'll get that notification.
Yes.
Okay. And did you become aware of a phone call in this case?
Yes.
All right. And who were the participants in that call?
We discover the tank on Friday. I make that phone call to Jaron on Friday, and Jaron Warner and Dale Warner have a phone communication the next day on that Saturday.
So August 17th, 24?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to play People's Exhibit 227.
For English, press 1. Thanks. For a collect call.
I know this initial part is pretty loud, but then once it gets into the phone call, the voice is softened. So I don't know if you want to handle the volume.
Call, press 0. For a debit, please enter your PIN number now. At the beep, repeat the phrase. With Global Jelly, my voice is my password.
I will keep the stuff off the screen for now, and I'll put closed captioning on. But if it's really clear, I'll probably turn it off if it's annoying. Okay.
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from Dale. an inmate at the Lenawee County Jail. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $40.71. This call is from a corrections facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL.
Hello? Hey, Jim. Hey there, how's it going? I'm just gotta eat lunch, so. Yeah, great call, I wanted to talk to you separately without being around. So yesterday, Detective texting said that they had a search warrant to search the Paragon property and at the farm and Shining Out buildings again. I'm like, again? He's like, yes. So long story short, they took anhydrous tank from the Paragon property and they're taking it to get x-rayed. And if they can't get results of the x-ray, they're going to cut it open and see if there's any samples inside of it. Okay. Yeah. Anhydrous tank.
Like that chuckle there to me is, I don't know. That just feel like, I don't think a guilty person doesn't chuckle at that point. That's more like why would they take that? Like he doesn't have no idea about this, and I could be way off on that, but that's what it felt like just there. He chuckled like as if he would chuckle. There's no way he'd be chuckling because unless he's oblivious. My weird opinion, it's totally wrong. But I mean, because if he knows he's in jail and it's being recorded, so to just laugh at that like it's nothing, he wouldn't. I don't know. That was a quick reaction too, because it just doesn't feel right. I feel like Jaron is in on this and he's turned state witness, or I don't know.
Number 34 is what their search warrant said. Tank number 34. Yeah, I don't know what the specifics of that is or what, but like this is fucking idiocracy. So they took that tank and now they're using x-ray or something, and if they don't use x-rays, they're cutting it open. Like, what the fuck, what a waste of fucking time. Yeah. Wow. That's not good.
Now, the one thing Dale didn't say though is like, why would they take the tank? I think that was my reaction. Why would they take the tank? So, or maybe he's going to say that. I don't know.
Yeah. So, Grandpa, so you saw something on news about it. They told me yesterday they were keeping it low key or whatever. It's only 2 detectives that were coming out, but I guess it wasn't low key. Wasn't low key? No, don't use this morning, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Some more bullshit. Yeah. So when did they do this yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Maybe giving a search warrant. They said that they see something, but then took off the CD like 11 o'clock night time. Emailed me the search warrant. It said the ticket understanding 34.
Like just the way Jaron's using so many words to say, and then kind of like almost wanting him to incriminate himself, just feels like he's turned state's witness. Honest to God, it feels like it. And the cops in this trial saying that, oh, we never told Jaron about the body in the tank. We just said we took the tank to see what they would say to each other. I don't buy that.
They're just there. They don't have anything, so they're searching for anything. They got something. Trying to make some bullshit up. Yeah. So which one do you think is that you want me to paint? Is that you want me to paint it up and put the details or something? I have no idea which one it is. Which one you go on? It's about 34.
It's like they got him to say, it's like, tell him it's 34, tell him it's 34, you know, like Make sure, to get his reaction. I don't know. He's either a great actor or he really is oblivious. And that wasn't one of those Russell Williams laughs, Lola. I know what you're saying. That was like this. That was more of like why would they do that laugh? To me, I could be so wrong.
Send stuff to Mary, so she'll talk to you about it later, but. More tax dollars, how it work? It would. That's more tax dollars, how it work? Okay. Kirby's just got here, just talking to me there, figuring out what you gotta get for school supplies, going out, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, he does pick you out and stuff, so she has to write folders and all that shit. Oh, yeah. She doesn't want to use any of her stuff last year, she wants to give me stuff. She wants to keep all those stuff, all the papers and everything, trying to keep all of them. Oh. Yeah. Everything ordered up in order. Yeah.
Good point, TJ. I wasn't even thinking that. It does kind of feel like he's like, what's this all about? I don't know. He's either a good actor and did it. I don't know. But I mean, state and that whole timeline, it's just, I think they're dropping the ball here. Even if they didn't need to be so specific to nail him. If that's the truth of what, I'll stop interrupting. I'm so sorry. Here, I'll just play this. Sorry.
So I'm taking her in on Monday to get the work frozen off the foot. Her plans work. Work. Yeah. She got plans to work. She's trying to do some gymnastics and she keeps complaining about it. So she's gonna have gymnastics for the next 2 weeks. So we get them to do it, I guess. We hobble around now if you guys hopefully. You end up getting books last night?
Yeah, I got them the other night. That was last night. Man, what's last night? I brought them too late last night.
Good. Yeah. I don't know. Is there a number on it? I think there's 25 books in the series, and that might be like, no, I mean, it's 24. 25's not out yet. And that might be like 17, 18 or something you had. That's the number on?
Yeah, those are like 4 more.
So it seems like the later ones, we got better books.
What's that?
For the last couple of years, we better books.
Yeah, the last one's a lot better.
That's good. It doesn't seem like they're running out of materials, kind of like dry books or something,
Yeah. Yeah, everything gets better and better.
I'm not excited to be this one here, but I figured I better tell you so you see it or something. What the fuck?
Yeah, great.
Let's just see what's going on here, guys.
I don't know. More shit.
Yeah. But, you ended up for Shaw's. I'm supposed to have a meeting on Tuesday with Shaw's, me and you. And then on, I think Wednesday, they're going to do a mediation, so I have to take all day, I'm assuming. Try to settle, the date.
That's what they said, so. So, see how that goes, I guess.
Yeah. Hopefully start moving in the right direction.
Hopefully we'll get something straightened out with Sean's.
I'm just going to go back a few. He said he's going to start moving something. I missed it. He says, I just went back like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, it would be better not to worry about all this probate shit, just be done with it. focus on the actual trial and get that shit taken care of.
Right.
17 day development all done enough?
Yeah, certainly all that, okay.
We're approximately 8 minutes and 40 seconds into that phone call. Is there anything?
Maybe I didn't go back as far as I thought I did. Sorry. They said something about moving something.
Hopefully start moving in the right direction.
It was right there in the right direction. What?
Hopefully start moving in the right direction.
Hopefully get something straightened out with Sean's. Be good.
Yeah, it would be better not to worry about all this probate shit, just be done with it and focus on the actual trial and get that shit taken care of.
Right.
17 day development all done enough?
Yeah, certainly all that, okay.
We're approximately 8 minutes and 40 seconds into that phone call. Is there anything additional that's discussed on there, to the best of your knowledge, about that tank?
No. Through this investigation, well, investigations in general, information is power.
I'm not sure. This is the next one. Oh, Dale Warner's reaction is this one. So I guess it'd be the same thing. 8:48. So let's see.
And so when you have control of information, sometimes it benefits you to release it and sometimes it doesn't, like when we discussed the welding theory early on. In this instance, it was a benefit to me potentially to tell Jaron I had discovered specifically tank 34 and that I was going to x-ray it and cut it open so that I can later listen to communications between him and Dale Warner to see what that conversation would be like.
Now, do you guys believe that? I don't know. It doesn't feel right. It feels like he's trying to pretend like we didn't tell they found the body. They just wanted to say, like, tell them about the tank and then have them generically talk like some master plan to get to hear how they talk about it. But I mean, it sounds to me like he's working with them. And then it turns out he gets let off of his charges. I don't know. I don't believe this guy again. I'm saying the same thing I said before. It's having the same reaction. I'm just remembering I just said this 10 minutes ago.
And how would you be able to listen to communications between Jaron and Dale Warner?
At that time, Dale Warner was at the Lenawee County Jail as an inmate.
Okay. So explain that. Just, he's an inmate at the Lenawee County Jail. How are you going to listen to that conversation?
Jail calls, as we would commonly refer to them as, calls you're making to and from the jail as someone that's incarcerated, those are recorded and monitored. The inmates are explained that, there's notices stating that, and they're informed of that every time they make or receive a phone call.
Like, is this really that difficult? What the fuck? Is he talking to grade 2 class? This is ridiculous. Like, this doesn't feel right. I know they got to do this kind of formalities, but that just sounds so convoluted. I'm just, okay, yeah. You guys listening on a fucking phone call.
So every single time a phone call is made or received, they'll get that notification?
Yes.
Okay. And did you become aware of a phone call in this case?
Yes.
All right. And who were the participants in that call?
We discovered the tank on Friday.
What? Who were the participants? The whole plan was to have them. Who were the participants? What? His plan is to have the son. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That's a dumb question. The plan, he just said it 5 minutes ago. Plan was to not tell him about the body and to see how they both talk about it, not knowing, just at the tank, to, scare them or whatever. I don't know. Who are the participants?
I make that phone call to Jaron on Friday, and Jaron Warner and Dale Warner have a phone communication the next day on that Saturday.
So August 17th, 24?
Correct.
Your Honor, people, at this time, I'm going to play People's Exhibit 227.
Hello, this is a prepaid call from.
Dale.
An inmate at the Monterey County Jail. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $40.71. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL.
Sir? Hey, Jim. Hey there, how's it going? Well, just got to eat lunch, so. Yeah, great to call me, wanted to talk to you separately, help me around. So yesterday, the detective actually said that they had a search warrant to search the Paragon property and, at the farm surrounding out buildings again. Again, he said yes. So long story short, they took, an hydrous tank from the Paragon property and they're taking it to get an x-ray. And if they can't get results of the x-ray, they're gonna cut it open and see if there's any samples inside of it. Okay. Yeah. And hydrous tank number 34 is what their search warrant said. Tank number 34? Yeah, I don't know what the specifics of that is or what, but like this is fucking idiocracy. Yeah. So they took that tank and now they're using an x-ray or something, and if they don't use an x-ray, they're cutting it open. Like, it's not what a waste of fucking time. Yeah. That's not good. So, Grandpa, so we saw some news about it. They told me yesterday they were keeping it low key or whatever. It was only 2 detectives that were coming out, but I guess it wasn't low key. Low key? No, don't be this morning, yes. Okay. Yeah. Some more bullshit. So when did they do this yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Maybe giving the search warrant. They said that they see something, but then what they see like 11 o'clock night time. Emailed me the search warrant. It said that they're going to understand 34. They're just there. They don't have anything, so they're searching for anything. They got something, trying to make some bullshit up. Yeah. So this one, is that you want me to paint, is that you want me to paint it up, put the new details or something? I have no idea which one it is. Development 234, so. 7 foot from Mary, so she'll, talk to you about it later, but. More tactile, how it work? Yeah, it would. That's a more tactile, how it work. Kirby's just got here, just talking to me together, figuring out what you gotta get for his full spies, go out, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those sticky well stuff, so she had the right folders and all that shit. Oh, yeah. She doesn't want to use any of her stuff last year, she wants to give me stuff. She wants to keep all the stuff, all the papers and everything, she wants to keep all of them. Oh. Yeah. Everything ordered up in order. Yeah. Yep. So I'm taking her in on Monday to get the work frozen off her foot. Plans work. Plans out, it doesn't work. Yeah. She got plans for it. She's trying to do some passing, and she keeps complaining about it, so. She's gonna have gymnastics for the next 2 weeks, so we get that and do it, I guess. We hobble around out today, hopefully. You did end up getting books last night?
Yeah, I got them, the other night, that was last night, yeah, what's last night, I brought them to you late last night.
I don't know, is there a number on it? I think there's 25 books in the series, and that might be like, I think it's 24, 25's not out yet. Yeah, it might be like 17, 18 or something you have. That's it, number on it?
Yeah, I think it was like 4.
So it seems like the later ones have gotten better books.
What's that?
Or a couple of them have seen better books.
Yes, yeah, the last one's a lot better.
It doesn't seem like they run out of materials, kind of like dry books or something, you know?
I'll just skip this part because we know they kind of don't say nothing at the end of this. So, let's just play this full one and see if there's any different stuff. And Dee's brother, he sounds, I don't know. He just sounds like, I think he's done a few things and screwed up. I don't know. He's I thought like he's obviously really hurt that his sister's gone, but he's also like really active. Like he's doing stuff to try and nail Dale. He's not just like, but he's obviously really upset because he was like a father figure to Dee. So I'm just going to play the full one and see if there's anything we missed. If it's, I don't know. So the first one was 10:30. This was 8 minutes. Now this is 17. So
I know this initial part is pretty loud, but then once it gets into the phone call, the voice is softened. So I don't know if the court, if you want to handle the volume.
what I'll do is I'll find those other body cams. What was the other body cam stuff? There was interesting shit. If I can remember, I'll let you know. I'll just play this.
Call, press 0. For a debit, please enter your PIN number now. At the beep, repeat the phrase. With Cobalt Jelly, my voice is my password.
With Global Solvent, my voice is my password.
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from
Dale.
an inmate at the Lenawee County Jail. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $40.71. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using GTL.
Sir?
Hey, Jerry.
Hey there, how's it going?
Oh, just gotta eat lunch, so.
Yeah, great to call, everyone to talk to you separately about here.
Sorry, I put the closed captioning back on, I think. Might have switched itself off. I don't know. Here it's on now.
So yesterday, Detective texting said that they had a search warrant to search the Paragon property and at the farm surrounding out buildings again. I'm like, again? He's like, yes. So long story short, they took anhydrous tank from the Paragon property and they're taking it to get x-rayed. And if they can't get results of the x-ray, they're going to cut it open and see if there's any samples inside of it.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Anhydrous tank number 34 is what their search warrant said.
Tank number 34.
Yeah, I don't know what the specifics of that is or what, but like this is fucking idiocracy.
I don't know. He's just, Dale just sounds oblivious, or he's a great actor. Because that little chuckle, like, it's almost like, yeah, we have no clue why they would want to take a tank And why that one, or how does he even know which one? 30. There's 20 of them on this property. I don't know. And this Jaron, man, he sounds so fucking guilty of something.
So they took that tank and now they're, x-ray or something, and if they don't even x-rays are cutting it open. I'm like, I would always just fucking tax. Yeah.
Like, what if the cop really didn't tell him about the body, but he's just scared shitless because he's the one who knows about what's in the tank? Because Jaron is the type of guy who would grab a grinder to do something, make something extremely difficult when you have a plasma torches and all those arc torch welders that would easily, and they're on wheels. I mean, you would use that if you're an experienced person. You wouldn't use a grinder. I mean, it's possible, it's doable, but why would you use a grinder when you got all those torches there? The torches would have made a nicer cut, would have made it. Then that grinder would be so goddamn loud, it would take you hours. The state's playing us off. Something Jaron would do. I don't know. This guy is too smart to be using a grinder on a tank when you've got a welders all over the place. Blow right through that.
So, Grandpa, City Social Plan News about it. They told me yesterday they were keeping it low key or whatever. It's only 3 seconds they were coming out, but I guess it wasn't low key. Well, low key. Not that news this morning, I guess.
Look at this. Dewey worked as a welder here. We've got a 40-year veteran of welding right here. 40 years, 30, whatever. Like, fucking think of the noise that grinder would make on an empty tank, eh? Oh my God. There's 8 people on this farm, and you think he's going to do it in an hour or two? Chop that thing off with a grinder? Like, I mean, you could do it. It would be labor intensive. And I mean, it would be messy. It would just be noisy. Well, that fucking thing would be so goddamn noisy, especially when you got almost all of it cut off. Man, it'd be so noisy and ineffective, like a torch. This is something that Jaron would do. It's almost like he's sweating because he knows what's in the tank, and he has no clue. Like, why the fuck are they taking the tank? I don't know. Or he's a great actor.
Yeah. It's more bullshit. Yeah. So when did they do this yesterday?
Right, Dewey, right. We talked about this earlier. And if he's going to take that grinder and go grind the end off to stuff his body in there, why is he just holding that grinder walking past cameras? There's 1,000 boxes, empty boxes around there. You could put it in bags, garbage bags, gym bags, a little plastic totes. Why would you fucking just walk past cameras with a grinder when you're going to go grind the cap off, which is going to be so goddamn obvious that it was ground off, even if you weld it? As if just he would cover that up. He wouldn't walk. So I'm going to walk past all my cameras with a grinder in my hand and fucking basically hide a body with a grinder.
Yeah, yesterday. I don't know. Give you the search warrant. They said that they see something, but then something like they see you, they go up and like the time. Email me the search warrant. It said the ticket number is maybe 34.
He's fucking loving it. He said that like 5 times, 34. He's sweating bullets. He's fucking Jaron is sweating bullets.
anything, sir.
Found what laying around, TJ? Like the grinder? No, I mean he's on the you use that's a great tool on that work. The stuff he's doing, he's going and he's probably using that grinder every other day and welding stuff. And they got they take those to the field. Those big blades are tilling, and one breaks off, they welding it back on and stuff. These guys, yeah. So it's probably normal for him to be walking around with that grinder in his hand. But if you're on your way to do something this with a grinder to cut the cap off to hide a body, you don't get seen with a grinder that day, at least, right? You'd put it in a box and carry it, because wherever this was supposed to be done, like this guy has the resources also to have that whole. He had a bunch of those ATVs in an area where he's probably got his own little area there, like a man cave type of thing. I'd guarantee you. They wouldn't know. This is silly. He's not walking around with that fucking grinder in his hand. Or it could be any other day. Because the timestamps are up. Fuck.
Searching for anything, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think he was coming from the area where he went and got it. Because he went empty-handed and got it and came back. Or I see what you're saying, though, TJ. Yeah. But I mean, either way, if he's going to get it to pick it up, maybe he's going to get it to put it somewhere for a job in the morning, or he's going to get it but if he's going to get it, like the state's making this whole too perfect, this timeline of the states. He's just, well, look at this one, he's going to get it. Look at this time, perfect. But I mean, if he's not walking past cameras to go do this with that grinder in his hand. It's not.
Trying to make some bullshit up. Yeah.
Good point, TJ. I'll play the other video where Dale's walking in. Oh, it's in the defense timeline. You see like there's 6 or 7 of them just fucking the dog in this office. That lolly guy, and they're all sitting around on tables and like it's a hangout. And he's walking around. He's like, I could just see it in his eyes. Like I could see it in his movement. Like he's coming in there and almost giving them shit. Like there's so much goddamn work to be done around here. And this Dale's running around doing all this shit on the farm. And there's like 6 of them in a clubhouse in that main office. It's just really odd to me. Really odd. I can just feel it. And you walk in, fucking 6 of you are fucking the dog, and I'm out here and fucking running around in the field and shit. Well, I'll show you the video.
I have no idea which one it is. Some stuff to Mary, so I'll talk to you about it later, but. More tax dollars how to work. You would? Nothing more tax dollars how to work. Okay. Just got here,
Well, TJ, I've seen it. I've seen it on camera. He's got a man barn. And he's got Dale. Every guy does. Come on, stop it. We got a room where we do our fun stuff. Like I got my RC cars area, and he has one because I saw them walking around. I'm not positive it was his, but there's a barn out in that part. It's like all those 4-wheel drive vehicles, the older quads, or somebody's collecting them and painting them, and it looked like a whole fun time. There was one part. Trust me, he's got an area. Every guy would have an area of their own. Their own. That's what I meant by man cave. Like cool, where he's got either cool cars. He's got something. Every guy would, especially in his resources. He'd have like a nice old 68 Camaro and a special, wing that's all his own. Come on. I guarantee it. And there was an area, I'm not sure whose it was, but they show it in the camera, body cameras. There's all these really cool 4-wheel drive quad vehicles around, like a whole collection of them up, like someone's collecting them and painting them and having fun with them or something. It's those old school ones from 20 years ago. Somebody has like a hobby or addiction.
Talking to my mother, figuring out what you gotta get for school supplies, going out, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be those little kids' vehicles.
Yeah.
Somebody's doing
all
it.
stuff, so she had to find the right folders and all that shit. Oh, yeah. She doesn't want to use any of her stuff last year, she wants to get stuff. She wants to keep all those stuff, all the papers and everything, she wants to keep all of them.
No.
Yeah.
Everyone ordered up and ordered.
Yeah. So I'm taking her in on Monday.
If your hubby had like a 30-acre farm and 20 different outbuildings and the resources this guy has, you think the hubby would have a little? I know he would. I think every guy would if they had, especially have the resources and the space this guy has. You'd have a fucking picture of your favorite car from high school. You could have one in there, and I guarantee it.
You get the work frozen off the foot, your plans for work. Work. Yeah. You got plans for it. She's trying to use some passing, and she keeps complaining about it, so. She's in that gymnastics for the next 2 weeks, so he gets in and do it, I guess. You hobble around out to there, hopefully. Hopefully. You end up getting books last night?
Yeah, I got them.
Okay, so this is the part where they start talking because the other one's 8 minutes and the last few minutes are boring. So I'll kind of just skip through and see if they start talking interesting again. I don't think they do. That's probably why the other ones are chopped up. I'm just going to skip through a bit because after that wart talk in the gymnastics, one of his daughters had a wart on her foot or something. I don't think they say much after this.
The other night, I was last night, man, what's last night? I dropped too late last night.
Good. I don't know, is there a number on it? I think there's 25 books in the series, and that might be like, no, I think it's 24 or 25.
Yeah. More shit.
Yeah. But, you up the Shaw's, we're supposed to have a meeting on Tuesday with Shaw's, me and you, and then on, I think Wednesday, they're gonna do a mediation, it's trying to take all day, I'm assuming, to try to settle, the state.
That's what they said, so. So, see how that goes, I guess.
Yeah.
Or they're both in on it together and they were talking about, they're both really talking about like the selling of the property and the splitting up of stuff and all that. And he's all right up in that. He seems like he's not, he knows, I don't know. Whatever it is, state fucked up, I think.
Probate shit to be done to focus on the actual trial and get that shit taken care of.
Right.
Like 17 different battles at once all the time, you know?
Yeah, sure, come on, okay.
We're approximately
Fucking closed captioning missed that both those, that didn't catch one word of those last two sentences from each of them.
8 minutes and 40 seconds into that phone call. Is there anything additional that's discussed on there to the best of your knowledge about that tank?
No.
Do you want the rest of that audio play?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe the prosecution didn't want to and the defense did want to play. Let's see. I'm going to let it play. Sorry. Okay. Remember how I said I wouldn't interrupt before and the time before that, the time before that? I promise I will never interrupt again. Okay. Starting now.
They came up with that.
Yeah, I know. So, what do you think? what's the sentiment, but whatever.
Right. So the back search in home there too, or?
I don't know, they said they had the search warrant in the house, but the detective told me they had a search warrant for the house, not the house, but for the surrounding buildings around the house and the viewing room, the house, but not in their house itself. But Jim said they were here for like 5 minutes. They went out back by the burn pile and mother bottles. He said they were there for like 5 minutes and then they left. So they must have just been a paragon.
Paragon property?
Yeah, you know, the bunch of the dug everything up early. Yeah, FBI was there, but I guess we had to go back over again. I don't know.
Okay, I said I wouldn't interrupt, but this is definitely new. No one, I have a feeling the state didn't want to play this because it sounds that fucking Jaron is yawning and he sounds so goddamn nervous. This is new. I don't remember them talking about FBI and burn pile. So I'll play it. Starting now. Never interrupt ever, ever, ever again.
Definition of insanity, do the same thing over and over and expect different results.
Yeah. Hopefully they have a good time with them. Is this new food?
Sure, I think. Yeah, you good, I guess. Thank you. Yeah. Well, you said he's like your last, so now he wants to play with her. What do you have for lunch?
We've had beans and rice.
Beans and rice favorite, huh?
Yeah, my favorite, yeah, beans and rice.
Ready? From here.
Yeah, undercooked beans and rice.
Undercooked, a little tough, really.
Yeah.
Would you talk to Sean last?
What's that, when they talked to Sean last?
Yeah. Last week, is there?
Last week, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday.
Gotcha. We've been spend all day, all week. I want to go. So that's why I think there's a mediation for anything that's guardianship shit. I didn't go on the phone for 4 or 5 hours, and they're doing.
So it's getting like rain, beans and stuff looking good over times.
I don't know, like average, but yeah, they're looking pretty good. So they're good. Supposed to earn more day, but I haven't even yet. Good day, while we're calling for it. Grandpa stopped by a little bit earlier today, talked to him for a little bit. Yeah. He said that Uncle Billy and Little Billy were down in, I don't know, was it Fort Wayne, in Tractable or something, last couple days, and now they're going to MIS for the race or something. They got the passes, some of that the C Corps people gave or something. So Grandpa's like, how you guys gonna get anything done? You're always away. Give him shit. Yeah.
Nice day out today.
It's pretty gloomy right now. Rained a little bit earlier, but not much. It's supposed to rain more, I think. Yeah. Maybe just making extra crispy here, a fraction mile away. First like that. Yeah. So. If you look at it, it's time for a year for a walk or something. You know, make sure she looks pretty and still going to classes. She what's that? Looking for a mirror for a locker. Oh, yeah. Full locker. You know, just checking the class make sure still our pens and folders and all that shit. That's stuff there. You guys watch the movie today? Started watching a little bit this morning, but got getting kicked out. That phone call's coming in, so. You have yeah, gave up. The tablet's not working off from 6 to 8? Yeah, they don't work it off from 6 to 8 at night. So I figured that'd be a good time to watch it. If they no calls for a lot of time, but. Yeah, they don't. They haven't shut off then, so. Gotcha. Good. Quiet here. You out of your room or you at in the meeting area? Not in the bedroom right now. Gotcha. Football anything on the day? Oh, it got a little later. I guess this kind of game was at 4:30 or something like that. Lions? No, I think it was.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I don't know, they put the LC down on the top of it, so I don't know. Yeah, I didn't see. Those two finals, I don't know. Jimmy's one of those things here to tell me about. What did you put it, super something on it? Yeah, did 2 suits. Is that, Raymond, or what is the suit, this was separate? Yeah, Raymond, the suit, Kelly. Gotcha. 2 Raymond. That's what it was. So you learned something else, one something or something? Yeah, so those. This must be around some time or something, like 1 minute remaining, I think. Yeah, it's 1 minute, so. Oh, yeah, I will talk to you tonight after. Yeah, ready. Okay, sounds good like that.
Thank you for using GTL.
I apologize, Detective. I was a little bit off the mark with the tank there. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach? Just about timing. Thank you.
So, want to just play? I'm gonna play this guy's next too. There's something here.
Next testimony is finished.
I'll turn the closed captioning off. Right there. Dee's brother. He's like so. Like I mean, he's hurt, but I mean, he's also. I think he's like too proactive, and he's out there doing like detective work and. But I don't know. Something didn't sound right with this guy too. In the beginning, he's really hurt and upset, and I feel it. I feel his pain, but also he kind of, I forget, there was an incident or two where he answered very strangely, like very too combative, but he's pissed. I get it. I'm not saying he has the right to be, but almost to the point where it's not good. It's going to hurt things.
In the Dale Warner murder trial.
The nearly 4-week trial concluded with Dee Warner's brother taking the stand.
Melissa Andrews is in Lenawee County with what happened today and what happens next.
It was a pivotal morning in the Dale Warner murder trial with a series of events and the defense and prosecution resting after 34 witnesses, half that were on the list. The day began with a motion for a directed verdict as defense attorney Mary Chartier asked the judge to dismiss the case before it goes to the jury, arguing the prosecution did not present sufficient evidence. Prosecutor Jackie Wise asked that it be denied. The judge ruled from the bench, denying the motion and allowing the case to move forward. Dale Warner then formally waived his right to testify.
Mr. Warner, you understand you have the constitutional right not to testify at trial, correct?
Yes.
And that right means that if you choose not to testify, the jury cannot hold that against you when they are deliberating. Do you understand that?
Yes,
At this time, is it your decision that you will not be testifying at trial?
that's correct. Yes.
The defense called 3 witnesses before resting. First was Warner's ex-wife, Julie Bach, who testified briefly about their nearly 15-year marriage and described their divorce as civil. On cross-examination, prosecutors highlighted custody disputes, child support payments, and a call Warner made to her shortly after Dee Warner disappeared. Next, former employee Todd Nehring testified he last saw Dee on April 23rd.
Why don't I remember this guy? Was he it? Todd Nehring? Maybe I do.
And described her as agitated and dressed unusually casual. He told jurors he was at the farm early the morning she was reported missing and saw lights and televisions on inside the home, something he said was normal. The final witness, Dee's brother Greg Hardy, gave emotional testimony describing their 19-year age gap.
Well, as you mentioned, I was already in school when my mom had my sister, and so we never really lived as a family.
Did you take on a kind of a father role with Dee?
Yes, unfortunately.
Hardy told jurors Dale said Dee left after a fight and was picked up by someone, but Hardy said he never saw significant effort from Dale to find her.
I requested Dale to come to my office Sunday morning, and a Sunday morning, which he did do. And I, by this time, was getting pretty stern about this. I told him that I thought he should offer a cash reward for the public to find his wife.
Okay. And did he agree to that?
No,
Did you end up doing it?
I did.
After less than a full morning of testimony, the defense rested at 10:45 a.m., setting the stage for closing arguments and jury deliberations to come. The attorneys have tomorrow off to prepare their closing arguments, so we'll be back in court on Thursday morning at 9. Closing arguments will happen. The judge will deliver jury instructions after that. It could take about an hour, and then the jury will have the case. Reporting in Adrian, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
Melissa, much appreciated. You can watch.
Now, there is one thing I do remember with the brother. There was a question from the defense before we heard their closing argument. The defense got the brother to admit something about tilling the field, and he said, yeah, Dale tilled the field, and I thought that was weird. He only tilled half of it, and then they throw that. So this guy might have helped the state screw this up in a way. It makes sense now. I remember a thing in that guy's testimony where the defense asked him about the field being tilled, and I think he may have even said, like, who would be the one to till it? And he said, oh, Dale would, or something like that. And then at the very end, the closing arguments, the defense is using the fact that the field was tilled, meaning turned up like the dirt. They till it. There was one part where the state says he's doing this crime. The field's not tilled, and a truck drives by, activates the camera like an hour later, and the field is tilled or whatever. And then this guy's sitting there saying that, yeah, Dale did only half of the field or something, and he thought it was weird or something. I don't know. But yet he admitted it was Dale that did it. And I'm not sure if he specifically said he's the only one that could do it, could have done that, or I didn't know why they would bring that up at the time. Then now it makes sense. The defense may have got him to help them. I'll have to double check on that, but I do remember that specifically.
Watch the trial as it happens live in the courtroom on WTOL 11+.
The WTOL 11 team recently sat down with a former detective and private investigator to discuss the case. You can watch that right now on WTOL 11+ for free.
After weeks of testimony.
Do you guys want these? This is like a juries to hear closing arguments update. But then there's a whole long one. Do you want to watch the closing stuff? I really want to see the defense one again. That was really good. The state, I don't think the state did a good job. Well, I don't know if it was half hour later. I'm not sure, TJ. Sorry, don't quote me on the time. But it was the time that the state says he's doing this crime. And it was like, I don't know if it was a half hour. There was a time between because you don't see him tilling the field. You see the fields not tilled, and then a truck goes by after a certain time. And then, because the camera that sees it is activated by motion. So, and it's in the defense closing. So if you want me to skip to that, because we kind of know the state's argument, because the closing from the defense was stuff they never said the whole trial. They saved it to the end. They let them lock in on that timeline. They let the fucking judge allowed it. Sure, if they're I'll allow it. Sounds reasonable. That's your timeline. And then boom. No wonder the defense never protested, because they knew it was going to help their client. So here, I'll play this a couple minutes, and then let me know what you guys want to do. If you want to watch the full prosecution delivering, and then the full defense, I don't know. Or you want to jump into all that juror drama. Then the juror stuff, alternate jurors questioned, the jurors, and there's an emergency with the jurors, and then the fucking judge has to interrogate the three jurors. And
The jury in the Dale Warner murder trial expected to get the case tomorrow following closing arguments and jury instructions.
Warner is accused of murdering his wife, Dee, in 2021 and welding her inside of a fertilizer tank.
Melissa Andrews has been covering it from the start for us and is here now with what we can expect to happen tomorrow. So, Mel, first, let's cover why no court today.
No. The camera proved that he was out tilling. Doesn't matter what area. It's just that he wasn't in the barn cutting up the tank and putting her body at the time, because the time that this thing gets tilled would have been the time the state says he's in the barn off camera doing this crime. So don't get worried about that. You see what I'm saying, TJ? And the defense says, well, the exact time they say between this and this, like how could this ground have been tilled in the background from between, like, say, I don't know what it was, like 2 to 4 or something like that. I don't know. You have to listen to the states. Don't hold me on any times. What it is they say it happened, that it got tilled at the time the state claims, and they're using the state's timelines. They're using their videos, all their timestamps, and everything. Just so happens in the background, when a truck drives out, it activates a camera and you see it in the background. The field isn't tilled, and then it's like 45 or an hour, whatever it is, it's the time the state says he's doing the crime. So it's exculpatory. You know what I'm saying? Because he couldn't, if he's the only one who tills his field, he couldn't be doing this crime when the state said it. That's why the state screwed up, I think, by locking in on these times so specific, because I don't think they needed to.
Well, the court gave the prosecution and the defense time today to prepare their closing arguments. The prosecution will start, then the defense will go, and then the prosecution can do a rebuttal. The jury will then get instructions, including what elements must be proven in order to find Dale Warner guilty of killing his wife, Dee. Dee Warner was reported missing on April 25th, 2021, from the home she shared with her husband on Munger Road in Franklin Township. Her adult children told investigators they hadn't seen her since the day before, when she said she planned to tell Dale their marriage was over and that she wanted to sell their trucking business.
How did you observe her to look?
Unwell, almost the shell of herself.
What was the plan for that night?
She was going to tell him that she wanted a divorce.
All right. Was she going to tell him anything else?
That she was going to sell the trucking company.
Prosecutors say Dale Warner was the last person to see her alive, had a clear motive, and lied to investigators. Warner told police the couple argued on April 24th that Dee developed a migraine and fell asleep, later claiming it wasn't unusual for her to leave for a few days.
She was sleeping on the couch, and then this morning around 6 o'clock, I got up and, she was snoring away. I was gonna wake her up until she was, by the whole thing. Right. And then when I went out, so then I went out, got my chemicals and got the sprayer loaded up, and sprayed patch.
3 years later, in August 2024, investigators with the Michigan State Police executed a search warrant on the couple's property. Inside an anhydrous ammonia tank, they found Dee Warner's remains wrapped in a tarp.
There was the body of an adult female. The legs were bound with duct tape. The arms were bound to the torso with duct tape. There was duct tape over the nose, mouth, part of the head. There were what appeared to be pajamas, contusion on the left shoulder, contusion on the back of the head as well.
The Oakland County medical examiner ruled her death a homicide caused by strangulation and blunt force trauma. Jurors also saw surveillance and drone video allegedly showing Dale moving that tank with heavy equipment days after Dee disappeared. Investigators testified he searched online about disposing of large tanks, chemical cremation, and dating sites for widowers. The prosecution says the evidence paints a calculated cover-up. The defense has challenged the state's timeline and interpretation of that evidence. Now it will be up to the jury to decide whether Dale Warner is guilty of murder. 4 alternates will be chosen and sent home before deliberations, but they will come back if needed. We will stay in the courtroom in case there are any jury questions during deliberations. We will get a 30-minute notice when that verdict is reached. And of course, we'll alert you on your phone as soon as we know. And we will stream the verdict live on WTOL 11 Plus, WTOL.com, and the WTOL 11 YouTube page. For 11 Investigates, I'm Melissa Andrews.
Right now, we are just 4 hours away from closing arguments in a high-profile murder case we've been tracking for years.
The Dale Warner murder trial enters a critical phase this morning. Attorneys for both sides are set to lay out their closing arguments.
Prosecutors say Warner killed his wife Dee back in 2021, then hid her body inside a fertilizer tank on his property. That's where investigators found her more than 3 years later.
The defense argues there isn't enough evidence and asked the judge to throw the case out. Well, the judge denied that request, and court is set to be back in session this morning after just under 2 weeks of testimony.
Jurors are now preparing to hear the final words from both sides before ultimately deciding Dale Warner's fate. Laura Sandlin is live in studio this morning tracking what we can expect. Laura?
Yeah, Tim, Sophia, we've been following this case from the very beginning, from the moment Dee Warner was reported missing to Sophia and I reporting outside the courthouse the very first morning Dale was in court, to Melissa Andrews tracking every detail in the courtroom. Now, this morning, 15 days later, the prosecution will deliver a closing statement, followed by the defense. The prosecution then has a chance for rebuttal. The judge will then give the jury instructions about the charges and all of the elements that need to be proven in order to find Dale Warner guilty. Dale is charged with open murder and tampering with evidence. With these charges, the jury must decide whether or not Dale planned to kill Dee ahead of time. They will also determine if Dale purposely removed, altered, concealed, or destroyed evidence. During deliberations, jurors must follow key legal principles. The defendant is presumed innocent unless the prosecution proves each element of the alleged charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as an honest and reasonable uncertainty based on the evidence or lack of evidence. This means proof falls entirely on the prosecution, and Dale is not required to prove his innocence. He waived his right to testify Tuesday. Before the defense rested its case, key testimony included Dale's ex-wife, Julie Bach, who discussed their marriage and described their divorce as civil. Other witnesses included family members, investigators, employees, and friends. The final witness was Greg Hardy, Dee's brother, who outlined their relationship. Hardy said he didn't see Dale putting in any effort as the search for Dee continued, and that he had concerns about Dale's behavior following Dee's disappearance.
And I decided that perhaps we should take a search party with family and members of the community who are willing to and walk the properties just to make sure that something wasn't out there somewhere.
Did Dale participate in that?
He did not.
Prosecution has proven every required element of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They must return a guilty verdict on that charge. If they find the prosecution has failed to meet those standards, they must return a not guilty verdict. Tim?
The jury will decide whether or not to convict Dale of first or second degree murder charges. Can you break down the difference?
Well, first-degree murder and second-degree murder both involve intentionally causing someone's death. But the key difference is premeditation. First-degree murder means prosecutors prove the killing was planned and deliberate. Even a short moment of planning can qualify, but the person must have had the time to think about the act before carrying it out. In Michigan, a conviction carries mandatory life in prison without parole. Second-degree murder does not require proof of planning. Instead, prosecutors must show the defendant intentionally killed someone, intended to cause serious harm, or acted with extreme disregard for human life. A conviction can still bring life in prison, but parole is possible. Now, jurors will have to make that decision once opening statements wrap and they officially get the case. Reporting live in studio, Laura Sandlin, WTOL 11.
And we've been tracking Dee Warner's story from the moment her family reported her missing. That was April 25th, 2021. Family members last saw Dee after she dropped off her daughter in Lenawee County. They say she planned to meet her husband, Dale Warner, but never came home. Volunteers and investigators searched for months. State and federal agencies joined the case, but found no signs of Dee. By March of 2022, her family offered a $50,000 reward for information about her body, saying they no longer believed she was alive. In November 2023, prosecutors charged Dale Warner with open murder, even though Dee's remains had not been found. On June 7th, 2024, a judge ruled Warner would stand trial on murder and tampering charges. Just 2 months later, investigators found Dee's body welded inside a fertilizer tank on Warner's property. Jury selection in the murder trial finally started February 12th of this year. WTOL 11 has been tracking this case since the very beginning. You can watch all of the previous testimony in the Dale Warner murder trial right now on WTOL 11 Plus and catch a special recap live tonight at 6:30 only on WTOL 11 Plus. Just download WTOL 11 Plus on your TV and watch for free.
So what do you guys want to do? Closing arguments, or do you want to go through? I can go through the jury stuff. How's that? We get caught up on all the jury stuff. I'll just play the quick ones and I'll save that for after. Because again, you kind of know, oh, you know what? They do play lots of good video. What do you guys want to do? Because in the prosecutor's closing arguments, they actually do play some good videos in that. This is where they set their timeline up. What time is it now? It is, oh, it's 8:20 already. What do you guys want to just do a couple quick things? That's like an hour and a half. It's pretty long. She's talking for a long time there. Do you want to do that or save that for later? Because we got to wait. We got till Tuesday to wait. So I'll save these for tonight, and I'll just do the quick stuff now, the little update stuff on the jury especially. This might be the same one we just played. No, it's not. No. And then afterwards, I'll skip to. There's the jury drama, the last few jury dramas.
And I decided that perhaps.
happening. This is a case we've been tracking for years, and now the Dale Warner murder trial enters a critical phase today as attorneys for both sides lay out their closing arguments. Prosecutors say Warner killed his wife Dee back in 2021, then hid her body inside a fertilizer tank on his property, and that's where investigators found her more than 3 years later. Our Melissa Andrews is covering the trial live in Lenawee County now and has been since the very beginning. Melissa, prosecution has wrapped up closing arguments. Now it's the defense's turn. What can you say about closing arguments so far?
Well, prosecutor Jackie Wise took about an hour and a half to let the jury know exactly how she says Dale Warner carried out the murder and disposed of Dee Warner. There was a packed courtroom this morning with many more family and friends that we've seen. Jackie Wise told jurors the case comes down to control, deception, and a carefully planned cover-up. She says in the months leading up to her disappearance, Dale Warner obsessively tracked Dee, checking her Cadillac location more than 2,000 times and keeping handwritten maps of where she went. Witnesses had testified that he asked others to help him secretly monitor Dee, installing a GPS tracker in her car and even attempting to clone her phone. The state says the marriage was deteriorating and Dee planned to confront Dale about the divorce the night she vanished. On the morning of April 25th, prosecutors say Dee never left her house alive. They pointed to phone data showing her phone stopped communicating with cell towers around 7:14 that morning near the farm's spray barn. Investigators believe Dale used a front loader to move her body and hide it in a safe inside that barn.
Dale Warner pulls his JCB up to those back doors and loads his wife's body into that bucket. The vehicle's being unlocked. We know Dee Warner kept her purse locked in her vehicle. Dale Warner says it himself on April 25th to Austin Hall. She keeps her car locked. She was looking for her keys. It's locked. Everything's a secret. Her purse has never been found.
Now, later that day, surveillance video shows Dale gathering tools, including an angle grinder and welding equipment, and spending more than 2 hours inside that spray barn. Prosecutors say that is when he cut open and welded shut that anhydrous ammonia tank. Investigators eventually discovered Dee Warner's remains in that tank at another property in 2024. Prosecutors say that was the final step in a years-long effort to hide this crime. They also pointed to suspicious behavior, again, tracking her and telling police various stories about whether she left town or not and whether he believed she was having an affair or not. They say this all points to Dale Warner murdering his wife, Deanne Warner. We are on a break right now for lunch. The defense will present its closing arguments coming up after lunch. We'll get started earlier than normal, around 1 o'clock. The prosecution will have an opportunity to offer a rebuttal. So we still don't know whether the jury will actually get the case today, because the judge also has to make some jury instructions, and we expect that to take about 45 minutes to an hour. Reporting live in Adrian, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
Melissa, thank you. Well, if you are new to this trial, it has an extensive timeline. We've been tracking Dee Warner's story from the moment her family reported her missing. That was April 25th, 2021. Family members last saw Dee after she dropped off her daughter in Lenawee County. They say she planned to meet her husband, Dale Warner, but never came home. Volunteers and investigators searched for months. State and federal agencies joined the case, but found no signs of Dee. By March of 2022, her family offered a $50,000 reward for information about her body, saying they no longer believed she was alive. In November 2023, prosecutors charged Dale Warner with open murder, even though Dee's remains had not been found. On June 7, 2024, a judge ruled Warner would stand trial on murder and tampering charges. Just 2 months later, investigators found Dee's body welded inside a fertilizer tank on Warner's property. Jury selection in the murder trial finally started February 12th of this year. You can catch all of the previous testimony in the Dale Warner murder trial. You can also catch more in-depth legal analysis, exclusive insight, and an extensive sit-down
I forgot to unmute myself. I was talking, but I wasn't saying much. I was just talking about the playlist I just made, and I'll bring it over. So here it is. So there's just a couple quick ones where they show them, the jury going out, but it's this one I wanted to watch. This is new. 20 minutes. It's about the alternate jurors questioned, and it's in proper order, because look at, I set it to from date oldest to newest, right? Wait, yeah, we want the oldest. No, we want the newest stuff first. No, we want the oldest stuff first, because then it means it's the right order. Right. So I'll watch these first. It's just two quick ones where the jury goes out. It's this one I wanted, the third one. It's called 20 minutes, called alternate jurors. Then the jury deliberations. Then the jury, they pause it because there's an alternate jury problems. There's an emergency and all that shit. So, oh, it's muted. It's muted. So take two. Full screen. We don't need the CC. Nope.
In Lenawee County, but the jurors, attorneys, judge, and Dale Warner were outside of the courtroom. Melissa Andrews explains from Tipton, Michigan.
Day 8 of the Dale Warner murder trial got jurors out of the
Right. But I mean, it is showing the stuff that's happening it's showing the court stuff. So, right, I get it.
courtroom and onto several sites that are pertinent to this story and this trial, the life and marriage, the businesses of Dee and Dale Warner, and ultimately Dee Warner's death. The trip started out on 2 minibuses for jurors this morning. First, they went to see the tank where Dee Warner was found in this barn just behind me. I'll get to that in a moment. So they went to see the tank. It's at a safe location, a secure location. They visited that. Then they had lunch on the buses, and then they headed to Dee and Dale Warner's home on Munger Road. That street was completely blocked off so the jurors could have privacy. Dale Warner was also there, all of the attorneys and the judge, as well as several Michigan State Police representatives and the sheriff's office. Jurors stayed on that property for about 30 minutes. They did go inside the home and they looked around several of the buildings that they've heard so much about over the last several weeks. They then came here to Paragon Road, where Dee Warner's body was found in a tank very similar to the ones behind me in this barn. They stayed here for about 7 minutes looking at this area and ended their day there. They are going to be back in the courtroom tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., where we will continue with more witnesses on day 9 in this trial. Reporting in Tipton, Michigan, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
Jurors in the Dale Warner murder trial took a road trip out of the courtroom today, and Dale Warner was there. They visited 3 sites connected to the murder of Dee Warner. Her husband, Dale, is accused of murdering her in 2021 and then welding her inside of a fertilizer tank. Melissa Andrews is in Tipton with what the jurors got to see today.
Well, jurors really got an in-person lay of the land look at all of the things they've been hearing about for the past few weeks, starting with the tank where Dee Warner's body was found. We're told that this tank is being kept at a secure location. Jurors went there before coming to Dee and Dale Warner's home here on Munger Road in Tipton. We know that the jury stayed here for about 30 minutes. They first seemed to look at the back of Dee and Dale Warner's home, where you'll remember her nephew, Parker Hardy, said that he saw a front loader pulled right up to the back porch just a day after Dee Warner went missing, or if not that very day. We know that the jurors also spent a few minutes inside the Warner home. They were then led out by Michigan State Police to what we believe to be the old shop. That is a red barn that you're seeing there in the distance. And then a couple jurors, they all actually walked back towards some anhydrous tanks, and then a few went off on their own. I would say about 3 to 4 jurors walked to the rear of the property behind some semis and some anhydrous ammonia tanks to where there were some other tanks sitting out by themselves. They then started walking to another barn at the center of the property, and then to a shop, and finally to the office location where Dee and Dale Warner operated their businesses. I did see they were here on 2 minibuses accompanied by many Michigan State Police and Lenawee County Sheriff's deputies. They were instructed by the judge yesterday. They were not allowed to answer questions, and they were not allowed to talk with one another about what they saw. We're back in court tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. For now, reporting in Tipton, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
Mel, thank you. You can catch all the coverage of the Dale Warner murder trial on WTOL 11 Plus. Just download WTOL 11 Plus on your TV and watch for free.
As you know, you were
So this is the one. This is 20 minutes. So 20 minutes. Seems interesting. So basically the gist of it is the judge sent, I think it was a Thursday, the judge sent them home, right? Like the alternates went home, but he didn't give them his little speech or something. Or I don't know if he said they can't talk and they probably thought they were done, the alternates. And turns out the alternates talked to their family, went on social media, did all this shit they weren't supposed to do. And then I think on the Friday or something, a juror had an emergency. I don't know what. And then they needed to have those three alternates came back. And then the judge had to interrogate them and question them. And so he fucked up, I think.
alternate juror, and we have a need for an alternate juror at this point. And so I just have a couple questions to ask you about any exposure you've had to media coverage or anything like that since the time you left here yesterday afternoon until the time you came back here this morning.
Well, the answer is yes. And you're going to hear one guy talking about him talking to his family and everything. The judge fucked up.
During that time, have you seen, read, watched any news coverage about the case?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen, read, or had any social media interaction?
Actually, I'll get rid of the banner, my banner, and I'll put the closed captioning on because it sounds like some of them might be sort of hard to hear. Let's try that again. So here we go.
About the case with anyone at all? Have you had any conversations with anyone about the case? Okay, and what was the...
Ooh, I forgot. One juror fell asleep. That's what it was. One of the jurors fell asleep during trial. And then the defense is like, well, fuck, how can this guy say he's guilty if he's fucking sleeping during the trial? Literally fell asleep. Listen.
The substance of that conversation, or those conversations? I'm sorry? Okay. Ms. Wise, do you have any follow-up questions you would like to ask?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Chartier?
Thank you. So when you spoke to your wife and stepson, when you say that you had a conversation about how you felt, was it about how you felt as being a juror overall, or how you felt about what the verdict should be?
Both.
Okay, and can you tell us approximately how long the conversations were?
15, 20 minutes.
Did they express an opinion to you at all?
Yes, they did.
And did they express, like, had they been watching the trial, reading news coverage, watching things on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Anything else that you think might be relevant from those conversations for us?
No.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Wise, did you want to follow up on any of that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. You can return back downstairs and we can bring in juror number 5.
Oh, I had to pause for 1 second. Nicole is not lying. She was an alternate juror. Check it out. And her trick was to, when she's sleeping, she painted eyeballs on the back of her eyelids. So she's got her eyes closed here. This is Nicole. This is how she sat through the whole trial. She's fucking sleeping. You see the eyelashes? She's got her eyes closed. It's painted on the backs of her eyes, right? That's proof. It was Nicole. Dewey was there too, much. But Dewey just got those little googly eyes and glued them on with tape, double-sided tape. So it took him off Cookie Monster and then put him on. That's Dewey. Yep. And Luna, oh no, Lucy. Lucy and Luna are here too. One of the two. This is Lucy. She did the same thing. She slept through trial with her eyes closed. Mm-hmm. Proof. Mm-hmm. See? I don't know who this is. Who do we have that's got dark hair? Dark, beautiful hair. Sleeping. This is a great trial. Wake me up 3 o'clock. It's almost creepy. This guy's got his eyes closed. Guilty is right. Here's Lucy. Sounds like this is Lucy. Thanks for sending me the picture, Lucy. Pretty. I like Nicole's lipstick better, though, personally. I think it's pretty hot.
All right. Good morning, sir. As you're aware, you were released as an alternate yesterday. We do at this point have a need for an alternate juror, and so I just have a couple of questions that I want to ask you about what has occurred.
Okay, that is not Lucy, and it was not Nicole, but it was Dewey. It was Dewey.
With respect to any media coverage you may have seen or conversations you may have had between the time you were released yesterday and the time you arrived back here this morning. So during that time, have you read, watched any news coverage about the case? Have you had any social media interaction with anyone, read any social media posts, anything like that about the case?
Just got on the YouTube live feed yesterday for deliberation. There was nothing on the video.
Okay, so you watched a video that was the
live
scene
feed
of the courtroom while
Yes,
while people were waiting. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, while deliberation was going on, there was nothing on the feed.
Okay. So when you say there's nothing on the feed,
It was blank.
it was just a black
Yeah,
screen?
it was. I can't remember exactly. It was like just said had like one little logo or something on there, or just
Okay.
steady state kind of thing.
Was there any sound or conversation or anything? Okay. Have you had any conversations or discussions with anyone about the case?
Just my wife. She knew that I was released.
Okay, and what was the content of those conversations that you had?
Just a review of the overall case.
Okay. Did you express any opinions about the case to her, or did she express any opinions about the case to you?
Yes.
Okay, and what were those opinions?
Just the fact that what I felt. My opinion wasn't the case.
Okay. Did she express her opinions to you?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wise, do you have any questions that you would like to ask?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. So it sounds like when you went on to view the deliberation on YouTube, there was nothing. It was just kind of that blank screen with just a little, like you said, logo or something.
Yeah.
Were there any comments or anything that you read? So sometimes on YouTube, people can comment on what they see.
I did not read any comments.
And then the conversation that you had with your wife, do you know roughly about how long, if you total up all those minutes?
We normally have a conversation. She lives in Kentucky. I live in Michigan. We kind of jockey time back and forth because of her job. So we, have a normal conversation about an hour or so, typically anyway, every night. But in terms of the actual content regarding this case, I would say 15, 20 minutes.
And it sounds like, just to be clear, you expressed your opinion. When you say that, do you mean your opinion about what it was like to be a juror, or about what you think the ultimate outcome in the case was, or where you were leaning?
Yes,
Okay, so both or the latter?
the latter,
Okay, and then it sounds like she expressed an opinion to you about what she thought?
yes.
Do you know, was she watching the news coverage,
No.
anything like that?
No.
It was, so,
Strictly interaction between she and her.
okay. So you told her your opinion and then she expressed her opinion from that? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Is there anything about the conversation that you had with your wife or anything that's happened between the time you left yesterday to the time you got back here today that would cause you not to be able to be fair and impartial about going into the jury room and deliberating in this case?
Absolutely zero.
Okay. Ms. Wise, any other questions you want to ask about that?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Chartier, any other questions you want to ask?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you then for your time, sir. You can go back downstairs to the waiting room and we will take juror 14. Good morning, sir. As you know, you were released as an alternate yesterday, and we have at this point a need for an alternate juror. So I'm going to ask you some questions right now about what exposure to media coverage or conversations you've had between the time you left yesterday and the time you got back here this morning, okay? During that time, did you read any news reports, watch any news reports about the case?
I just seen the news last night, said it was in deliberations.
Okay.
Of course, everybody, I'm sure, is gonna interested.
Okay. How long of a news report did you
Just
watch?
the night news.
Okay. Did it discuss anything other than the fact that the case was in deliberations?
No, not that I've seen.
Have you had any social media interaction of any kind about the case?
No, I don't.
None at all?
No.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with anyone about the case during that time?
My wife and my son.
Okay, and what was the content of those conversations?
We asked questions about, what do you think?
Okay.
On
And
the drive.
and did you tell them?
Yeah.
Did they express any opinions to you about the case?
No, not really.
Okay. Ms. Wise, do you have any questions you'd like to ask us?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. So do you remember the news station that you watched to learn about the deliberations?
Channel 11.
Channel 11.
That's all I get is Toledo stations in my house.
And it was just about the deliberation, nothing else about the trial?
I didn't see anything else.
Now, the conversations you had with your wife and son, do you know about how long those conversations were?
Very brief. I mean, I've been asked by my wife, I don't know how many times.
Okay.
I know you're leaning one way or another. I said, I can't talk to you about this. That didn't go over well in the house.
Right, I can
In
imagine.
fact, I was called some names. And I said, when I'm released from jury, then I can talk to you about it.
Okay.
I can't right now. I've even heard the same thing at my job. Somebody said, well, how's it going? They said, don't even ask him. He's not gonna talk about it.
Okay.
You know, we were told to do that. That's what I did.
Sure. No, and so then last night you were able to finally say, okay, now I can talk about it. So no more name calling, it sounds like,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Right. And then do you think it was like 15 minutes, 30 minutes? More than that?
My wife's always busy on her TikTok, so I only get about 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay. This is pretty brief.
There's times when I talk to her that I think she's listening, she really is. And then the next day I'll mention it again, and she goes, you never told me that.
It sounds like
We've
my
been
house.
married 45 years.
Okay. All right.
So she's learned to tune me out.
Okay.
So
It's the opposite in our
sometimes I
house.
think about just signing her letter.
Okay.
And she did.
Get that certified letter, and then there she goes.
She had it.
So when you were finally able to talk to her, you said you told her essentially your opinion about the case. Was it about your experience being a juror, or was it what you think the verdict should be?
Pretty much both.
Okay. And then you said when the judge asked you about did she or your son express an opinion, you said not really. What do you mean by that?
Well, my one son says, are you in or out? And I said, I'm out. He goes, his only answer to me was, well, that sucks. And that was basically it, you know. And with her, I said, you know, it's an experience that I'm not sure I really want to go through again.
Right.
But first time ever, and it's just the way it is.
And so did she express an opinion about the case?
She's been opinionated all along,
Okay.
but I just kind of go, you know, same way.
Got it.
I have the control to the volume on the TV.
Oh.
Turn it up. So I don't have to listen to it.
Great. Anything else about the conversation or anything else about what happened from your release last night to this morning that we should
No,
chat
not
about?
really. I was very surprised when I got a call. I was in Jackson at work.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you can give me an hour to get there.
Oh.
But, you know, I'm me, and nobody can get in my mind.
Well-
It's the way it's always been.
Well, thank you for coming back from work.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and sir, is there anything about the coverage that you saw or the conversations that you had that would cause you not to be able to be fair and impartial if you were asked to join the jury and start deliberating today?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you for your time, sir. Okay. Ms. Wise, Ms. Shardy, I don't know if you want to have any conversation off the record at
Yes.
this point. I did not ask Juror 2 a question about ability to be impartial. Would you like me to bring him back up and ask that question?
I think so, yes, please.
Okay.
Yes. And then I do think we need to speak privately.
Okay.
Thank you.
We bring Juror 2 back up.
Yeah, definitely. He looks at that beat. Is it the BTK? The guy who's like the ranger, what like the park ranger or something? After this, I'll play. There's gonna be one more question thing. Then I'll play a couple more little videos. I wouldn't mind watching the defense. I'm up for a bit. I can't sleep for a bit, so I might play the defense closing statements again. It's really interesting. The first time they basically they waited the whole trial to drop those mics, in my opinion. And the state should never have committed to that timestamp, even though it's different. It's not about it being really different than the video. The fact that they created one, and whatever the one they didn't need to create such a tight timeline. I don't know why they did that, because now the defense is going to go with it. Okay, that's your timeline. They fucked up. The state fucked up. So I'm going to play it after this. Like another 2 minutes of this last person.
All right, thank you for coming back, sir. I have one other question to ask at this point, and that is there anything about the conversations that you've had between yesterday and today that would cause you not to be able to be fair or impartial if you were asked to join the jury and start deliberating today? Okay. Ms. Wise, anything else you want to follow up on?
No, thank you.
Sure.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You can go back downstairs.
Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
We will take a recess and council can come back to chambers.
And we're back. I don't know. So this is a couple more jury things. Let's just watch these. 3 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute. This is about the jury drama stuff. That sounds fast. That sounded fast.
Jury deliberations in the Dale Warner murder trial are on hold until Tuesday. They deliberated yesterday for about an hour, and we're going to restart this morning, but that didn't happen. Melissa Andrews is live in Adrian with more this afternoon. Mel, what's going on with the jury?
Well, Amanda, they are on hold until Tuesday at least. We were told this morning that they were going to come in and I'm talking about the court. The court was going to enter into the record some of the evidence that the jury had requested to see while they were deliberating for that short time last night. But when we came in this morning, we were told that a juror had had a medical issue and that 3 remaining alternates had to be brought in to be questioned individually to make sure they had not seen or read or talked about the case. The judge then interviewed them essentially one by one to ask them whether they had gone home after deliberations yesterday after they were released and had any conversations or watched any coverage. Take a look.
Did you read any news reports, watch any news reports about the case?
I just seen the news last night, said it was in deliberations.
Okay.
Of course, everybody I'm sure is gonna interested.
Okay. How long of a news report did you
Just
watch?
night news.
So let's do a little math here. So we need 12 jurors. 4 were dismissed yesterday. One of them, the 2 attorneys stipulated to dismiss that juror, we believe, because he had fallen asleep previously in the trial. So now we're dealing with 3 jurors. Those 3 were called in today and questioned. Each of them said that they had gone home and watched or tried to watch coverage of the trial. They all said that they had conversations with their spouses or other family about their participation in the trial. Opinions were shared in both directions during these conversations. We don't know whether that's going to be a problem or not. What we do know is that it was clarified that this original juror, part of the remaining 12, did have an emergency, and then it was specified it was not a medical emergency. So our understanding in the media is that those 12 jurors will come back on Tuesday morning, and then the other 3. So we have 15 jurors to work with right now. We just don't know whether them watching that coverage or having those conversations is going to play out in any way as far as these deliberations go as they resume on Tuesday morning. Reporting live in Adrian, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
All right, Mal, thanks for the update there. You can watch all of the previous testimony in the Dale Warner murder trial right now on WTOL 11 Plus, which is free to download on your TV. We are bringing you extended coverage tonight at 6:35 after the news at 6. A former assistant prosecutor and current assistant professor of law at the University of Toledo breaks down what we've seen so far and what's next in the case.
Deliberations in the Dale Warner murder trial are on pause tonight.
A juror apparently had an emergency, forcing the court to bring an alternate juror back in, but there may have been an issue.
Melissa Andrews is in Adrian with where things stand right now.
Jurors are expected to return to the courthouse Tuesday morning at 9. The best case scenario is that the juror with the emergency will be able to return to deliberations. If that does not happen, 3 alternates remain. They were randomly selected yesterday, and the attorneys also agreed to excuse another alternate, reportedly because he had fallen asleep at one point during the trial. The complication appears to stem from the fact that those alternates were dismissed yesterday without being instructed not to watch news coverage of the case or talk about it with others. Because of that, the 3 alternates were brought back to court this morning and questioned one by one about anything they may have seen, heard, read, or discussed related to this case.
Now, the conversations you had with your wife and son, do you know about how long those conversations were?
Very brief. I mean, I've been asked by my wife, I don't know how many times.
Okay.
I know you're leaning one way or another. I said, I can't talk to you about this. That didn't go over well in my house.
Right.
The alternates said they did watch coverage and discuss the case, but the court says it's not their fault because they were not given that instruction. So 15 jurors are expected to report here Tuesday morning at 9. Reporting in Adrian, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
All right, Chris, we appreciate it. Deliberations in the Dale Warner murder trial are on pause tonight.
Court officials say a juror had an emergency, prompting the judge to call alternate jurors back in.
But there may be a complication. Melissa Andrews is in Adrian with the latest on the status of deliberations.
Jurors are scheduled to return to the courthouse Tuesday morning at 9. Ideally, the juror who had the emergency will be able to just jump back into deliberations and they'll all restart. If not, 3 alternates remain available. They were randomly selected yesterday, and attorneys also agreed to dismiss another alternate, apparently after concerns he had fallen asleep at one point during the proceedings. The potential problem is that those alternates were released yesterday without being told to avoid media coverage or discussions about the case. Because of that, the judge individually questioned each of the 3 remaining alternates this morning about anything they may have watched, read, heard, or talked about related to the trial.
So do you remember the news station that you watched to learn about the deliberations?
Channel 11.
Channel 11.
That's all I get is radio stations in my house.
And it was just about the deliberation, nothing else about the trial?
Each of the jurors said they had watched, read, heard, or talked about the trial and their opinions with loved ones, but said they could still be impartial. The court says they did nothing wrong because they were not given that instruction. If the juror with the emergency is able to deliberate on Tuesday, my understanding is those deliberations will continue on as normal. If not, it's not clear what would happen next. Reporting in Adrian, Melissa Andrews, WTOL 11.
See, Dewey sent his photo in. This is Dewey doing his jury duty. See that? The eyes are closed. Got it? See, Dewey he's sleeping through jury duty. And he didn't even bother painting the eyes on like Nicole did. Nicole, at least when, Dewey just stuck Cookie Monster doll eyes with tape on his eyelids. He slept the whole trial. Nicole, too. Look at Nicole did it. This is why This is the juror fucking got sent home. Just sleeping. Nicole, did you get enough sleep? Tell me. I hope you did. Fucking gonna ruin the whole trial, Nicole, just because you want to have a 3-hour nap. And here we go. Oh, let's play the so the defense closing statements. You guys up to that? Let's get rid of this one. It's here. So screw the prosecution. Let's watch the defense. It was just like basically we know the prosecution has just basically repeated everything we heard in trial, right? Now, the defense never once said anything about these timelines. They agreed to it. And forget it. Okay, I like joking with them, like the timeline in the video is different than but the whole thing is the state is saying it's this time, not this time. Fine, whatever. They chose a different time. The time they chose, it's memorialized. It's submitted. It's solidified. They went with it. The judge allowed it. They didn't protest, and then he allowed it even because the defense never protested it. Turns out the defense is waiting for this very moment to bring it up, and they fucking state unnecessarily went with commitment of specific times, 2 hours, blowing it off. This woman's blowing it off like you can just chop tanks apart so easily and then weld them and paint them and no paint anywhere, and so simple, right? Not noisy, nothing, nobody heard. Fucking then walk by cameras carrying the said grinder. You're going to go use the grinder, and then use a grinder when you've got all these goddamn torches around that would melt right through that. Faster, better, easier.
Okay, are we ready to have the jury brought back?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you switch back to the input for just a second?
You are in the meeting now.
You may be seated.
Perfect.
Okay, great.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume closing statements. Ms. Shari, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. This case is an incredible tragedy, and there's no doubt about that. There's no denying that. Ms. Warner's life was taken from her far too soon, and she was taken from everyone who cared and loved about her, family and friends. And they are grieving, and they are still grieving, as I believe you saw that from the witness stand. It never should have happened, but you're not here to determine if a tragedy occurred, because it did. And you're not here to determine if a killing occurred, because it did. What you are here to determine is if the government has proven its case against Mr. Warner beyond a reasonable doubt, and it didn't. And I'd like to walk through some of the reasonable doubts this afternoon. And I want to begin with April 25th as we specifically look at Mr. Warner's actions. Then I'll explore the police investigation in general, the Warner's relationship, other people's actions on or and around April 25th, and then specifics about the police investigation. Now, it was Ms. Warner who told Mr. Wagner where to place the cameras on the Munger property, but they have turned out to be helpful because we can see Mr. Warner's actions throughout April 25th. This is detailed, but it is important. Exhibit 250 is the entire surveillance footage that you have, that you can look at any portion of it. And this is how Mr. Warner starts his day at 6:58. He's on the JCB. This is consistent with the health data that Detective Drury reviewed. In the middle of the night, there was no distance traveled, no flights climbed. Mr. Warner still had a heartbeat, but that would be the time that he would traditionally be sleeping. Now, this map shows where the JCB was at 6:58 on the Munger property. At 7:13, Mr. Warner is by the silo, and he shows up 3 times in the next 10 minutes. He shows up at 7:22. The JCB is heading north, and when you're looking at the surveillance footage, I think that you've probably realized you have to look essentially between the silo and the tree to see what's going on in back. He shows up at 7:23. The JCB at this point is heading south and west. And then this again is the area near the silo where Mr. Warner and the JCB are during those times between 7:13 and 7:23. At 7:30, we see Mr. Warner driving a forklift, and we're going to see this forklift in the same area about 5 times. We see it at 7:33. We see it at 7:34. We see it at 7:40, 7:41 a.m. And then at 7:47, we see Mr. Warner leave the property on the sprayer to go to Leroy Sealers to spray. Now, please remember that the police did a reenactment to see if when Mr. Warner left the farm to go spray, both at Mr. Sealers and then the other 2 properties, if he actually could have done it in that time, and they learned that he could. They also looked at the GPS coordinates in the sprayer to see if it matched where Mr. Warner said he was going, and it did. So this is Mr. Warner on the property from 7 to 8 a.m. He's seen 10.
So I'll stop here because I'll say they're supposed to be on the previous one still. Somebody pushed the button and skipped ahead. This is the next. They're talking. She talks about this, the other one still, but they switched to this picture too fast.
10 times on camera as he does his morning farm chores. Now this is Ivan Boyd on the Munger property at 8:04 a.m. He's in the old shop. He's on the property for the majority of the day. At some point, his brother joins him, and he brings the truck that he's going to work on later at 10:39. And remember, there are no restrictions on where Mr. Boyd can go on the property. Mr. Warner doesn't preclude access to anyone. This is where Mr. Boyd starts his day and spends quite a bit of time in the old shop. Mr. Warner returns to the property at 8:12. And if you watch the surveillance video, you can see the sprayer come down Carson and take a left on Munger. That's the same direction that he left in. That's where Mr. Sealer's property is located. This is Mr. Warner and the sprayer at 8:18. And at 8:19, you can see the sprayer going right to the load barn in between the silo and the tree. As you know, the load barn is on the far east side of the property. It's what's been called frequently Building 7. At 8:46, Mr. Warner leaves again in the sprayer. Again, GPS coordinates match where he said he's going. We know between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., Raquel Bach and Dustin Lally arrive on the property. They walk into the house because it's unlocked. Ms. Warner isn't there and they have breakfast. In the 10 to 11 a.m. hour, Ms. Bach and Mr. Lally go into the office. Ms. Bach walks into the unlocked office looking for Ms. Warner. And in the 11 to 12 p.m. hour, Mr. Boyd's brother arrives on the Munger property, as does Zach Bach as well. At 11:18, Mr. Warner arrives back in the property, and video will show that he walks from the load barn to the new shop. At 11:27, you see Zach Bach and Mr. Warner in the office talking and obviously looking for Ms. Warner on the cameras. At 11:35, Mr. Warner is walking away from the office near the silo and the scale. Meanwhile, in the office, Mr. Lally, Zach Bach, TJ Bach, Parker Hardy, Shelly Hardy, and Raquel Bach are already on the property. Mr. Warner is on camera walking near the pine tree at 11:36. He walks toward the new shop at 11:45 and leaves the new shop at 11:46. At 11:54, Mr. Warner is in the old shop talking with Mr. Boyd and Mr. Boyd's brother. So between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., there are 7 people on the farm, in addition to Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner is walking all over the property, so those 7 people could choose to go wherever they wanted. At any time, anyone could walk into any building looking for Ms. Warner. And again, as you noted, with what Ms. Vinsky said in her opening statement and what witnesses have testified, there were no restrictions on where anyone went. At 12:13, Mr. Warner is in the office with Zach Bach, TJ, Mr. Lally, and Shelly Hardy. Mr. Warner is on the far right side of this image, up against the front desk. Mr. Boyd and his brother are still on the farm. At 12:19, we see Mr. Warner walking near the scales. At 12:21, he's heading back towards the office. At 12:23, Mr. Warner is driving the JCB. You can clearly and easily see into the bucket of the JCB. Here's the JCB again at 12:38, 12:39. And this is the location on the farm map of where the JCB is primarily located during that time period. At 12:43, Mr. Warner is in the old shop. On the right, you can see one of his dogs is running around. From 12:51 to 12:52, he's in the old shop. This is where Mr. Warner has a grinder and 2 grinder wheels. Now, this will become relevant when we talk about the welding expert who indicated that the number of wheels to cut that tank would take between 6 to 8. There's no indication that Mr. Warner ever took more than what he has in his hand right here.
213.
At 12:52, this is the Kubota that Mr. Warner would predominantly drive. We see it again at 1 o'clock. In between, at 1:13, in between 1:01 and 1:13, the videos of the Warag lobby show shadows. Now, if you watch that video, you can't see anyone come into the office, but it matches up with the Kubota heading towards the office and then later seen back by the fuel tanks. So one could presume that the driver of the Kubota went into the office, maybe had lunch, and then carried on their day. We see the Kubota again at 1:14. From 1:14 to 1:15, we see Mr. Warner in the old shop. At 1:16, the Kubota pulls in to another part of the old shop. Ivan Boyd and his brother are there. And please note, Mr. Warner knows that Ivan Boyd and his brother are in the old shop. He takes actually absolutely no actions to hide anything that he's doing. He also knows there are cameras, but he takes no action to hide what he's doing. We see the Kubota again at 1:23. at 1:26. Now, during this time frame, there are also multiple other workers on the farm that the police don't mention. You can see this gentleman at 1:36. He leaves the property at 1:44. You can see this gentleman at 1:42. He leaves the property at 3:15. During this time, Mr. Warner can be seen on video with the sprayer and walking on the property. This is the sprayer at 1:48. At 2:19, this is an image between 2 and 4. There are multiple people in the office. Again, very similar to earlier. Raquel Bach, TJ, Zach, Parker Hardy, and Shelly Hardy. At 2:19, Mr. Warner is in the lobby. At 2:27, he leaves the reception area. Roughly, it's almost 2:28 when he leaves. He comes back in at 2:31. He leaves the lobby at 2:35, so he's in there for a few minutes. And then he's on camera again at 2:38 in the lobby area. Now, you have heard witnesses criticize Mr. Warner for not doing enough. But then you also heard witnesses criticize him for looking over Zach Bach's shoulder to look at the cameras. So what you should glean from that is he really can't win. If he doesn't do enough, he's criticized. If he does too much, he's criticized. But just like every other person on video, he continues to go back to the lobby area to look at cameras and to talk about where Ms. Warner may be. At 2:42, we see Mr. Warner in the sprayer. He's in the Kubota at 2:46, 2:49. And the same piece of farm equipment that you saw in 2:49, we see again at 2:50. Now, this is where it is on the farm. If you can see where the big silo is in the middle, that's where that piece of farm equipment was. We see him again at 2:51. He's back in the office at 2:55. Between 3 and 3:01, he's walking by the scales, and you can see he has papers in his hands. At 3:08, he's in the new shop looking in a box and then walking away. At 3:12, he's seen leaving the new shop. Here's the piece of equipment at 3:13. This is Mr. Warner's truck at 3:15. We see the truck again by the fuel tanks. This is Mr. Warner's Kubota at 3:17, 3:18, 3:21. At 3:22, he's back in the office. He's there until about 3:36 p.m. At 3:37, we see the piece of farm equipment again. The Kubota again at 3:41. And if you can, please look at the field in the back, because this will be important to what happens. The top part of that field is not tilled at 3:41. But at 4:06, you can see that there's movement in the field because it is being tilled. It only gets picked up because the white truck activates the motion camera. Otherwise, it never would have been picked up. Here's the video of that. If you look at that red box, you'll see there's movement in that field. It's going from this part of the screen to that part of the screen. So that shows the tilling that was done. Detective Singleton said there was this period of time where Mr. Warner was not on camera. He would be the only one to till that field. And at 4:12, you can see the part of the field that's being tilled, and you can look on here before the tilling and after the tilling. So the notion that he is not on camera is belied by the surveillance footage that the government introduced. And again, Detective Singleton said 3:41 to 4:29, Mr. Warner was not on camera. The only reason this got picked up was because of other trucks on the property, but he is working and not in the load barn. At 4:30, we see Mr. Warner's Kubota again. At 4:32, the JCB. At 4:37, it's the JCB again, where the inside of the bucket is clearly visible. 4:52 to 4:53, Mr. Warner is in the old shop. The door is clearly open because you can see the light shining in. This is where Detective Singleton said he was ducking down and trying to hide. You saw the video. If he was trying to hide, he would close the door. He wouldn't leave it open. At 4:56, he leaves the old shop. He's later seen in the old shop at 5:05 and 5:06 on camera. At 6:06, in between the silo and the tree, this is the movement that the government showed you with the JCB. That's it. This is Mr. Warner's Kubota at 6:06. 6:07, you see the JCB. 6:10 and 6:12, the JCB is going to the load barn and then leaving the area of the load barn. So going in there for about 2 minutes and leaving. 6:17, the JCB is headed back to the load barn. This entire early evening time at the load barn with Mr. Warner being in and out coincides with what Mr. Boyd said about helping Mr. Warner load trash. He talked about when chemicals are sent to the farm, they're packaged. They're packaged in sort of multiple layers. There'll be a white bottle, then it'll be inside something, then it'll be inside of a cardboard box. So there's no indication from Mr. Boyd that he saw a tank at the load barn or a welder, or Mr. Warner with a tank or a welder in the load barn. At 6:37, the JCB is moving away from the load barn. Here it is again at 6:39. Then we've got the JCB going towards the load barn and away at 6:40 and 6:41. At 6:43, Mr. Warner is in the new shop. And this is a comparison of two photos, 3:12 and 6:43. So if Mr. Warner is trying to hide what he's doing and what he's taking, he's not going to leave it out on the table. So you can see where that piece of farm equipment is, and then it's not there at 6:43, but you can see that table. The first table, there's nothing on it. The second table are items that Mr. Warner had taken. And you also heard Mr. Nayrink tell you that Mr. Warner would do small welding jobs on the farm, especially if something was broken. So if there's a piece of equipment, a tilling tool, he said frequently broke down. It's a Sunday, there aren't many people there to do the welding. He wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Warner did it. And this is the end of the time period on April 25th, 2021, which is so significant. And the reason I went through all that time is because this is critical for what the government's claim is. The government wants you to believe that during this time frame, Mr. Warner killed his wife and then welded her in a body in a tank. Now, after 6:43, Mr. Warner is on the property doing more farm chores. He's collecting trash, using the Kubota, and tilling. And then again at 6:54, it's when Deputy Hall comes and talks to him. But that time frame is absolutely critical for everything that Mr. Warner would have to do to go along with the government's theory. Now, I want to walk through some of the specific reasonable doubts with you. Mr. Warner is captured on video throughout the day, morning, afternoon, and evening. As Ms. Vinsky told you in opening, the government's own timeline will fall apart upon close examination. So by 6:40 p.m., the government's speculative theory is that Mr. Warner killed Ms. Warner in the house while not leaving a single trace of physical evidence. Not a drop of blood, no bodily fluids, no signs of a struggle, absolutely nothing. And then at some point, he supposedly grabs a tarp and duct tape, but there's no camera footage of that. We know that the blue tarps are kept in the dry fertilizer barn, and the duct tape is in the load barn. But there's no evidence that he gathered these items then went back in the house, presumably, and wrapped Ms. Warner in those. The government hasn't even addressed how Mr. Warner would get those items on April 25th. And then again, at some point, he supposedly duct tapes her body, wraps her body in a tarp, duct tapes the tarp. But again, there's no evidence of when that supposedly occurred. Then Mr. Warner supposedly moves the body, but there's no physical evidence of that. Nothing to show that she was ever in the JCB at all, only speculation. There's nothing on camera and there's no physical evidence. And while Detective Dreyer said, well, it was too late for them to look, they didn't even try to look. They want you to then assume that Mr. Warner keeps Ms. Warner's body in a safe, despite rigor mortis, as we heard from Dr. Cho. There are no physical signs of this at all. There are no physical signs with her body that she was kept in the safe. There's no physical or forensic evidence to support this theory whatsoever. Then Mr. Warner moves a tank without being caught on camera into the load barn. But again, there's no evidence of that happening. We see on the surveillance video that he doesn't take the grinder and the two wheels until 12:51 to 12:52. So all the rest supposedly happens after that time. In the load barn, without anybody noticing or hearing, he maneuvers the chain and the hook, welds that hook supposedly to the end cap of the tank, runs the chain through, connects it to the hook, tilts the tank so the chemicals don't run out. There's no evidence about how long it would take for that hook to be welded to the end cap so that it was structurally sound. It's not just a matter of welding it. It needs to be able to support the weight of that end cap. Mr. Boyd said those tanks were 6,000 pounds empty. Then Mr. Warner supposedly cuts open the tank. Assuming that she's in the safe, he has to go move her from the safe to the tank, lift her to get her up, then position together the end cap and the rest of the tank and weld it together. After that, he's got to remove the hook, remove the chain, sand the tank down so he can paint it. He then supposedly paints the tank. And while Mr. Schmidt said, well, that would dry quickly, you can look at the Rust-Oleum can. It's not immediate. And even if it was dry to the touch, we all have painted something. It's still going to be tacky. Things would still stick to it. But there's not one drop of paint in the load barn, not one drop of paint that was found on the chain or the hook, not a paintbrush, not the farm equipment, no debris on the tank. So if it gets moved out to the back, no dirt, no grass, the wind is blowing things, nothing is on it. There's no evidence whatsoever to support the theory. So while the government has shown you videos of Mr. Warner doing his chores and moving about the farm, they have shown you no evidence to support their theory of what actually happened. Assumptions are not evidence. Now, as you know, as it relates to searches, there were extensive searches for Ms. Warner in her property. Over 3,000 acres were searched, and that's one search alone. Searches occurred for years. Land, water, homes, buildings, vehicle. They were thorough. They searched in multiple towns and cities. Mr. Warner continuously consented to these searches over the years. The police searched every piece of land that Mr. Warner owned, leased, rented, or was even associated with. They searched land and homes that belonged to family members and people he knew. They didn't find Ms. Warner or any of her missing items. The police also searched Paragon South. They searched both north and south. South is where the tanks are. Nothing out of the ordinary was seen. There were multiple searches involving dogs, both cadaver dogs and tracking dogs, at least 7. There was lots of discussion about cadaver and tracking dogs, but you know from your common sense, a tracking dog is meant to track. So once it gets a scent from an article of clothing or whatever it might be, it is meant to follow that scent. The person doesn't need to be right there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a tracking dog. Ms. Warner and her belongings were not located by those dogs. We know that cadaver dogs can locate blood, bones, or tissue for years. They can also identify a tiny drop of blood, including as small as what comes out of an eyedropper. They can smell through cleaning agents, and they hit on nothing. Nothing on any of the vehicles, nothing in the house, nothing on the property, absolutely nothing. During the searches, Trooper Tafe entered the load barn or was looking right into it. He couldn't quite remember on April 27th, but he never mentioned the smell of ammonia or chemicals. One point about these searches is Dr. Cho and Detective Druyer said there was a strong chemical smell from the tank when the tank was opened. Dr. Cho said it was an overpowering ammonia odor that was not part of natural decomposition. Numerous witnesses also said that anhydrous ammonia had a very strong ammonia smell, but you had a trooper right out of the load barn or possibly in who noticed no smell, yet supposedly 2 days before Mr. Warner is cutting open this tank in that very enclosed area, there would be a smell if that tank had been cut open in an enclosed space. Mr. Boyd was in the load barn 2 to 3 times a week. He never mentioned a smell, not on April 25th and not after. Todd Nayrink met Mr. Warner at the load barn on April 25th. He didn't notice a smell. No one ever smelled anything out of the ordinary. Now, there was made, I think in the closing, they showed a snip of Mr. Warner talking about dogs in the load barn. The part that is omitted from that clip, but is in the video that you have as an exhibit, Exhibit 216, is Mr. Warner saying, the other thing I don't know about in the fertilizer barn, you got boots or something to put on them. He's not telling them that they can't go in. He's pointing out there are chemicals on the floor. So if the dogs go in, he didn't want it to get through their paws. If he's trying to prevent them from going into the load barn, he's not going to give them a solution as to how they can actually take the dogs in by putting boots on their feet. Numerous items of Ms. Warner's were missing and are still missing. Her phone, wallet, passport, driver's license, a purse, and go bag with items such as cosmetics and hair care items. These items, as you know, were never found despite numerous searches with ground penetrating radar and metal detectors, things that would look for changes in temperature or excavation. In one multi-day, large-scale search alone, there were 130 police officers. There is not even a theory that has been presented to you about where these items are. Now, Mr. Warner also had said a curling iron was missing, but then the police found it had fallen on the floor in between a cabinet. If Mr. Warner had been the one to take these items, he would know that a curling iron wasn't taken. He wouldn't say a curling iron was missing when it's actually still in the house. He was trying to guess based on what wasn't on the bathroom shelf. This is further evidence that he didn't take and conceal these items. Mr. Warner spoke to the police numerous times, frequently without a lawyer present. The only time we saw a lawyer was the December 2022 interview with Detectives Druyer and Singleton, where his lawyer was there. He had the legal right to refuse, but he didn't. He frequently spoke to them, again, without a lawyer present. And if you listen to those videos, you do hear him coughing. And what did we hear from his ex-wife? He's had that cough since they were married. It annoyed her then, it's continued on. That's not from recent exposure to anhydrous ammonia. Despite what he says now, Detective Druyer had to admit that previously he indicated that Mr. Warner's statements were fairly consistent about what occurred. And of course, details would change. You're being asked the same questions over and over again. We know that their daughter, Angelina, had spent Friday night at her older sister's, Ms. Million, and then Saturday night with Ms. Alexander. So it would be very easy to confuse those nights about what happened on one night or what happened on another. We've also seen multiple witnesses, including law enforcement, have to get their memory refreshed because they couldn't remember something. And we have even heard other witnesses say they didn't say something when they truly did. That happened with Ms. Warner's brother. He said adamantly he did not make a statement or he did not send a text message when he actually did and had to be shown that. So the fact that some details may change does not mean that Mr. Warner was not being truthful. But Mr. Warner was always adamant that he did not harm his wife in every interview. And he also offered ideas and suggestions about how to find Ms. Warner. In the May 3rd, 2021 interview alone, which is Exhibit 219, Mr. Warner speaks with Detective Greca about a phone number and license plate that could be relevant to where Ms. Warner was. He asks if he should call the insurance company to see if Ms. Warner checked herself in somewhere. He suggests that they come up with a list of names and go through Facebook to see if she's made contact with any of these people. He gives the detective names of Ms. Warner's friends and who to reach out to. And he asks Ms. Warner's best friend, Stephanie Vogel, if she knew of anyone who may have picked Ms. Warner up. And he does more, but he's not showboating. He's not trying to make a splash in the public. The government wants to present Mr. Warner as someone who did nothing, but that's not true. He tried to offer assistance in the background, and he tried to keep his daughter's life as stable as possible because her mother was missing. Now, in his private journal, which the police found in October of 2021, he goes further and he writes down ideas of where Ms. Warner may be, what aliases she might be using, ideas to try to find her. These are the private actions of a man who wants his wife to come home. He's not going to be journaling that if he knows where she is. And during that May interview, Detective Greca also talks about the importance of Mr. Warner taking his daughter to a soccer game in order to give her support and keep her life as stable as he could. That goes along with why he might not be participating in a search, because he's got a 9-year-old he's trying to take care of. In the interviews that you listened to, Mr. Warner also turned down theories offered by the police that he would have seized on if he was trying to misdirect them. For instance, Detective Greca talks about gambling. Mr. Warner said that's not Ms. Warner. He talks about suicide. Mr. Warner says, while she may have made some comments about that, he didn't think that was a real possibility. If he's trying to misdirect the police, he's going to send them down all different kinds of paths. And these are theories being offered by the police. And we heard a lot about Jamaica and Mexico. Mr. Warner is prompted by investigators to discuss Jamaica and Mexico numerous times, instead of Mr. Warner consistently bringing it up on his own. Now, in the December 2022 interview, at this point, his wife has been gone for over 1.5 years. So it's probably pretty clear she's not just in the next town over, and it's very clear she's not at her son's. So of course he's trying to come up with any possibility of where she may be. And in that full interview, he doesn't say, oh, I think she's in the hills of Jamaica living with the cartel. He talks about why. She liked Jamaica. She made friends with the concierge. She liked the mansion. She thought it was beautiful there. Even Detective Dreyer on the stand said that Mr. Warner seemed convinced that Ms. Warner was in Jamaica. Mr. Warner also told Detective Greca that if Ms. Warner left or was picked up by someone, there was not that big of a window for Ms. Warner to get out of the house. If he had harmed her, he wouldn't want to shorten this time frame. He would lengthen it. He would say, I heard the door close at 1 a.m. or I looked out the window and she was walking out at 2 a.m. He would lengthen the time that she was gone, not shorten it and say to the police, it's not a very long period of time for her to get out of the house. While he believed that Ms. Warner had left as she had done before, he also said that there were differences this time, and he was candid about that. The vehicles were there. She didn't take their daughter, Angelina. She didn't notify anybody, and the ring was on his desk. He didn't have to say that, but he was frank about the differences. He also repeatedly said to both the police and others he wanted his wife back. Detective Greca said that Mr. Warner showed emotion during the interviews when talking about his wife. Throughout all the interviews, I don't know if you picked up on this, but Mr. Warner always refers to his wife in the present tense. She is a fixer. He doesn't say she was a fixer, which he would say if he knew she wasn't alive. He refers to her in the present tense. And Mr. Warner saying he doesn't want to get divorced doesn't mean he killed his wife. It means he loved his wife. They had been seeing a counselor, Craig, as you saw from the text message exchange and Detective Dreyer said, which shows his willingness to work on issues with the marriage. And he was frank about the fact that they fought. Tensions could run high. He told the police that. He also wrote about this in his private journal. If the inference is, oh, well, this is staged, what he's writing about, why wouldn't he turn it over to the police? Why wouldn't he say, hey, I've been keeping a journal? The police find it in a vehicle in October of 2021. And in that, he talks about comments that Ms. Warner made and troubles that they have in their marriage, that Ms. Warner says that he's mean to her, that essentially he doesn't appreciate her. He wouldn't write that if he wanted the police to find it and think everything was fine in their marriage. He would try to present their marriage as being more peaceful. Now, we know that Ms. Warner had talked about ending her marriage for years. This was nothing new. We heard this from numerous people. In Exhibit 194, we see Ms. Warner telling Mr. Warner that unless he shows her more that he cares, she'll end the marriage the same way she did with her first husband. But we also know that her plans would change day to day according to her moods. Numerous people, including her brother, very emotionally talked about the fact that she'd love you one minute, dislike you the next, and then the next day give him a hug. Exhibit 198, you can see on March 4th that Ms. Warner is saying, fuck you, and that she's not going on vacation. And then the next day, March 5th, they're talking about regular things just like any other married couple. The text message exchanges show Ms. Warner and Mr. Warner having arguments between spouses, which happens in many marriages, unfortunately. But it also shows her expressing herself freely to Mr. Warner, which we heard she did to him and others. She would express her feelings. She wouldn't hold back, even if that meant raising her voice to Mr. Warner and to others. Numerous people testified that Mr. Warner is not an emotional person. He's laid back and easygoing. Ms. Millian said that Mr. Warner's response to Ms. Warner when she said she wanted to sell everything and be done on April 25th was, okay, whatever, D, because he had heard similar comments before. Despite the fact that Ms. Warner would regularly say she wanted to end her marriage, she asked Ms. Volkel to book vacations for her and Mr. Warner, 2 in 2021 and 4 in 2022. Her plan was to go on vacation with her husband and daughter, but one of the vacations was just for her and Mr. Warner alone, to just have a couples trip. This shows again that her mood would change. She would be angry at him, but she would also want to spend alone time with him. Mr. Warner would regularly rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back at work. He often did so in the office. Despite how Ms. Volkel attempted to portray their relationship, she had already told the police that and had to admit that on the stand. Now, we know that the Warners had a mutual mistrust of each other. That's clear from what was presented at trial. Ms. Wolf said that Ms. Warner would drive to the farm fields to see if Mr. Warner was where he said he would be. She said that the two of them would snoop on each other, including Ms. Warner taking a phone that belonged to Mr. Warner and giving that to Ms. Wolf to hide. Mr. Lally said that Ms. Warner would speak in quiet and hushed tones to himself and to her daughter when Mr. Warner was in the house to intentionally exclude him from conversations. There was a safe where she and her son were hiding things from Mr. Warner. Ms. Wolf also admitted that Ms. Warner was having an affair. So Mr. Warner, wondering if that had been going on, actually had a basis in fact. He wasn't just imagining it. Ms. Wolf, who was also Ms. Warner's personal assistant and nanny, said she would see Ms. Warner drink alcohol every day. And this supports Mr. Warner's concern about substance use. This is Exhibit 210. That cabinet are the pills that she had in her home. And look at the details, please, of what the government characterizes as stalking behavior. The cameras that Mr. Warner spoke to Mr. Bush about were about 4x6, and they had an antenna on the top. Those aren't cameras that are going to be hidden from any person. The OnStar application shows an average of 4.2 vehicle location requests a day. But Mr. Newell said that the app doesn't show a vehicle moving. So if you're trying to track and see when someone is coming home, because you want to know when they're going to be there, you want to have dinner with them, whatever the situation is, you're going to keep refreshing the app. The Get Vehicle Location can also be used as a navigation tool as well. So if they were driving together and he wanted to see where they were going or how to get someplace, he would use the app. Ms. Volkel also said that she saw the entry on Mr. Warner's credit card for the Binks device, the device that had been in the Hummer, and that she and Ms. Warner looked it up to see what it was. That's the GPS and diagnostic device that was found. But we heard from Mr. Bush that he paid for the device, and the government showed you an Amazon image. This discrepancy goes to witness credibility and the witness's desire to present the case in a particular way. And it makes sense because they all loved Ms. Warner. There's no doubt about that. And of course, they want to present her in the most favorable light and Mr. Warner in the least favorable light. But the facts matter, not assumptions. And the other thing presented by the government is, well, when Mr. Warner wrote in his journal that Ms. Warner left in the middle of the night, he didn't check OnStar. But if she didn't take the Cadillac, he'd have no reason to check OnStar. If Mr. Warner was truly stalking his wife, he would have insisted on access to the surveillance cameras long before she went missing. He couldn't even view the cameras on his phone until after she went missing. Mr. Wagner told you that it had been about a month or two where the IP address had changed on the Munger property and that Mr. Warner had no access to those cameras. So while he might have tried to access the app on the morning of April 25th, he couldn't access the app to see those cameras. We also know about the phone that Ms. Warner was in the hospital. That's what Mr. Wagner said. He was also Ms. Warner's friend. Mr. Warner wanted the phone for business purposes. He didn't ask him to keep it a secret from Ms. Warner or try to keep it private. In terms of accessibility and transparency, Mr. Warner also allowed Detective Greca to talk to his minor daughter even when he was not present. And if he was trying to hide the true nature of their relationship, he never would have allowed that. Angelina wasn't there the night of April 25th, but she lived in that house with them. A 9-year-old is going to know what that relationship is like. She would have heard verbal disagreements. She would have known if there was any other sort of physical disagreement. She would be able to share that with the police. He put no barriers to their access with her at all. Now, as it relates to any sort of physical violence, Ms. Wolf never told Detective Greca about seeing a bruise on Ms. Warner's forehead. If she truly witnessed this, it would have been the first thing she told the police when she spoke to them. Ms. Brody also didn't document any of the supposed bruises she claimed she saw as a massage therapist. She had twice testified under oath, and at neither of those court appearances did she ever say anything about a handprint on an arm. And it's worth repeating here that you are not here to judge Mr. Warner as a husband. You may think he was a bad husband, a not very attentive husband, whatever you may think of him. Your oath requires that you only assess the government's case to determine if it has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Warner killed his wife and tampered with evidence. Now, we've gone through April 25th and an overview of the Warners' relationship, but I want to also move on to what else is going on between April 23rd and immediately after April 25th and the police investigation as well. On Wednesday, which would be April 21st, Ms. Brody, Ms. Warner's friend and massage therapist, said she saw Ms. Warner and Ms. Warner was distraught and shaking. We know Ms. Warner was a person who had strong emotions and she felt them, but there's absolutely no justification for what's happening here. According to Ms. Brody, Ms. Warner said she wanted to see a lawyer and it was time. But we know the fight with the Terrys, Terry and Terry Nayrink, wasn't until Friday. So there's no indication of what was going on Wednesday, and there's never been an explanation for this. Again, on that Friday, April 23rd, Ms. Warner had a verbal disagreement with Todd Nayrink, who testified. You also heard that Ms. Vogel heard them yelling at each other, but then she also said Ms. Warner seemed happy when she left work that day. So in addition to the fights with Todd, she had the fight with Terry and Terry. Mr. Nayrink, Todd Nayrink, said that on Friday, Ms. Warner was not dressed as she normally would. She was in sweatpants. Mr. Hawkins, who worked on the farm for the Warners, spoke with Ms. Warner at about 6:30 p.m. on Friday, and he said she sounded normal. Ms. Alexander saw Ms. Warner at 7:42 p.m. when she went to pick up Angelina. She said that Ms. Warner kept putting her hands up to her head, and she was talking about a fight she had with Terry and Terry Nayrink. Earlier, Ms. Warner had said that she had a migraine, so that would be consistent with her having a migraine, and we know she was being treated for migraines. Later that night, Raquel Bach claims that she drove by at 10:30 p.m. and saw all the lights on. But closer to 11 o'clock, Dustin Lally drives by. He said Ms. Bach had left well before him. And on cross-examination, the only light that he had said was on was one light. He didn't remember anything unusual about the house, which matches with what Todd Nayrink said when he arrived on the property in the 3 a.m. hour. There was only the light on over the kitchen above the sink. Now, on April 25th, 2021, the OnStar report shows that Mr. Warner's phone app accesses My Cadillac to get vehicle data and then supposedly hits unlock the doors at 7:08 a.m. Get vehicle data is to check on things like oil, tire pressure, fluids in the car. The government's theory is that Mr. Warner had killed his wife by this time, but then he decides to check on how the fluids are in the car or the tire pressure. It makes no sense. And this is part of what Ms. Vinsky also said to you in opening statement. The government dismisses and ignores facts that conflict with the narrative that they are trying to present. Mr. Warner uses Find My iPhone at 8:48, 10:28, and 2:30, and he would not need to do this if he knew where the phone was. And if the government's theory is that, oh, he was trying to see if you could find it, well, he would have checked it at 8:48, can't find it, checked it again at 10:28. He wouldn't need to keep doing that. He would know at 8:48 the phone can't be found. He did it because he was trying to see where Ms. Warner was. And while at 8:48 he would not have known that Ms. Warner was missing, it's not unusual for a spouse to check Find My iPhone to see if your spouse is up, or are they at the office, or are they at the grocery store. And while the Milestone app, again, was accessed at 8:49 and 9:04, we know from Mr. Wagner, Mr. Warner couldn't see anything on the cameras. Now, Mr. Lally said that when they went over to the Munger property, it was the same as what they had done pretty much on every Sunday. They would go over and have breakfast. Mr. Warner knew this, but he took no actions to restrict their movements that day. In fact, he wasn't even on the property. If he had killed his wife, is he really going to leave the property and let people roam around wherever they want? He goes out spraying. Numerous witnesses, including Mr. Lally, Zach Bach, and Raquel Bach, said that the Warners never locked their house. It was always unlocked. Anyone could walk right in. And that's what they did on April 25th, 2021. That day, when people were looking for Ms. Warner, they looked at places that she could walk to, even though people said she didn't like to walk. They went to the Hardee's Event Center and home. They went to the Cedar Point property. Mr. Lally looked in the camper. But we know from Ms. Wolf that Ms. Warner would walk to the office, contrary to what other witnesses said, and that she was starting to walk everywhere because she was getting into fitness. Also, witnesses support that Mr. Warner was in fact spraying. Not only the GPS data and the reenactment, but Parker Hardy said that when he was at the house with his mother, Mr. Warner drove by on the sprayer. Now, Ms. Warner's phone last connected to a cell tower at 7:14, and the last internet connection was 7:01. So as we turn to the police's review of activities, which is essentially the last section of my closing, I want to talk about this a bit. This is part of the PowerPoint that was presented to you. Ms. Ziegler said that Ms. Warner's phone connected to two towers that morning, 226601 and 226609. This is an example of that portion of what she said during her testimony. And Ms. Ziegler said these were the two towers, north and south. And I specifically asked her that question. Are you saying the towers are north and south? Yes, they are, she said. And this was the slide that she used to conduct her analysis. You'll have this as an exhibit, so it might be hard for you to see, but the north tower is not 22601. It is 226543. 22601 is to the east in Tecumseh. So the analysis about the phone's location is flawed because the two towers that should have been used would have been the south tower and the east tower. But Ms. Ziegler used the south tower and the north tower.
But one thing about her testimony that is correct is that she can't distinguish any movement from the phone, because we know that a phone will connect to a cell tower even if it's not the closest tower, for numerous reasons that have nothing to do with movement. Now, moving to April 27th and the tank, if Mr. Warner wanted to secretly move a tank on April 27th, he would have done it when the police left for the day. Remember, they were there in the morning, and then he walked around with Detective Greca for a period of time. And then he said, I have to go to work. If it rains, you can come back, or come back tomorrow. And then they got a search warrant and they showed up later on that day. He knew that they were there with drones and a dog. If he had a concern about that, he wouldn't have just gone to farm. He would have moved the tank that everyone is saying he's trying to hide. He would have done it when the police weren't around. He also could have or would have moved it on April 26th, and again, not waited for the police to come back to his property. There's also, again, no issue with the fact that he asked the police to leave earlier. That is his legal right. And he explained that to the police. Now, just as earlier mentioned, where people didn't notice any smell of ammonia in the load barn, Detective Sharp, who was in the load barn or in front of it for an extended period of time, also did not indicate that he saw any or smelled any sort of chemical smell. Mr. Gravel moved a tank into the spray barn. This was the rusty tank that we saw being moved. He didn't notice any sort of strong chemical smell, which he would have if that tank had been cut open in the load barn. Mr. Hawkins is also regularly in the load barn. He would be in the building 1 to 2 times a week, taking in the JCB and removing empty bottles. And again, at no point in time does he ever smell ammonia or indicate that a tank had been cut open. There was also nothing unusual about moving a tank. Mr. Gravel told you that he had moved tanks before. Mr. Hawkins said that tanks would be brought back and forth from the Carson Road property and the Paragon property. We also know from Mr. Hawkins that business was slow in 2020 and 2021 for anhydrous ammonia. They didn't need extra tanks. They had plenty of tanks. So moving a tank or not fixing a tank wasn't a big deal because they had so many other things to do and they had so many extra tanks. We also know that week of April, after Ms. Warner goes missing, that Parker Hardy says he didn't see anything unusual about Mr. Warner painting in a hydrous tank. And he didn't notice a non-factory weld on the tank he saw in the load barn. Parker Hardy had been in the load barn numerous times. This wasn't a place that people don't go. And remember, the Hardys had even more access to the property because they were family. So while maybe some person who used their services might not freely walk into the load barn, the Hardys would. And again, Mr. Warner took no stops to keep anybody out of any building, making the story that he was welding her in the load barn not plausible. Now, the only person who claims that there were JCB tracks that went right up to the house was Parker Hardy. He said he thought the JCB was moving quickly because of the way the gravel was aside, but he also said he didn't see any reverse tracks for the JCB, which would be unusual. But the supposed fast-moving JCB is inconsistent with the reenactment where the gentleman driving the JCB was afraid to go any further because he thought he would potentially hit or damage the house. And the other thing too about this moving of the Hummer, if Mr. Warner wants to move the Hummer in order to park the JCB there, he doesn't have to put it in front of the office. Literally all he has to do is back it up and move it one spot over. There'd be no reason for him to move it in front of the office. Now, jury instructions that you'll be receiving soon from Judge Olsaver indicate that you have to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You can have tremendous empathy for a witness, but not believe everything that the person says. You can also consider how some witnesses answered questions and if there was a difference in how they answered questions when the government asked them questions and how they answered questions when the defense asked them. You can consider a witness's feelings and a desire to portray events in a particular way. So for instance, Ms. Stace, the eyelash professional, when she testified, she said that Ms. Warner received 2 phone calls, one of them from Mr. Warner, and she didn't take that call. That would lead you to believe, if you were listening to that she did take the other call, but she was just intentionally not taking his call. But the reality is, when asked on cross, she said, oh no, Ms. Warner didn't take either call for whatever reason. She's getting her eyelashes done, or she just doesn't want to talk to anybody. And even consider Detective Sharp when he testified. He said he knew Ms. Warner from prior police contact, which again would lead you to believe, boy, maybe he went out there because of a physical disagreement with Mr. Warner. It was only on cross-examination that Detective Sharp indicated that it had nothing to do with Mr. Warner. They weren't even together. It was solely related to Ms. Warner. Now, as it relates to Dr. Cho, please remember that he said he could not tell by the condition of Ms. Warner's body what the date of death was. He couldn't tell the date, the month, or the year. One of the things that the government has to prove is that these crimes were committed on or about April 25th, 2021. It's a little leeway there, but Dr. Cho can't even tell you the year based on the body's condition. The only way that he gets to April 25th, 2021 is because that's when people tell him was the last time that Ms. Warner was seen. But that's not objective evidence of the date of death. So considering objective scientific evidence only, Ms. Warner's date of death is actually unknown because Dr. Cho could not determine it. Dr. Cho doesn't know the time of Ms. Warner's death. Dr. Cho does not know the place of Ms. Warner's death. Dr. Cho does not know if Ms. Warner was killed inside or outside. Dr. Cho also does not know what caused the blunt force injuries. With strangulation, there can be a loss of bodily fluids, whether from the bladder or bowels. There was, again, no evidence of this found in the Warner home or on the Munger property or any property associated with Mr. Warner at all. With Ms. Warner's injuries, there could be external bleeding. There was no blood evidence found at all in the Warner home, on the Munger property, or on any property associated with Mr. Warner. And while the government wants to present her as wearing pajamas, remember Dr. Cho said it could be pajamas or a sweatsuit, and that she was also wearing underwear and earrings. Now, as it relates to body position, rigor mortis is the stiffening of muscles after death. Dr. Cho said rigor mortis sets in generally after a few hours, and it will last about 24 hours. If rigor mortis lapses, the body will remain in the same position that it would be in. Now, there again is no physical indication that Ms. Warner's body was manipulated in any way to get her in the safe. There's no indication she was folded up as Detective Druyer was when he did his reenactment. There's no physical evidence of that. It's a theory, but it's not backed up by any evidence. And the government has never said when this supposedly occurred on April 25th. And also note, Mr. Warner willingly opens the safe for the police. They say, listen, we have a warrant. You can either open these up or we're going to cut them open. And he's like, oh, that's all right. I'll open it up for you. Would he really do that if his wife had just been in the safe? Now, on the welding theory, Detective Druyer and his former partner, Detective Singleton, claim that they had a welding theory as early as April 22, yet they never shared this with Lenawee County Sheriff's Detective Kevin Greca. And respectfully, this makes no sense whatsoever. They are literally looking for a missing woman. She has children and a family who want her to come home. They've got this theory, but, well, they don't want to step on any toes. It would be awkward. It would be impolite. You would present the theory. If Detective Greca didn't act on it, okay, that would be on him. But they wouldn't shut themselves down from even mentioning it if it truly had happened in April of 2022. And Detective Druyer saying, well, we were concerned about a leak. That leak supposedly occurred in March of 2022 at that family meeting, which we'll get to in a minute. But the leak wasn't with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department. The leak was with a federal law enforcement officer, a U.S. Marshal. So again, maybe you don't want to tell that Marshal, but you certainly would tell a Lenawee County investigator about your theory. They are actively working to find her. They are following up on psychic tips, yet they're not willing to share, hey, we think she might be welded in a tank. As it relates to the tank, Mr. Schmidt examined that tank multiple times. It was only in his final meeting with the detective and an assistant prosecuting attorney that he suddenly thought that the weld on tank 34 may be similar to the weld seen on Detective Greca's body camera. The meeting was on February 9th, 2026. Trial had started. And then only then did Mr. Schmidt change his opinion. At a meeting on September 24th, 2024, he was shown an enhanced image from April 27, 2021. And he could not make a comparison about the weld in the photograph and the weld that he had viewed personally. Mr. Schmidt also admitted that cutting the tank would be faster with the plasma cutter, which was right next to the welder on the Munger property. And the purpose of a plasma cutter is to cut through metal. Again, Mr. Warner is shown with 2 grinder wheels, but Mr. Schmidt said it would take 6 to 8 wheels to cut the tank open. Mr. Schmidt also said that cutting with an abrasive wheel would be loud. You would have to wear protective hearing. Anyone could have easily heard Mr. Warner if he was cutting and then welding that tank. But nobody did, even though there were people on the farm. Now, no one can match the hook or the chain that was supposedly attached to the tank and used to lift it up. It's just speculation that this even happened. It's the same with the forklift claim. There's no evidence that it actually happened. And this, again, Mr. Schmidt only came up with in January 2026, when trial was starting at the end of the month. Suddenly, he's got a theory about a hook and a chain. It's the same with the welding machine. Mr. Schmidt can't say that that welding machine was used to make that weld, and he can't match a weld to a particular person. He also can't say how many machines exist that you could do that with, that would fit the parameters. Mr. Schmidt also didn't use a student to come up with his time estimates, and that's what he should have done. He has over 20 years of experience as a welder. He is an instructor on welding. Of course, he would be able to go significantly faster than a regular person. But even with what he said, the welding timeline doesn't fit with Mr. Warner's actions on April 25th. The tank circumference is 128 inches, and that steel is thick. Even if we use Mr. Schmidt's calculations, he said to cut the cap off, it would be about 2.5 inches per minute. This is, for him, 51.2 minutes with the grinder. And then high spots would need to be ground down. That's about 5 minutes. The hook would need to be welded on. Again, no time was given for how long it would take for that to be structurally sound to support that end cap of that 6,000-pound tank. Then the chain would need to be looped through the forklift. The 2 pieces need to be lined up and matched once it's time to weld. The weld itself time, 22 to 35.5 minutes, with additional time for 11 stops and starts and moving up and down a ladder on the floor to get underneath the tank. Mr. Warner isn't in the load barn for that length of time to get all of this done. Maybe Mr. Schmidt can do it, but he couldn't. And then painting. And then the government wants you to believe that after killing his wife and concealing her body and doing all this, he's just out and about doing his farm chores as if nothing is going on, and then just taking a break to go and conceal evidence. We also know that chemicals on the farm also cause burns on the skin. Mr. Hawkins told you that, as well as Mr. Boyd, who actually has had that happen. He said chemical burns can cause your arm to be red and very itchy. If Mr. Warner was welding, he could have easily, and wanted to hide it, he could have easily put on a long sleeve shirt. And if he's trying to hide welding burns because he just welded his wife up in a tank, he would have put on a long sleeve shirt so no one would have ever seen that. He doesn't do that because he's not hiding anything. For the paint analysis, all that can be said is that the paint may have come from paint that was taken in 2024. 3 years later, over. Or it may not have come from paint that was taken in 2024, over 3 years later. It was also a level 3 association, and there are 5 different levels. In part, a level 3 association states because other items have been manufactured that would also be indistinguishable from the submitted evidence, an individual source cannot be determined. Ms. Pontke told us that paint is mass produced and an individual source in this case cannot be identified. She can't even tell us the manufacturer of the paint. There is no way of knowing how many similar paint cans would be similar to that used on tank 34. And she said that the paint here, Rust-Oleum, is a common paint. There's also, again, no evidence about when the paint was purchased. And that's the same for the duct tape and the tarp. Detective Druyer said it's not surprising that these items would be found on a farm. It's also the same for the stickers. No one knows when those stickers were purchased. And we know that the drawers and the building doors on the farm were unlocked. The two tank samples were similar to two different paint cans. Think about that logically. Someone is painting from one can, and then for a reason that no one knows about, they decide to stop with that can, it's not empty, and use another can of paint to finish. The fact that it relates and is consistent with two paint cans means it could be consistent with 1 million or more. We just don't know because there's no way to know. Now, while Ms. Pontke took the paint samples, she also said that the stickers on the tank were peeling back. The supposed middle fingerprint from the back of the label on the outside of the tank is from the non-repair well. It's the other side, and that's relevant. There's no indication of when that sticker was put on. And another thing about the fingerprint is only 7 points were consistent out of 15. And there's no standard to indicate identification or not. It is the analyst's subjective determination. And the analyst did admit identification does not mean the exclusion of others. Now, as to the call you heard from Mr. Warner, at that point, there had been extensive searches on his property, and we heard from Detective Druyer that that was damage done. There was damage to the Hummer, there was damage to underground lines, they had taken samples off of a couch. So of course someone would be annoyed or frustrated by property being searched yet again that had already been searched. But we also know from listening to that call, because we listened to the full call, that Mr. Warner wasn't in a panic, didn't hang up the phone. He continued to talk about a planter's wart, school supplies for his daughter, books and food, not the action of someone who is like, oh no, they just found my wife. And just as he's not panicked when he agrees to the police routinely searching his electronic devices. So the government has made quite a bit about the searches that were made. Mr. Warner consented to a search of his electronic devices numerous times. We know that. He knew there were text messages between himself and Ms. Warner on the phone. He wasn't trying to hide those. They show that they fought. He also knew what his searches were, searches that occurred after Ms. Warner went missing. He had extra anhydrous ammonia tanks. We know that from Mr. Hawkins. So searching on how to dispose of a propane tank makes sense for the business that he's in. And this chemical cremation search, if he's trying to find some way to dispose of his wife's body, why would the search be chemical or liquid cremation and he's searching, is it illegal? He wouldn't care if it was illegal. He supposedly killed his wife. He wouldn't be worried about, okay, well now I want to make sure I legally dispose of her body. He doesn't try to hide that. He lets the police search his devices numerous times. Now, a reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. And when you're considering all the evidence, you can consider the lack of evidence. And that's part of the reasonable doubt instruction. The police searched the Warner home and they used luminol. No blood is found. There's no evidence that Ms. Warner was murdered in the home at all. Again, no blood, no bodily fluids, no signs of a struggle. Police searched the home multiple times, no evidence of murder. They searched the Munger property multiple times, no evidence of murder. There's no evidence that Ms. Warner was in the safe, no blood, no hair, no DNA, absolutely nothing. And it's the same for the JCB. And Detective Drury can say, well, we can't find the safe any longer. It doesn't matter. There's no evidence that she was ever in the safe. The police took Ms. Warner's fingernail clippings, but no one bothered to check to see if there was DNA found under her fingernails. There's no physical evidence linking Mr. Warner to Ms. Warner's body or her death. And again, it's the same for the duct tape, the tarp, and the inside and outside of the tank. The outside of that tank was powdered for fingerprints. His fingerprints weren't on that. There also is no physical evidence linking Mr. Warner to this murder in any fashion. And when we talk about those tanks, also consider that tank at the Paragon property was found on running gear. But when you look at all the video footage from the search of the Munger property, there's no extra running gear that tank would be placed on. The tank, the tag on the tank, the police take no steps to determine if it's Mr. Warner's handwriting. They want you to do a sort of line by line comparison yourself, but no expert has ever taken a look at it. You can also consider other things that the police didn't do. Now, the Hardy farm is right next to the Warner farm. They only searched that farm years later and only because of consent searches. Now, is anyone saying that Greg Hardy or a member of the Hardy family harmed Ms. Warner? No, absolutely not. I want to be clear on that. But what we are saying is that Mr. Hardy did engage in some unusual conduct, as we heard from Detective Druyer, which I will get into. They should have at least looked into that to rule someone out. And I say that because the only person they appear to have ruled out is Ms. Warner's affair partner. They should have followed every lead, but they started this investigation with blinders as it related to Mr. Warner. We know that Mr. Hardy claimed to the media that he told the police about a particular tank to look in to find his sister. Now, again, he didn't say tank 34, but he said, I want you to look for a particular tank. And Detective Druyer said, no, that didn't happen. That was not true. So they should have at least looked into that further to say, like, why on earth is he saying that? He said he was getting insider information from a federal law enforcement officer. He and his private investigator who he was working with, Billy Little, and a podcaster called Detective Druyer and Detective Greca out of a family meeting. And what's the reason for that? They wanted the police to pretend that Mr. Hardy was giving them his phone for a download, but really he wasn't. So he wanted this like false narrative of that he was engaging in this. But Detective Greca and Detective Druyer refused to go along with that lie. He also revoked consent to listen to interviews that had been conducted. And he expressed concern about liability if there isn't a conviction against Mr. Warner. Now, again, they should follow every lead to rule people out. It doesn't mean that anybody was involved. So it doesn't mean that the affair partner was involved, Mr. Hardy was involved, another third party. Doesn't mean that Terry Nayrink, Todd Nayrink, none of that, right? But those are individuals who should have at least been looked at and looked at thoroughly, because when people are engaging in suspicious behavior, you should look into them to do a thorough investigation. Finally, this is the burden of proof chart that visualizes essentially how high that beyond a reasonable doubt burden is. It's not whether you think someone is probably guilty, likely guilty, there's clear and convincing evidence of guilt. That's not the standard. It is whether the government has proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I've shown you multiple reasonable doubts this afternoon, and you likely have more that you will come up with as you deliberate. But the power of the government to prosecute someone should never be fueled by assumptions and speculation and innuendo. It should only be fueled by facts. Otherwise, devastating results can occur. Assumptions blind people to facts, and they blind investigators to follow leads that they may not think might bear fruit, but they certainly should look into. Despite the lack of objective, scientific, and forensic evidence, Mr. Warner sits here charged with multiple serious felonies. Now, I don't believe that Mr. Warner should be, we're presenting to you that Mr. Warner should be convicted of any. felony. But if you consider premeditation, it does not exist here, because if he had premeditated this killing, he would have had the items that he needed already. He would have had the welding. He would have had the tank. He would have had the wheels. He wouldn't be gathering those on April 25th. So their theory is that he's gathering these after the murder, which guts the premeditation element. Because the government has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, we ask that you follow your oath and find Mr. Warner not guilty on all counts. Thank you.
And we're back. Oh my goodness. I think I'm going to shut her down. I've been going way too long. I finished my night work. I have finished all my jobs, and this is going to have to shut down. I'll be back tonight, most likely. Probably 11 p.m. East, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and whatever the other one is. It'll be 8 Pacific. That's it. 11 East, 10. Oh, we lost an hour sleep too. Oh no, I'll have to sleep an extra hour today. I'm going to sleep longer. I don't even care, as long as I get up before 11 p.m. All right. So I'll see you tonight. I'll make a new live after this. And what was I going to do? What was I going to do? Oh, yeah. That's it. I should look and say goodbye. Okay. Have a good day, Critter, Lucy, Dewey, anyone else who's still here. Have a great day. All right. Bye. Oh, go watch the playlist I made. I'll put all these on a playlist. You got to catch up. We got till Tuesday. The jury's deliberating, coming back. There's been drama. Oh my God. Don't get me started. This has been a really interesting trial. And if you go watch my playlist, all I did was watch these videos. And I barely interrupted, and when it did, it was like super charming and or hilarious or witty. So man, I hope you enjoy it. All right. Come on back. I'll see you tonight. All right. Bye.
Ladies, pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies, pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, do it. Do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this, just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this, just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
You just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo. Shippy! Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here.